Good evening. Good evening, everyone. It's Redacted, your host tonight for the VRD finals. And I am joined by Regdor and Echo. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight? How are we feeling? Are we hyped for this finals?
This is it, man. It's the beginning of the end. Everything has culminated to this very moment tonight. Both these teams, right? Absolute heavy hitters, to say the absolute least. And I'm excited to see them go head to head and see who comes out on top.
It's like, I wouldn't say heavy hitters. We got some welterweights, we got some lightweights in there. I mean, we've been talking like on this very production for like the past 2 weeks saying Nocturnals look good, but I don't think they make it this far. And they keep going. So,
That's true.
maybe nighttime is day, maybe the end is nigh, but I mean, that seems to be where the Nocturnals like to be. So, I mean, I'm hyped to see what's probably going to be 5 games. I feel like somebody's already saying it in chat, like, Regdor, you're going to do another 5 games. You don't have a choice.
Definitely. We'll have to see. And before we get, too deep into our analysts and whatnot, I just want to also remind chat that we are doing an RP giveaway. If you just do command giveaway in the chat, and it'll give you the details for that. And there are some tournaments coming up as well. If you just do command tournament, which will also give you details for that. So check that out and get your information there. So now back into our matchup here. If we just take a look at our playoff bracket to review how we got here once again, the Nocturnals, man, they like you said, Regner, they're not the little guy anymore, right?
Yeah, they've had to do a lot, and it's kind of like what was I think gosh, Fnatic last year in summer playoffs going to Worlds, like
Oh
they talked about playing so many
yeah.
best of fives. Like I think we were talking about a little bit before on cast that I mean, not like Wizards haven't played for like 2 weeks, but Nocturnal's been out here hitting it back to back to back. 3-2, 3-1. So I mean, they're very much so prepped and ready, you would think, for this final game.
Definitely indeed. Nocturnals taking out the Falcons 3-1, the Hornets, which was oh my god, that series was so good, 3-2. And yeah, now here we are in the finals. Whereas, the Wizards 3-1 the Hornets and have just been chilling. So it's gonna be a very interesting. It's gonna game one's draft is gonna be really interesting to say the least because I feel like that will kind of give us a direction of how this series might go. And speaking of the series, we're just gonna talk about some key matchups. We're gonna just go from lane to lane and talk about all these different matchups, so that way our audience knows, our participants for the night, barring any subs, of course, hopefully. So starting with the top lane, we have Camaro Matt versus Torchy. And just taking a look at some of these stats here. These stats are all from regular season, so not playoff stats, by the way. And as you can see here, I would say, they're about even. Would you say, or would you say one has a favored matchup against the other, Echo and Regdor?
I mean, Camaro Matt, obviously like one of the weak side kings, to say the least, right? He's a weak side warrior, I might just call him. He's been
Mm-hmm.
doing absolute Lord's work up in that top lane. And despite that, his KDA is still absolutely consistent. Of course, the DPM is going to be a little bit lower, seeing as he's kind of on his own most of the time. But I'm definitely looking forward to see what he's got. But I feel like Torchy, you got to be careful about him. And I don't think this is the time where you want Camaro Matt to just be weak side all game. I think he might need a little bit of help this time around going up against a heavy hitter like Torchy.
It's funny you said Chimera is the weak side king. Look, Torchy is also a little bit of that weak side king. Like they're both weak side kings. Like both of these teams kind of leave their top laners alone and play more so through their jungle, mid lane, and bot lane. So, it's gonna be a interesting matchup. And I know Regdor, you had something you wanted to say about Torchy earlier that we were talking about before the broadcast started,
Yeah,
or
I
you were
was, I
asking
was,
me.
I was looking through and seeing if that last little line there, that KP, 35% from the side of Torchy, and in their last series, they were playing, Yone, Alawi, another game of Yone and Irelia against the Hornets. So it's really interesting when you see a low KP. and on these high carry champions that you generally outside of Lowy would want to see in team fights would be playing this supportive effort. But it's just interesting of how those picks and how I guess they would choose to play the map. Since I came in late, haven't got to watch the Wizards play live here on twitch.tv. But that and when you see second highest CS per minute out of Mr. Torchy, that tells me that this man believes that he's playing a different game of League of Legends, and that is the side lane kingdom, which will be interesting to see the least, to see how it kind of like plays out. Because Camaro, just again, I want to make this clear to everybody. I hate it. I hate it here. Garen had 100% presence in their last series. I don't want it in my game. Keep it out. But that should be kept in mind, because that is a huge piece, because it wants to do the same thing. It wants to have this side lane piece, jump around here and there to kind of, win out in these team fights, make some TP plays. So it's almost like who can do it better and who can place the pressure on the right side of the map. I mean, right now I'm going to have to roll with my homie Camaro Matt. The man plays Malphite. We got to love The Rock. So we're following The Rock on this one.
And speaking of playing pressure on the map, as we move into our next matchup here, the jungle, we have Karthik versus Neurosynaptic here. And honestly, guys, I mean, just looking at stats alone, Neurosynaptic is like crazy. But we've seen Karthik, through 2 series now, play really well for his team. So what do we think of the jungle matchup here? I know, Echo, you've been following our league a bit more closely than Regdor, since he kind of came in a little bit late. So let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were saying, right, that these are teams that really like to kind of play through their jungle. But Neurosynaptic is on a different level, to say the absolute least. And it's like, and the stats are there to back him up as well. This is very clearly a jungler who is not afraid to throw some punches, get his hands dirty, and you can see it with almost a 5.5 KDA in comparison to Karthik, who, especially last week, we also saw was putting up a lot of kills on the board, but still was kind of more in that like facilitating role. A lot of times we see kind of Neuro just going all out. He's like, listen, boys, I got this. Get on my back, and we run in this show home.
Absolutely. Regdor, any input on that? Or we can just move on to the next one.
Yeah, the only quick thing I'll say is we've already seen a lot of Karthik as we've gotten to watch him on stream over the past few weeks. But to the side of Neurosynaptic, I mean, in their last series, the man was playing a little bit of everything. Had Vi, Zac, 2 Diana games. So he's played the facilitators. He's played kind of like these early game aggression into late game team fighting. I mean, the man is the highest KDA in the league, and there's a reason for that. Also, like 7th in assists per games and 6th in the lowest death. So he's definitely running around. And I know we've said it 18 times over, but it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Karthik if Neural, lives up to his name and is able to start getting in the brain and counter jungling early.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. And as we move into the counter jungle, we know that these junglers also like to pair up really well with, you guessed it, their mid laners. And as we all know, we have a very, very lightning rod of a lane in the mid lane. We got Beanie versus Dog Kongi. And this matchup here, I'm just going to let you guys go ahead and look at these stats and then tell me who you think favors in this matchup.
I'll go first. I mean,
we know stats don't mean everything.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
We've seen the past 2 series.
That's very true. I mean, Beanie at this point, VRD household name, right? Everyone's heard of Beanie before. We've got the Beanie button for it. I'm going to be making our producer just spam that over and over at this point. But a point being is that if you want to call Camaro Matt the weak side warrior, this guy is the no side out on the no side nation. This man is just, at this point, he's been told, play it safe, bro. Like, just play it safe in the mid lane, right? We'll put you on a champ where you don't have to worry too much about getting ganked as much. And I mean, most of the time, Beanie does perform, and he's also shown that when he kind of, when he knows that there's a play to be made, his team trusts him fully. Like we were talking about the last week, right? When he whipped out the set mid, he told his team, hey, listen, set mid is going to be great going up against the Yone. Just believe in me, boys. They believed in him, and he popped off, to say the absolute least. So he definitely has absolutely what it takes. But Dog Kongi is just, I mean, he's a bit of a menace, dare I say. And I don't know if playing the safe route this time around is going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm scared for my boy Bean. Beanie, Beanie might get beaned on, but Beanie can also be the Beanie Gap. So it's kind of interesting. It's like we were saying, I think either off cast or maybe we said it in the post game, was that last series was if Beanie worked at his normal level and Amistan stayed where he was at, then it would have been rough. But instead, Beanie provided this new high that really pushed Nocturnals past the Hornets last week. And so it comes to the same thing again, is that we need Beanie to have another amazing series against this man who is the second highest in kills per game, ninth in CS per minute, second DPM, fifth KDA. Like, he has all the accolades, and this is almost the same narrative as the week before, where it's like it could be a Beanie diff, but instead I think Beanie's really coming to his own. So I think that the stats don't matter. In this one, I'm gonna say hashtag get beaned on. That's my new catchphrase.
Oh, hashtag get beaned, as we hear it from both of our casters here who have faith in Beanie that he can definitely hold the line and maintain pressure against Dog Kongi in this Wizard matchup here. So Beanie, if you're listening, I'm sure you are. We have faith in you, bruh. So good luck. But now we'll move on into the last matchup, which is the bot lane here. And the stats are combined, so that way we don't just look at, ADC and support, and we just look at them as a pair, as, they typically are for about the first 15 minutes of the game here. So we have Amistan and Dog Hugger against Joker and Went to the Market. And I tell you, man, when that kill participation is just that, screamed to me the main difference, I think, between the Wizards and the Nocturnals. And to me, I see the Wizards more as a they're more of a team fighting team, where that's how their kill participation is then spread out. I think for the Wizards, that means since their kill participation is a bit lower across the board, they might have better mechanics in lane. They might stomp you without the help of their team.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that. Honestly, if you told me this time around that Amistan and Dog Hugger share a brain, I'd literally believe you, because it's like, I feel out of all the lanes, the lane where there's the least potential to get gapped here from the Wizards is going to be this bot lane, because Amistan, I mean, last week especially, it was the Amistan show. Let's be real, he was the MVP as well. We had to fight about whether or not it was going to be Amistan who gets the MVP. And it was just an absolute, I mean, beautiful show to say the least. 72% KP, right? That's some big numbers. And while looking at Wizards, right, while Went to the Market is just, I mean, he's great at his job. We were kind of also talking about how offcast, how Joker just, I haven't really seen that many crazy numbers coming out from him as we'd like to. I don't know, maybe Regdar has something else to say about that, but I'm a little worried here in this bot lane when it comes to the Wizards, that this might be the lane that they kind of get gapped. And if anything, I think we see a protect the Amstan kind of comp coming out from the Nocturnals tonight.
Even with the KDA and whatnot. So individually alone, Joker has a 5.06 KDA, by himself. Went to the Market has a 4.78.
Yeah, it Went to Market's one of the few supports that's on the top of the KDA chart. He has the fourth highest KDA in the regular season, seventh lowest deaths. But I think the interesting thing, when we talk about the bot lanes, is the power of the Dog Hugger. This entire last series, they banned away his Thresh. They banned away Nautilus. This man is eating 2 bans from enemy teams in first rotation to support. And he still pulled out, the Nautilus. He had the Galio, he had Leona, he had Tarek. The man has a champion Ocean and plays them all really effectively. And then on the opposite side, Joker and Went to Market, Joker's had really great games. He's by no means a slouch. But when you look at them in comparison, it really does feel like a lot of their power for the Wizards comes through mid-jungle. It comes through that duo. And what they're accomplishing in the early to mid game that just allows Joker to scale nicely in on picks like Zeri and Ezreal and just be a role player. Whereas Amistan and Dog Hugger are constantly looking for aggression, looking to press the tempo of the game.
Mhm.
Kaisa was such a high priority. As we know, this champion has so much agency at every point in the game to really take something like Amsterdam and allow them to go to the next level and kind of pick these fights and find these pieces. So I agree. Like, this is the danger matchup. This is the one where we're talking about mid for Beanie. It's the opposite on the bot side where Wizards, I think, are kind of have to be on the back foot and find a way to contain the power that is the Amsterdam dog hugger connection.
Wow. Well, there and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though I'm presenting y'all all these stats and whatnot, y'all still favor this Nocturnal's bot lane, which is great. And that just goes to show that everyone at home, stats don't mean everything per se. It all comes down to mental fortitude, tilt proofness, and sometimes just the clutch plays, right? As we saw Amistad on that Twitch game of last week, which was that I think that game will like stick with me for a while because that game was just so awesome and crazy, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. Or like the Samira game. Like, talk about like
Oh
my
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
My man was not allowed to like be a champion that game, but somehow has his mythic at 9 minutes in. Like, he was turboing that game, and Dog Hugger had a lot to do with it, but just some really clutch plays. So I really hope that, if I gave the quick what do I want out of this series, no Garen. Absolutely zero Garens. I would love for Jinx just to be banned out and we get to see some highfalutin, crazy bot lane picks coming out. And I want to see Beanie get like bean on somebody.
Do you think we'll see some Zeri and Renata maybe finally?
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Even maybe Zeri in the mid lane. Do you think we'll see some Kaisa mid?
Nah.
I've been seeing Kaisa mid in solo queue, and that's in silver. So let's just be honest, they aren't playing it, right. But I think there's just too many counter matchups. Like Akali was banned for 4 straight games into the Wizards, and given it could somewhat be a flex pick. I don't know their champion pools too closely, but nonetheless, if you're catching Akali and Gwen bans in the first rotation in a 3-1 series, you got to think, oh, well, something's up with Akali. They got some juice. So I think if you try to play Kaisa, you're just gonna get kind of Rick rolled in the mid lane.
Yeah, I also feel like it's definitely a much kind of safer backup pick to have for Amstan as well, because he's showing us how well he can perform on that pick. So it's like, I think that's definitely one of those champions that you want to, you don't necessarily want to pick away from Amstan. Of course, if they can get him like the Jinx or the Samira early on as well, that works just as fine. But I'm pretty sure if we do see Kaisa on the Rift, it's in the hands of Amstan.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. That sounds good. So before we queue up for draft here, let me just ask predictions. I always miss it like in some of our other series. I'm not gonna miss it this time, not for the finals. So my light fell. Sorry,
He's getting too hype, bro. It's the first game. It's the first game.
So what are the predictions? No, I mean series predictions, not game predictions. Yeah. We're gonna do this. We're gonna commit. I mean, and maybe you'll get the chance to change your mind, but we're gonna commit.
I'm gonna say
Echo. We'll start with you.
All right. I'm gonna say.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, Siri, shut up.
Siri. I didn't get my answer yet, Siri. Why you dogging on me? I'm gonna say overall, I think the Wizards are gonna take it, but it's going to be a very hard fought, like a 3-1, something like that.
Okay. Regdor.
3-1's hard fought. Jeez, I'm gonna start saying every one of my losses, they're good losses.
I'm saying in the sense that, like, they're gonna be going head to head. It's gonna be some long matches, is what I'm saying.
I think it goes 5 games. I believe in the heart of the cards. We had our shonen protagonist like glow up last series.
It's the anime plot line.
Yo, I'm telling you, it's get beanied. It's beanie diff 3-2 Nocturnals. I'm punching it in all the points.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, there we have it, folks. And from our casters, it's going to be a hell of a series. But it looks like we are ready for draft here. So I will pass it on to you boys. And we will have ourselves a wonderful game 1. Stay tuned. And let's get into it.
All right. Let's get right to it. There we go. We're going to talk about how Redacted just decided to not vote just so he can stay in the clear. We're going to talk about that.
No, man, he was really trying to play that 50-50. He's going to come back after game one.
He's going to come back after this one. Guys, I meant to say whichever team won. Yeah, we're gonna have to grill him about that one later. But let's get into the draft. Like we were saying, it is the beginning of the end to the absolute least, and already a whole lot of bands coming out. Let's take a look over it real quick. Now, the Nocturnals deciding to get rid of, like we were talking about, the Akali and the Yone right off the bat, and the Wizards opting for that Twitch ban and for the Volibear. Any surprises there so far? This is kind of what we were expecting to see.
I definitely could see Nocturnals ban so far. The Volley's kind of interesting. We know that they've kind of flexed it between top and jungle, between Camaro, Matt, and Karthik, but definitely not something I would think they would want to. I'm surprised they leave the Jinx open. We were talking about this in VAS as well, where you're on the blue side. It's almost a forced ban from red side, but instead they leave the Jinx open, and we just B1 this Diana, which has been a pick for Neural Synaptic that he's played well on. So a good pick away, and Karthik's definitely comfortable on it, but it already shows kind of where the priorities are early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we were looking at those stats, and it's like we're saying, right? Neural is like a bit of a menace to say the absolute least. And now the Wizards opting for that random. Okay, the Poppy and the Kai'Sa being hovered. I don't know yet. I'm a little surprised. I feel like Jinx is kind of that champion, right? It's like if it's open, you grab it. But actually, maybe you're gonna opt for the Samir. They're really taking their time to decide. Can they just pick one, please, so we can talk about it? Like, come on. Yeah, there it is, right? I was about to say, there's no way that Jinx is left open and you don't just instantly pick.
No, absolutely. I'm, as much as I am a Kai'Sa salesman, huge fan of the champion. Jinx is my season 11 love. Like, low-key flex, 60% win rate over like 60 games on her. Kind of a stud, but Jinx is just in such a great spot. And like what we're talking about with this bot lane matchup, if you're the side of Wizards, have a safe champion that either A, is hard to gank, or B, just has this beautiful power curve like Jinx does, and gets to that 2-3 item spike, and now she's a terrorist, especially when you have a Poppy right there in front of her. Stops the killer instinct from the Kai'Sa that's picked up, stops the moonfall, or the dash into the moonfall from the Diana, so it's really great protect your ADC comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were talking about, there's that Kai'Sa coming out for the Nocturnal. It's going to go onto Amistan's, like I was saying, right? If it's left open, they're going to put it into Amistan's hands because he's shown how well he can pilot it. And no surprise, there's an Enchanter coming out from the Wizards here. The Lulu is going to allow the shutting down of any Diana engagement. Kai'Sa as well, if she tries using her ultimate to get in deep. So that's overall, I would say, a pretty good pick to kind of counter what's coming out so far from Nocturnals.
Yeah, and the Shin hover for the ban from Wizards, like, low-key, pretty smart, especially when we're talking about we have two kind of weak side warriors, and the best way to, kind of work on that is Shin. You're able to use the Stand United to get involved early, especially when you have Diana and Kai'Sa that can act kind of as like a Shin delivery system, being able to ult into the backline and just have that extra protection from the shielding. So a good pick away. And now Gwen, again, banned for like the 5th game in a row against Wizards.
Yeah, no surprise there to say the absolute least. So we're going to have to wait to see as the last man coming out. They might just get rid of the Galu here. And I mean, that's kind of to be expected, right? That was the champ that Nocturnals were piloting Beanie on when they wanted him to play safe in that mid lane. It was working out great for them. And they're trying to take that away from him, be like, nah, we're going to force you to play something that maybe you're a little less comfortable with, or just where you have to expose yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely a smart kind of push away, because they've also flexed it, knowing that Nautilus is there now, but it kind of is like a deterrent. Now the Vladimir hover is interesting. Dog Kongi has played this a few times. Was only allowed to play it once last series, because then it just proceeded to just get perma banned against him. But a very huge scaling choice. He went to the Predator Ghost route, which is pretty Chad, not allowing anybody to get away from those combos. And so hard to just lock down. A good Vladimir player just feels like you're not allowed to do anything against him. And if we know anything about Dog Kongi, he definitely likes to carry out these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And locking that in as well. So we're going to have to see. And overall, that is going to allow him to dodge also so far so much coming out from the Nocturnal. So that's definitely... No, please don't. Please don't.
Is there a god? Is there a god in this world? No.
No, please don't. Oh, my God.
Oh.
Okay, so VRD Finals has been canceled. Thanks for coming over, guys. It's gonna be a silent cast from now on. I'm not doing the Garen. Camaro Matt, he before this started and decided to go ahead and grab himself Garen. It was left open, and he was like, hell if I'm not picking it.
You know what? Here's the good news. Is either A, it's turbo busted somehow, or B, that's a Malzahar. If you want to know how to stop a Vladimir, you just hit the R button, the ultimate outplay.
Baited, outsmarted, to say the least. And now, as we wait for the jungle to be locked in here from the Wizards, hovering that Viego pick, which would definitely be huge, seeing as the comp that Nocturnals currently have a lot of good champs that he'd be able to take over. But no,
maybe just it could be Poppy or Mordekaiser jungle.
I'm assuming probably Poppy jungle, if anything.
Yeah, I mean both work. Mordekaiser gets I don't want to say a bad rap, but he gets a rap kind of around the jungle. I think he has a fine enough clear. Able to use the death realm kind of efficiently in that roaming style as a jungler to just kind of say, no, you don't get to outplay this. I don't care if you flash, you're still going to go down. But Poppy definitely, I think, would be the play, but really smart, from the side of Wizards, having technically that dual flex to where they can kind of make the decision here on that R5 pick of where they want to send things. I think the biggest piece will be the Garen once he has 2 items, once he has that Mortal Reminder and Stride Breaker. How the game kind of plays out for him in side lane for Camaro Matt will make a big difference. Because either A, they just have to ban it away from here on out if you're the Wizards, or B, that's a free pick that he at least won lane with, and it took, so long to find a way to shut him down on that pick. So far, I think 100% win rate on the Garen. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty damn certain.
I think, if it's not 100, then it's like a good 80 or something like that. I gotta say though, honestly, I'm liking the more pick, the more and more that I look, the more and more there I say that I'm looking at it, just because the potential. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel disgusting that I made that joke, but just the potential that comes out from the Mort, especially to shut down any of these Diana engages when she tries dashing in, right? That could be absolutely huge. Somewhat canceling the Moon Crash, or just at the very least taking them out of the picture, can do the same for the Kai'Sa if they try to move in, and same with the Garen, right? So you've got this double QSS threat coming out. The QSS tax, if it's not paid in this game, I don't know what's going on, because you've got Malzahar on the Nocturnal side, and then you've got Mordekaiser on the Wizard side. So I definitely, and even the Lulu as well. So that's definitely going to be a must. And if that does get picked up, obviously that is going to render the Mordekaiser not useless, but I mean, the ultimate definitely, for example, just, it doesn't matter. You're going to click R and then it's like nothing happened really. So we're going to have to see. But if for whatever reason, if whatever universe we're living in, we don't see the QSS tax be paid, that could be absolutely huge.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Nobody's going to listen to me. It's just not. I just know what's going to happen. I don't think Kai'Sa should go the Muramana, Serrated Dirk into the Nashor's build. I think she could do well with a more traditional AD style approach. You could still pick up the Nashor's Tooth. It's an easy, Void Seeker evolve, but I think she gets more value out of Kraken Slayer and the shred off of that, and then it's easier to kind of itemize in your QSS, because otherwise, with the Muramana, Nashor's Tooth, that's what they need to get online, and it's already a hot bit of money on top of the Berserker Boots as well, and then you can opt into a QSS, or you just stave off this huge power point for you for so long because you have to buy the QSS early. So maybe a good time to change up your itemization. Still does incredibly well, and AD Kai'Sa scales just as great into the game. But it makes it a little bit more efficient of a buy path for her, because she is at a huge range disadvantage in the bot lane with Jinx, and Jinx Lulu can be incredibly poke heavy in this early game. Once Jinx has the Noon Quiver, she has the ability to trade really effectively in lane, even into somebody tanky like Nautilus early. So it'll be really a question of what do the carries of Nocturnals do to kind of stave off the Mordekaiser and be able to stay and keep this a 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just looking at it, right, this is going to be another one of those kind of protect Amstan comps when you really kind of break it down, right? You've got Camaro Matt on the Garen, who's going to be sending it in. You have already Karthik, who's going to be sending it in as well. You've got Beanie, who's going to be sending it in. It's just allowing Amstan to be chilling kind of in that back line. Let Beanie just lock anyone down as they please if the QSS tax isn't paid. And speaking of Beanie, I'm curious to see, because sure, Malzahar has that built-in spell shield, which kind of, it makes things a lot safer for him, but I'm curious how he's going to perform on a more less safe mid laner, right? It's like, sure, Malzahar puts a whole lot of damage and you're safe to some extent, but it's not someone like Galio, for example, where it's like, you're feeling pretty safe most of the time, unless for some reason you've got like some fed tank coming at you.
Yeah, I think the final thing is going to be the Vladimir. Like, that is a huge part of this matchup. So Vladimir is somebody who's completely happy, like AFK in lane, just getting to CS and chilling out. And if he's allowed to just do that with somebody who has the, one of the highest CS per minutes, highest DPM in the league, if you just allow him to have basically a free lane and just trade waves, he's going to be in a better state. But Malzahar has incredible pushing potential. Maybe Beanie goes like the futures market tech, starts with the Sapphire Crystal and gets that early lost chapter. Maybe does something like that to really accelerate his lane state early, start getting the push in and threatening this Vladimir with the Diana in the early to mid game to try to set him behind, or at least put it in a point where he can hit the outplay button and get a free moonfall down and just one-shot him before he can do anything.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see, and the only way to find out is to get on the Rift and see it all in action. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll throw it to a short break, and when we're back, we'll be here for game number 1 of the finals. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Rift for game number 1. This is where you got to make a statement this time around. We got 2 of these heavy hitting teams, maybe one a bit heavier hitting than the other with the Wizards, who have been giving us an absolutely amazing performance. But Nocturnals, they've been roughing people up. They've been fighting their way to the top, and they've made it. They're facing the final boss. So the question really is, do they have what it takes?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, and the conservative start coming into game one. We were talking as we were loading in because we're just so excited for these finals. Beanie, he picked up the phone. He said, "Hey, what should I do?" He took the futures market. I'm very excited to see. He did start with the Doran's ring, but nonetheless, he's gonna dip into those future funds to be able to try to get ahead of the power curve. But the Vladimir with the secret dark technology is running the Summonari, Airy, as well as Ghost Ignite. So it's the mid lane is going to be spicy, and I just can't wait to see how it goes here in the early game.
Yeah, definitely on the way. We're already seeing that the side here of Nocturnes was preparing for some kind of an aggressive play to come out here, but nothing really following suit. But they do spot out Spencer. The ward is in there, but that's a teeth grinder right there. The hook is going to hit the wall, and so nothing really going to come out of that. So instead, they're going to opt to actually go ahead and just invade here and take the blue buff and try and put Neural Synaptic behind.
Yeah, and they at least saw it. So the side of Nocturnals, Wizards, knows what's going on. It should just set up a split jungle sort of scenario where we end up split map because Karthik's going to go ahead and continue on this blue side quadrant and then just clear down to his side. And hopefully what the play from Neural Synaptic is going to be is just to follow and end up taking his blue side on the top side of the map. Which sets up nicely, especially if you want to play around Amistam, as we can already see some pings coming down as Karthik's come down for this early level 2.
Yeah, already you're moving in here, trying to find something, but unfortunately the positioning wasn't quite there. Meanwhile, on that top lane, Camaro Matt did go Beyblade mode, and he's definitely looking dangerously close to picking up a first blood here. Just needs a little bit more damage. Won't quite find it, though, unfortunately. Torchy is going to be able to escape, but already, Camaro Matt looking dangerous.
Camaro Matt knows how to spin to win. Man is trying to find the price that is right, which is that first blood. But yeah, interesting start altogether. Karthik choosing to try to get down here early and set Joker behind, or at least scare them off the wave enough. Something about Kai'Sa Nautilus is that if they can get down a hook like that.
They did get it. The heal does come out, followed up by a bit of a late ignite, though, so Amstam won't be able to do much and follow up. A lot of poke coming out from Joker, though. Fortunately, Spencer did have the polymorph, so weren't able to get that second stun down until it was a bit too late, to say the least.
And you can also see Amstam was trying to position himself to the lower side of the lane to make sure the Acathian Rain got full damage onto Joker there, but unfortunately still hit the minion wave, so a lot of damage lost, especially in these early levels before they get the upgrade.
Yeah, that's something that we were talking about constantly, especially last week as well with Amstan on that. You're always trying to make sure you can maximize the damage coming out from the Acathian Rain. Torchy, a little bit of trading going down once again, healing a little bit. That mid lane starting to look dangerous as well. Beanie, virtually no mana at the moment and about half health. We see that Neural Synaptic maybe looking to make some kind of a move here. He is in that bottom side of jungle at the moment, but we're gonna have to wait and see what goes down.
Neural also being on the Predator Poppy. Poppy has some insane early game damage in her, as well as once she gets those boots in Predator, it's so hard to get away from this champion who's just kind of vibing out right now, maybe looking for a dive this early.
Yep, and do pop the ghost, they pop the ignite as well, and they're looking to find it, and the Beanie flashed it away, but it does not matter. First blood will go into the hands of Neural Synaptic. Kanji using the pool to evade the turret's shots, and will get out of there scot-free.
And that's just what you call just a simple, easy play to take off there. Our man Doghugger rotating up to mid to try to get something, whether that just be hold out the lane or whatever it may be. But now Hemistan's kind of left on an island, getting poked all to hell's heaven. But you can already see here in the early game how well Wizards are trying to play the map. They had vision on the Raptors of Karthik, and as well, they already have vision in River and kind of a defensive ward there. So they've already started to lighten up the map to catch any of these early rotations. Doghugger, somebody we've talked about at length.
Yeah, speaking of Karthik, though, he did make his way into the top lane. Death Grasp coming out, though, but it doesn't matter because he's able to dash on. Dashes on a second time. The flash coming out from Torchy, but they won't quite find it. The shield just being a bit too much for them to handle. Meromat not being level 6 yet, was not able to just pop Justice. Couldn't press R to win, and so Torchy will escape once again.
Yeah, I know Becky is probably sitting in the chat waiting to spam Demacian Justice.
Oh, yeah.
I've had to hear so much. He's already sent me like 5 gifts before the game even started. All of Garen.
Oh my god. Well, he's
So
definitely
I
gonna be
did
happy
not
about
think,
this.
yeah, I did not think when I became a caster that I would have to talk about Garen nearly as much as I've had to over the past 2 weeks. But nonetheless, it has been a great pick from Camaro Matt, something he's been able to get a lot done on. And as we know, like, even though he has a nice landing phase, it's once he gets to that second item, once he has that Mortal Reminder as well as Stride Breaker, where it really starts to open up and just hard win every trade that he seems to get into.
Yeah, and he's taking one right now. Isn't quite level 60 yet, though. Karthik looking to try and find something, but with Torchy having that level 6, he could very easily be isolated, and he is 2 levels down, so maybe not a fight that he wants to take. Instead, gonna opt to go back, and already coming up from Wizards, just look at the amount of vision they have, though, in this river and in the jungle. They know that Karthik likes to kind of move in and try and get some invades going on, so they don't want any of that happening, and they are gonna opt to go ahead and take first dragon here.
Yeah, that's 2 control wards, a few trinkets, all in the river, just to make sure there's no way for them to try to steal.
Yeah.
Void Seeker comes out, but, you know, that thing doesn't do any damage yet. Sometimes you got to hit them just to let you know that they got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not quite going to be able to steal that, so the first dragon will go into the hands of the Wizards, and that will be the Infernal Dragon, so going to be doing a little bit of extra damage. Now, next up will be Hextech Dragon. So no soul this time around, but on this top lane, now that Camaro Matt has level 6, he can try and make something happen. Is in the death realm now, so he doesn't have that far to run. Is stuck in the Mordekaiser passive. You need to fight back, doing a bit of damage, but not quite going to be enough. He's going to flash away from Nightfall, and now he's on the run. Torchy has that full shield and can heal if he needs to be. Needs to buy time for Karthik to make it, but he won't be able to find the time that he needs to move on the bot lane. The hook will find its mark. He caught him doing a whole lot of damage to Joker. We do see the Ignite coming out, but there was that Polymorph once again, which shuts down the push. That's what we were talking about. That was going to be huge, and now Neurosynaptic is on his way. That was not the hook to take, because now you're in a terrible position. Amstead flashing will not escape, will go down, and now Dog Hugger is on the run. Might go down here if he's not careful. He just barely escapes Spencer, dude. Spencer sending it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, a nice try coming out, but will not quite find the damage he needed.
The Portal combat has been recognized on the bot lane. Oh, is that going to be the right timing?
Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh my god. What? Well, I eat my words. Everything I said about Joker, and I hadn't seen as much from him that I was impressed by. And speaking of being not impressed, Beanie did press R to win, and it is going to work out for them. They're going to pick up that kill, and now they're going to look to channel that onto Kanji. Running for his life. It's going to have to pop the Ghost, pop in the Ignite, looking to find its ultimate. They're going to use the pool, and he's doing so much damage, deals so much from that, but it won't quite be enough to let him get out of their life, but he will go 1 for 1.
Yeah, that ends up being a 2-for-1. A positive for the side of Nocturnals there, but oh my gosh, Joker heard us talking on the desk and said, hey guys, let me show you why I'm the ADC in the finals here, why I'm the #1 seed. Beautiful timing from Super Mega Death Rocket catching out Dog Hugger. There's no counterplay to that. I mean, I guess maybe... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, speaking of outplay, Beanie needs to find something to do right now if he doesn't want to go down. Gonna get pushed away from his turret, gonna get smited, gonna be stomped by the Hammer of Justice. Neurosynaptic picking up an easy little kill there. Already 3-1. That Sheen allowing him to do so much damage, and he's looking to just keep it going.
Yeah, and this is the point where I have to say Nocturnals just need to slow down just a little bit. Okay, they used the Super Mega Death Rocket just to, like, stop the back of Amistan, which is kind of Chad.
Yeah, that is kind of Chad. Amistan is actually, they're looking to win this straight. A whole lot of damage coming out. Dogger doing what he can, but it doesn't matter. You can't protect him long enough. Instead, looking to make something happen. The ultimate coming out onto Joker from Spencer, doing so much damage. Dog Hugger popping everything in his repertoire, but it does not matter because he's going to go down, and that will be a double kill. Honestly, not the engage I would have said he should have made, but I do appreciate him trying to avenge his brother.
Yeah, that was a little bit of... the only thing I can say is it looked like Tilt Gaming.
Yeah.
Got to your backstop, and you just walk straight up into a wave with the Cathian Rain doing minimal damage, and then just hard lose the trade. Jinx now 3-0, is sitting on a nice little bit of money after those kills, plus the tower plating, so... 1330 in her pocket right now that she's going back on. So close to finishing off that mythic item, which is huge.
Beanie got caught out once again. He just wanted that 30 gold from the ward. Let him have that at least. He's going to get pinned to the wall and just absolutely annihilated. It's what I was saying, man. I was a little worried that he's going to get the treatment that shall not be named, as I did extend an olive branch to him last week. So I'm not going to say it just yet, but things aren't looking that good for him right now. Kanji, a lot of damage, looking to run down Karthik. He knows that he runs this show doing so much damage. Ignite coming out, just needs once more auto attack. The shield coming up, but it won't be enough. Kanji going to pick up that kill, and now Camaro Matt needs to run for his life.
Not too many bright spots from the side of Nocturnals right now. They were able to get some kills back, but yeah, right now it is the Wizards show. They're showing why they are the #1 seed, just taking away the Rift Herald. Just one little Vladimir chasing off 2 champions, getting the kill even. Gosh, you have to think, you know, was it a bad idea? Did we maybe have our priorities offset here in the early game of what we wanted to ban away? Because right now, Neural Synaptic is showing why this Poppy is so dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, honestly, it's also just a huge vision diff right now. It's like you look at the map, and okay, Super Mega Death Rock coming on Amistan pretty low, but you look at the map, there's so much red vision going down, and that's just allowing, especially Neurosynaptic, to be everywhere on the map where he needs to be. We keep seeing, right, when he finds out Beanie, it's because Beanie's trying to clear wards in this river or in the jungle somewhere, and then he gets caught out, and all this vision allows them to make so many plays and just grab so many kills.
Yeah, I got confused by it. And, you know, Amistan is not in a great state right now, being down just a little bit of CS, but mostly those 3 kills. Already a Gale Force out from this Jinx. And as you can see, she's just ready to hard trade any chance they get. Even now, just taking away this Gromp, get some extra XP and mana just to be able to sustain the lane even longer. And Neural doesn't need it right now. It's just... it's the Wizards show, and you know, some of these things can buff out if they're able to slow down the pace of this game and really get to those key items, which we talked about. The itemization coming out from Amistan, choosing to go the normal route of the Muramana with the Serrated Dirk, this poke style build, very heavy into the AP. You got to think that if you're the side of Wizards, this is a great game for you then, because who's going to kill this Poppy once she's on 2 items? Who's going to kill this Mordekaiser?
Yeah,
it's a big question. Maybe it's Camaro Matt. Maybe Camaro Matt puts on his carry pants.
Yeah, time is definitely running out for him. The Zoom meeting is about to begin, and he's about to be caught with his pants out if he doesn't hurry it up, because right now it's not looking too good for him either. Is still 0-1, is definitely still doing incredibly when it comes to farm in comparison to Torchy. So he's not lost just yet, but the rest of his team is looking a little shaky at the moment, and they're going to need him. And speaking of looking shaky, Karthik, he sees that blast go, but won't quite find it. A very nice little shove coming out, and Kanji going to pick up that kill. They're going to try and find Beanie as well. Kanji, oh, that was a big little pull there to dodge the hook, but it might not matter. Death Charge is coming out, Ignite coming out as well, and he will go down. They're going to punish him for being just a little bit too greedy.
There comes the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, dude, he was hungry. Camaro Matt did run into the arms here of Neurosynaptic. Going to try his best to get him. Did get smited though, so Neurosynaptic will be able to run off.
Still some fight in the side of the Nocturnals, able to find these little bit of over pressure. And this is very similar to, I think, the Hornet series, or the one prior to that, where Karthik was just getting bullied in the early game, but was able to turn it around over time. Like we talked about, only a few camps down overall, is 1-3, but has that Rocket Belt now on the Mythic item. So still a lot of game left to be played. But like you said, it's the vision of the Wizards right now that's setting up a lot of this. So this defensive capability in the term of sweepers on the jungle and support is so huge right now to sniff out these wards and at least establish some defensive vision like they've started to on the bot side to kind of catch out some of these rotations where the Wizards are trying to, you know, maybe take one step too far.
Yeah, it's a term that my friend RMC coined. We're gonna have to wait for that though for a minute. Camaro Matt needs to be careful. Information inequality, right? Because you just see all, it's like we're saying, once again, Camaro Matt almost gets caught out, try to clear wards. And overall, there's just so much vision for the Wizards on the map that they even knew when Karthik was still in his jungle clearing his blue buff, they knew that was happening. Neuro was like, hey, yo, come with me. Let's get this freebie real quick to Kanji. They both go in there, grab that kill, try and channel that into Beanie. Don't quite get it, but just the fact that they constantly know where everyone is just allows them to make so many daring plays. And speaking of that, Joker with a very nice Gale Force and Flash to get away from the death charges, so he is going to be safe. And now Camaro Matt is in the worst position of his life, needs a flash. Will it be enough though? It will not. Will go down. Dog Hugger soon to follow, goes down as well. It's getting excited. A nice little moon crash there, but it's not going to be enough. Not enough damage coming out. Beanie and Amistad incredibly low. They just need one more rocket to come through. One more goes down. Looking to get two. Will find it, but unfortunately Neurosynaptic will go down at the end. They're actually not getting the kill on Amistad as he hoped, but the turret will go down, so his sacrifice will be worth it.
It's a game of inches right now. If you're the side of Nocturnals, you gotta look for just the little things there. That was a bit of an overchase from the side of Camaro Matt there after the flash. Gale Force was burned.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting the Gale Force flash combo to get as much distance as humanly possible for Joker, and he did utilize that quite nicely. Did allow him to escape, and then it's just, yeah, there was nowhere for really Camaro Matt to go. Probably should have just ran straight back to turret, but I guess he assumed he could have escaped into the brush there. But yeah, no sir, they were all waiting for him. And speaking of nose, Camaro Matt is going to be denied protecting his turret. Both coming out. Meanwhile, here on Joker, Kathleen rained a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because the shielding coming out from Spencer is just way too big at the moment. The TP came out as well from Camaro Matt. Gonna see if they can maybe find something here, but they're going to run into the arms of Neurosynaptic if they do. And so nothing quite going to come out of it. But with the dragon up, they don't have what they want to recall here. So instead, they will have to stay Dog Hugger in a really bad spot, and they're just going to get absolutely shredded now. That's one kill on the board. The reset's coming through for Joker, looking to find two. Super Mega Death Rocket, they don't even need that. They'll still go down before Beanie, about to follow suit, will go down as well to the Rockets. And meanwhile, in this top lane, Karthik is stuck in the Death Realm. Can't really do anything between a rock and a hard place and a murder machine. Trying to get Spencer. Spencer going to flash over the wall, won't quite get it, and Karthik will follow suit, go down. Amistad goes down as well, and it's the ace. And soon it'll be the base if Nocturnals can't find something.
And again, the vision game is so important. All 5 members walking across a few wards, then turn around to go ahead and try to take this objective. They do end up getting the bounty. They do have 2 dragons to their name. That's the upside. The downside is the now 700 gold bounty on this Jinx and 4 others all having bounties in this game. Objective bounties being up is like the external alarm saying, you know, Will Robinson, you are in fact in danger. And the Nocturnals might become endangered soon if they aren't able to start finding the fights they need. And a lot of this comes down to the fact that, I mean, Nautilus is really the solo tank. Camaro Matt playing kind of a different game. I would never say that, you know, Garen is a front line for you. Garen has different plans in mind, and that's distributing justice. But Karthik is found again.
Yeah, someone's got to order the robot to protect Karthik right about now because he's looking like he's about to go down. Super Mega Death Rocket won't quite get him, but the small rocket will seal the deal. Don't even need the big one this time around. They also picked up a Rift Herald, and so that is just going to increase the gold lead that they have once they drop it down. I mean, we see, despite having those 2 drags, they're still 10k gold down at the moment. Trying to recover their losses slightly by taking out this turret here, as we see that the Rift Herald was dropped in the top lane. So we're going to have to wait and see what comes of that. Going to crash right into that tier 2. Tier 2 going to go down as well. Jinx going to use that Get Excited to clear this minion wave as fast as possible. Going to have it crash into that tier 3 as well. Should still hit. And then after that, maybe there's something they can do to take it out. No, it's not even. They can't even step up and match it. Rift Herald should crash. Nah, never mind. Actually opted to not push, which, you know what, probably the move. I think safe. No need to risk anything.
Oh, you know, it's 19 minutes and 42 seconds into the game, which means that the Baron's about to come up, and they can just literally take this back. They've broken open the base now and exposed inhibitor for the side of Nocturnals, so they now need to start looking towards the top side, knowing that it's the next objective up, and establish some vision while they have this small tempo advantage, if you want to call it that at the moment. But, you know, just not a whole lot going in their favor. There's so much capability from Neurosynaptic, showing why he is considered one of the best jungler in the VRD. Just playing this game so well on a macro level and being everywhere and finding walls to put champions into.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been working out great for him so far. Clearing out that vision, can't quite get that word, but he's got a control word in his back pocket just for that kind of situation. He's known to have it. We'll place that down, and just look at the inventory from everyone from Wizards. That's 5 control words. No, not even 5. That's like what, 7? If I can do the math correctly, just sitting there waiting to be deployed at a moment's notice, and that really shows you just how big the vision difference is gonna be. Camaro Matt, meanwhile, the health difference is about to be huge as well, as Neurosynaptic is just beating down on him, trying to buy Kanji some time to make it there. Can't quite get there though. Camaro Matt just a bit too fast. I'm gonna flash. Yeah, so I mean, hey, you still bait the flash out at the very least.
Yeah, you know what? We take those. We take the little things.
At this point, you kind of have to.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, Dog Hugger's in the wrong part of town.
Yeah, for real. And now he's in the death realm as well. That's definitely where you don't want to be. It's just so much damage coming out. Popping the locket, but the moment he comes out, he's going to get dropped, to say the least. The full squad, the full firing team was just waiting for him to take him out.
Yeah, and this, especially, I'm never the person who says, FF, go next. But in the context of a best of 5, you always come in with a certain concept in mind, what you think is the priority in bans, the priority in champion select. And sometimes it doesn't always work out. But luckily, you have at least another 2 games to try to dial that in or try something different. Now, as Wizards just start up this Baron without a care in the world, as Karthik's just getting absolutely hammered.
Yeah, Joker, man, he is just... It's a crazy world you live in when the Jinx is the one gatekeeping you from the objective, rather than trying to take Baron herself. But will get that kill there, gets excited, but won't quite be able to follow up. Amstan doing a formidable amount of damage, actually. There's still a lot of damage coming out. Meanwhile, that million, though, Beanie just gets shoved into the wall. His spine was shattered in a million pieces, as he will go down into the hands of Neurosynaptic. And now with this drag up as well, they're going to be able to grab that for free.
And look at that beautiful vision they've set down. A lot of teams are not the best. It's Spencer just deciding that this is his red buff now. The support is taking away the jungle. Somebody call the police. This is illegal. But you see these great deep wards being put down behind the objective. A lot of teams... you'll see just put that one singular ward behind the dragon pit, but it's just kind of like bad, shallow vision to really gatekeep from objectives. But instead, you see Spencer not only getting down the control as well as that trinket in the red pit, but additionally physically standing there and just providing so much, gatekeeping. Girl boss gatekeep here.
Girl boss slay queen, get him. And speaking of slaying, they're going to try and take out Dog Hugger here as Neurosynaptic taking quite the hefty beating, but it doesn't matter because his boys, or his girls, dare I say, are there. Yas, queen, get him. They're going to get that first one. Looking to get Dog Hugger. Whoa! He just gets absolutely demolished by Nightfall, to say the least. Will go down as well. That's a 2-man. And it's, speaking of gatekeeping, it's like we were saying, right? Neurosynaptic is literally just standing there. He's protecting those control wards like it's his own offspring. He's like, you will not touch my children. And the moment anyone tries to step up to take it, he gives all of his boys a whistle. They come on over and they grab the kills. And they're going to grab a whole lot more than that. Going to grab that tier 3 as well. Going to follow that up with the inhibitor. And Camaro Matt being an Amstan really can only watch.
At this point, the end is kind of nigh. We have a chance for the base defense. All 5 members of Nocturnals up. Still not sitting on that Nashor's Tooth for the Kaisa, so hasn't hit the break point yet. I mean, everybody's basically on 1.5 items for the side of Nocturnals. Very undernourished children at the moment.
Yeah, for real, someone got to give them something to eat. Say that absolutely, as they're down to 1 inhibitor and their Nexus turrets, and that first turret is about to fall. Dogger incredibly low. The ultimate coming out, not quite enough to kill. Never mind. Dogger will go down to the ultimate that did come out from Kanji, and that's the reset that Joker needed. Okay, press R to win, but it doesn't matter because you're not winning this one. Joker grabbing that first kill right there. A very nice ultimate coming out from Karthik, but it doesn't matter. They just don't do enough damage. They're not tanky enough, and with that, that should be the end. Come on, don't go for Katie. Just finish the game. Stop going for Katie, please. Please. Yeah, see, that's what you get. You pay the price. You pay the price. At the very least, they will get that kill, or at least the Fountain will get the kill on Kanji. But overall, Wizards, with a dominating fashion, will take game number 1.
Oh.
Dominating indeed, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I predicted it, man. Things are not looking too good right now for the Nocturnals.
But I mean, it's only game one. They still have a chance. They still
That's
have
true.
some time. They gotta, reset the mentals, regain their composure, and I would say take. I don't want to say they didn't take game one's draft seriously, but maybe we won't see Gary anymore. Not that he was the problem, but
Well, I wouldn't mind that in the slightest.
That's an interesting take. Yeah, we said it's Garen's fault. Got it. Tracking. No, I think some of these things is like number one, Amistan and Dogcugger did not have a great time in the bot lane. And some of that comes down to Kai'Sa's limitations, like we talked about the range disadvantage, but also came down to just taking trades in an awkward state with the wave to where one, a Cathian Rain wasn't hitting that solo damage, but two, doing it in a way that you were just getting the polymorph down, which is a great deterrent, from the side of went to market. Because Spencer is went to market is Spencer.
Correct.
Same difference,
Correct.
same, right? So really well played from their side of how that went, but they just couldn't get the ball rolling. And then, like we talked about, there's nothing stopping all of the Wizards just from going forward and murdering as they please. I think you got to get the Vlad out of there, and you need to secure something a little bit safer for Beanie. You need a favorable matchup for him, so maybe that's a late rotation. Maybe just take red side in game two. Try your hand at having a counter pick there. There's a lot of ways that you can kind of do it from the side Nocturnals, but game one was not the way. We know that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the information deficit, honestly, was absolutely huge here that came out from the Wizards because, like we were saying, right, it allowed, especially Neural, to be everywhere but nowhere, right? It's like you never knew where this guy was going to pop out. You saw like a little ward somewhere in a bush, and it's like a 50-50 gamble whether or not you're about to get slammed into the wall and just absolutely murdered, or if you might get that 10 gold from breaking it.
yeah, definitely indeed. And it was very, I don't want to say the game felt over after those few early game kills, but it did seem that way, right? And that's not to say that Nocturnals didn't try and put up a fight, but it's just those very minute and small mistakes just snowballed a bit out of control. And by that point, I don't think there was a way for them to get back into that game.
Nah, yeah, no. It's just you compounded one too many losses, to say the least. And then also some of the itemization as well. Because like Regdor was talking about the build that he wanted to see. Instead, we saw, kind of the default Kai'Sa build. And it's like you said, who's gonna take out Neural once he's like, got that 200 armor in his back pocket and he's like 3-0, and then that exactly came to pass. You just see that no one could kill Neural. He was just running where he pleased. He was running under turrets, crushing people against walls, and he did not care.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say is that
Absolutely.
the vision game is like on fleek, on point from the side of Wizards. Just so much defensive vision, so much offensive vision, just constantly pushing that forward to give Neural all the playground he wanted to snap spines. So that has to be something you have to protect. You at least have to protect some sort of defensive vision line so you're not getting caught out in rotation so much. And if you don't find the answer to that, then this may not be as I predicted, which, by the way, Redacted still did not predict, but it will not go to 5 games otherwise.
We will get my prediction, though, right after this short break as we prepare ourselves for game 2. You don't want to go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we prepare ourselves for Game 2 of the Nocturnals versus the Wizards. We have just gotten some hot information straight off the client. They have switched sides. The Nocturnals will now be on the red side, and the Wizards will be on the blue side. Regdor, what do you take of this? What does this mean to you? What do you think they're going to save the counter pick for?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that it.
Thank God he didn't ask me that question.
I know, right? So like, let's go with step one. Step one is secure a power pick on red side in the bot lane. I don't think you need to say power counter pick for like an ADC, but maybe for the support position, like that may be a key piece because Dog Hugger has done so much, or at least do it in the second rotation. Maybe get out some of these enchanters, place them on. Engage in there, it just becomes a little bit easier of a one-to-one matchup. I know Went to Market likes to play things like Bard, which I kind of like seeing people play Bard. It's kind of fun. But that's a lot easier,
Especially
I think,
that
to deal
ultimate,
with in
right?
lane. Yeah, exactly. Because you can pull a Biofrost and solo lose the game. I love the chances for that. Or you can win the game. It's kind of up to you. You have the power. But I say that because that Lulu just stunted the bot lane so hard on every trade. And like we talked about, once Jinx has just the Noon Quiver, she's able to trade so effectively, especially when you're getting that attack speed steroid from the Lulu. Somebody's not allowed to play the game for at least 3 seconds. It does a lot. So that's what I would say is like one of the big pieces, because I think mid is just, it is what it is. It happened. You can kind of chalk that up to just the beanie diff and kind of take it from there.
Alrighty, well, we've got it from Regdor, and now I'm being told we are actually ready for draft. So, Echo, you're saved for your analysis for this one, but maybe we'll get you in the next one. But we're gonna go ahead and turn it over into draft for. Oh, okay. Actually, Echo, we're gonna get your analysis as we are not ready for draft.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. Wait, are we ready for draft or not? I can't tell anymore. Hold on. Let's find out. They're killing me here. Echo, what's your take? Give us a quick take while we're trying to figure some stuff out.
I got you. I think the number one thing right now that's going to have to come up from Nocturnals in this next game is vision. Just the information and deficit was too huge in game number 1. We saw that there was nowhere that anyone from the side of Nocturnals could move without being spotted out and just being taken out soon to follow. So this time around, definitely want to see some more kind of not just defensive wards, but also some offensive warding coming out, especially in that mid lane, because I feel like Beanie got the worst following the legend, right? Beanie got the worst treatment of them all. He couldn't step into the river. He couldn't step into the jungle. Every time he did, boom, he gets hit by the poppy. His back gets snapped. He tries to go anywhere, boom, he gets taken out. Same thing happens to Karthik. He's in the jungle. That was a little loud. Sorry. Same thing happens to Karthik, where he couldn't even be in his own jungle without Neural Synaptic hiding in a bush somewhere and calling Kanji over to take him out. So if they get their warding down, I think that's going to be a huge step for them to kind of being able to get the win.
So vision being a name of the game for the side of the Nocturnals here, which we saw the Wizards have pretty good vision across the map. There's control wards littered. They were very aggressive with their vision, and we saw that as they got a few ganks on the jungle quite a few times, and it was kind of scary to see as you're a jungler, you're walking around your corner and you see a poppy charging at you.
Exactly. And Kongi pulls up too, you're gone. And then Kongi's like, hey, yo, let's do the same thing to the mid laner while we're at it, right? Like they had no fear at this point because they knew where everyone was at all times.
Exactly. So what type of champions do we think we want to see coming out from? I know Regdor already commented on a little bit with the bot lane, but I want to know what type of actually, we will not get to talk about champions as we are now actually ready for draft. So I'm going to pass it over to Regdor and Echo here for draft of game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Why talk about them when we can just see what they're planning to throw at us in this first game with the ban phase underway? Already the Yone being taken off the table once again. Regdor, is there a universe where we don't see Lulu get banned at least?
No, I don't think so. I think it makes it through. I would say that I would like to see Jinx get banned. I would love for somebody across the VRD and the VAS decide to ban Jinx in first rotation. if you're on red side. But, well, I guess I'll be hoping for another week. We still got semifinals and finals of VAS, so I've got a chance. But the Vi, the neural synaptic special, he likes beating people up, I've noticed.
Yeah, well, we might have to wait and see if that's actually the pick, because Akshan is being hovered. It's an interesting pick. No, they trolling. No. They do be trolling.
I had a whole thing about Akshan I was ready to talk about, but you know what? The Wizards gonna keep me waiting.
Oh my god, yep, per usual. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, but that being locked in, and the Jinx.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. The Jinx will be secured by the Nocturnals. That is good to see, and followed up by the Thresh as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong lane. That is what we call a Jinx best friend right there. Thresh is just so great in lane. I think he's one of the best engaged support users of the Glacial Augment since it's been reworked. It's been so great on these guys, and somebody who just has kind of like that natural takiness from the Souls to go ahead and get it up. Now, this is the interesting part where, like, not to go on too long of a spiel about it's a Nautilus instead. I was gonna say, if it was the Kaisa, like there was like the pro play where they talk about playing against LPL and LCK players where they would play both sides of the matchup and somehow you'd still lose when you should be winning. And that's what I'm waiting to see now. They're gonna throw down the gauntlet and say, Joker's gonna play the Kaisa and try to win the matchup again with the bot lane that they just kind of yammed on.
Yeah, looking to maybe show them that they can do what they are able to do, but 10 times better. And it's looking like they will indeed try. The Nautilus and Kaisa both being locked in here. Bit of a statement, to say the least.
Yeah, and again, it's so interesting that we're seeing a sub 45% win rate champion Kaisa be picked in first rotation. 2 weeks in a row, basically. We saw it in the VAS as well. Victoris likes Kaisa, and that's why I cast here, because we have good taste outside of the Garens.
That is fair, to say the least. And now, there it is. Nocturnals grabbing themselves. Beanie Special, baby. Gonna grab themselves the Galio here. Tried, true, and trusted. Should be able to not get as much of a beanie treatment this time around.
Now, I wonder if the Akshan was a real hover, and the reason I say that is because you do have Kaisa that recently has been the AP variation. Nobody seems to know how to click any other of the items than those. Akshan has really good synergies, is somebody that can play into a lot of top matchups, can play the mid matchups pretty well, especially if you play into one of those melee-style champions or short-range champions where you can really abuse the Avenger Ring combo and getting that shielding. So I would be interested to see it come out, and if anybody's going to do it, I feel like the Wizards, I feel like old Kongi is just waiting for the moment to pull out something else that's spicy and new, because Lord knows he's not going to get the Akali, he's not going to get the Yasuo.
Yeah, no time soon with that being banned out as well. And with the last ban about to be dropped here from the Wizards, we get a bit of a better idea as to what the comps are going to look like. Covering the Trundle ban here, really trying to put Karthik out of business here. So we're going to have to wait and see. Hovering it, waiting for that last second. Come on, don't be baiting now. Don't be baiting.
We're really milking the clock here. It's like the last 30 seconds in the NBA, man. Like, come on. Give me something. I need this in my veins right now. Had a long day at work, but now here, casting the VRD. I had to change my shirt after that Garen pick. I felt dirty.
I feel that. That being said, though, picks are coming out now from Nocturnals. Let's see who they opt for here. Man, Nocturnals running down the clock too, bro. Y'all gotta, come on, put some pep in the step. Let's get to it. Like, come on now, the Udyr. Okay, nice to see here from Karthik. We got to see Udyr coming out from Karthik last week as well with a very strong performance, to say the absolute least. And the Wizards looking to maybe respond here.
Wait, is that gonna be a Kaisa mid? Don't play with my emotions. Or a Vayne top. I mean, if it's a Vayne top, I'm losing respect.
Yeah, it would be odd to pick a Vayne top this early, but he's really hovering it. Okay, you just pick your chat. They're gonna pick it. Okay, they're gonna pick it. So is it it must be a Kaisa mid. There's no way you pick the Vayne top into not knowing the top matchup. I am so lost I mean, hey, it's finals. Anything can happen. So you know what?
See, they hear us on cast talking about milking the clock. Now they're just showing everything.
Yeah, now they're really
hard jungle. Yo, Fiora jungle? When?
Make it happen. Okay, allow it being locked in. So it might just be the Kai'Sa mid.
It could be. It could be Vayne mid. Caps did it that one time.
Yeah.
Everybody watched that YouTube video about 16 million times in their life. But that all-important counter pick now coming down for the top side for Nocturnals. Garen is open. If you do lock it in, I'm going to cry live on television. But instead, it's the Mordekaiser. Oh.
Hey, you know what, man? I'll take anything over the Garen, that's for sure. But that has been locked in. And also, I am noticing in the chat as well. The casino is open. You can, I'm not an advocate of gambling, but if you feel like you know what's going to go down, you can go ahead and spend your points. And already, things are being stacked up against the Nocturnals here. 5K on the Wizards in comparison to only 100 on the Nocturnals. Where are the Nocturnal believers at? Come on. Y'all got to be out there somewhere. Come on. Got to believe. Got to have faith. I need your points, please.
Yeah, I was going to say they all lost their points last week when they were betting against the Nocturnals. That's what happened to me. I got like 499 to my name. Feels bad.
It feels bad. Oh my god.
This is a more traditional like style draft from the side of Nocturnals. The big issue is it feels more like a protect comp. Udyr not known in his current iteration for doing a lot of damage as the game goes on. More so being the annoying bear slap and then zoom away with the turtle. Thresh, is Thresh. And Galio has fine early to mid-game damage, but eventually just becomes, the heroic entrance machine, engage and get the 3-man, 4-man taunts.
Yeah.
So a lot of this comes down to Amsterdam not being behind, or at least being even with the ADC, and then Mordekaiser being able to actually exist in side lane, which when you have a Vayne that may be a solo lane Vayne, maybe a bot lane Vayne, either way, that equals pain for all of these guys who like to stack HP and armor. So again, it looks like Wizards has a clear plan with Vayne or Ultimate. There's not a button in the world that gets you away from it. You can flash, you can do everything. It's still going to connect and it's still going to CC you for 16 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if we get to see Neural Synaptics kind of lethality vibe coming out as well. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm actually, the more I'm looking at the Vayne pick, I think it's going to go mid, and I like the idea of it as to kind of counter the safe pick that came out from Beanie here, just because of the amount of like true damage that will come out from that. It's going to kind of force Beanie out of his comfort zone, to say the least. If he wants to do anything stepping up to the wave, he's just going to have to be met with the Vayne just poking him out from further behind. So it's they're really trying to do a number to Beanie here right now, I feel like, to say the least.
Yeah, and as a quick clarification, we did see it locked in for Kongi in the client. So yeah, that is saying it is going to the mid lane, and like you said, into that Galio. Your only choice is, try to get early priority on the wave, have Karthik come through on that early rotation for like a level 2 engage, and just try to put Vayne behind like from jump, like. Early rotation, get her out of there before she can really get to a strong point. Really, that level 2, once she has that W up, that's really going to be one of the deciding factors. But if she's allowed to go even, or she's not pressured early, the same thing we said about the Vlad in game 1, her scaling is just going to get out of hand. And next thing you know, Beanie's getting condemned into his own towers and just getting murdered again. And we don't want to see that. We want to see Beanie create the Beanie diff.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I got the respective Beanie on for it, bro. I'm sending good vibes his way. He's just got to make something happen. What I'm curious though, I want to get your thoughts on this. Do we feel, because we were saying right on the analyst test that we feel like if anything, bot lane would be the lane where they might be able to gap the Wizards. Do you think that with this comp this time around, are they going to be able to do that? Because last time we didn't exactly see that, to say the least. Do we think that this time around the Nocturnals are going to maybe come out on top of the bot lane, or are we going to get a rerun?
I don't know, because I'm still not convinced on where Vayne's going or Kai'Sa. I don't know.
They switched it again? What?
Yeah, they switched again. Who knows?
Okay.
I'm not going to believe it until we're on the Rift, but I think that if Amsterdam's able to get over that, like, a little quick spurt, that one, walk up on the lane and just get insta popped, then I think there's a good chance. I think Thresh and Nautilus gives a lot of opportunities to counter engage on one another, so it's almost like a shootout of who's going to shoot first. that'll kind of be one of the question marks there. But I think this is a much more favorable matchup, whether it be Kaisa Nautilus or Vayne Nautilus. If Ampersand can keep his cool and not over pressure, then I think that they have a better chance than from game one. But Joker is definitely showing me at least why I should have been watching their games more, because I put some disrespect on the man's name, and I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Same here, man. I said that I hadn't seen him do much that I was very impressed with, and then he just man showed up this time around. He was like, I'm sorry, what did you just say? And he's like, absolutely sent it. And also, I think we need to talk about Dog Hugger as well. I do not want to see that kind of performance that we just saw in game one, where it's like you lose the trade and then you just send in the baby rage hook and try to like get something out of it. You pop your ultimate, you're igniting everything, and you still end up dying. Like, we can't be seeing that. If you end up losing the trade, just back off, man. Just chill. You got a whole 20 minutes for the first part of the game. Like, you got a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, the name of the game is going to be keep your cool and keep the vision game up.
Absolutely. Got to keep that balance. No tilting. This ain't a seesaw here. But that being said, there really is only one way to find out if they can find that balance, if they can find the chi, and that is to get into the game itself. So we'll go into a short break. And then when we are back, we'll be on the Rift for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Rift. Game number 2 is getting underway. Now, game 1, we saw a very dominating performance coming out from the Wizards here. So let's see if this time around the Nocturnals can show us just how good of a team they are. Already getting to see some full team little roam coming out here. Gonna have to see if that pays off.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Taking the smart way so they don't get caught on vision.
Oh, it might just pay off. Joker did get hit by the hook, and goodbye. Good night. That's first blood going into the hands of Karthik. Now that's the start that they were looking for.
I did see a TSM banner as one of their first blood emotes, and I gotta say that is a major L, boys. Change that up quick. But that is exactly what they're looking for in this game. Good use of the level 1.
Has spawned.
Looking maybe for something else here.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Dropping the word a little bit too late to know that Spencer was in that bush. So Spencer's, yeah, okay, no, it's the same person, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
Spencer went to market.
Okay.
Spencer.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Went to Spencer. Dope. All right. Well, in that case, in that case, I do want to talk about Kanji and Joker both grabbing the cleanse. How do you feel about that?
You know, I'm kind of a hater on heal. I don't think it's nearly as great, and especially when you're going into Chimera Mat card. Like, you have so many forms of CC, and I think the general rule of thumb for me is if there's more than 2 forms of CC, they can just ruin my day. It's a good time to take cleanse. So, pretty smart. We were talking about it quickly off cast, and just as like an idea. So we saw Faker play Kaisa mid. That's a thing. But Kaisa mid scales a bit better because it doesn't need the serrated Dirk. So it's a bit more gold efficient. You get your Q evolve off the Muramana and just levels a lot quicker. So it's not required.
Yeah.
But generally, we've seen it paired with the Ignite, so you have that early kill pressure. Galio and Mr. Beanie Man can play this matchup pretty well if he can just avoid trying to play solo into the lane. And instead, we see Akongi just going after it.
He's being disrespectful, to say the least. Definitely needs to be careful that it doesn't get collapse on, but does spot out Karthik. And already, they're starting with the vision game, right? They spot him out, drop the ward, and now everyone knows exactly where Karthik was and how they should play accordingly. Now, bot lane knows that, they gotta be a little worried now.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting in this top lane piece because right now there's a lot of tankiness and a lot of CC from the side of Nocturnals getting that nice little trade there.
Yeah, that was a nice little 1-2 coming out from Dog Hugger there that time around. Nocturnals definitely showing that they are not going to be taking the abuse this time around. They've got Joker and Spencer both shoved in under their turret here. Beanie finally hitting that level 3 is going to be able to actually, reliably somewhat stay consistent in the mid lane against Kanji here.
Mero Mad, on the other hand, getting hit by all of the things there, having to walk away on the Mordekaiser. Alawi is going to be really a linchpin here to have that side lane pressure and be this, giant meatball that nobody can touch. And if you do try to collapse on her, she does have that ultimate available to just change the battlefield into a nightmare for you.
Yeah, that's why I'm also feeling like this time around, maybe don't make Camaro Matt the weak side warrior. Maybe get in there, try and get him ahead before Torchy manages to reach that level 6, because we can see he's already kind of struggling even pre-6, and it's just your opportunity to kind of get up there and make something happen. It's just getting slimmer and slimmer as Torchy levels up.
Yeah, and I think one of the tricks, at least in the 1v1, is waiting for Torchy to drop that ultimate, then taking him to the death round, because then you don't have to deal with the ultimate there, as long as it's put down first. But if you do it in the opposite order, the death round could just be Camaro Matt's death instead.
Definitely a 50-50 there. We're going to have to wait and see, though. This time around, a bit more quiet other than that first blood. We do see that Karthik is in that bot lane looking for a long range where Spencer might just walk right into it. Yeah, he's just going to slap him, hit him with the stun. The choppers get dropped, but the flash is good, so he should be able to get away from that. Karthik can't quite find anything else there. Close call, to say the absolute least. Nothing quite going to come out of it, but at least they will get the flash out from Spencer.
Joker with the precise clicks, though, making sure to get the condemn down on the Dog Hugger to make that play end prematurely. So still a positive trade with the flash being burnt from Spencer, but now Neural Synaptics coming down to say, hey, I know how to do this game too.
Yep, indeed. Dog Hugger not quite going to hit though, but we'll get the flay. Spencer taking a whole lot of damage here. Dog Hugger needs to get out of there, though. Spencer will finally go down. Dog Hugger is incredibly low, and so is Karthik. Karthik with the flash. Dog Hugger not going to get out of that one alive, though. Amstan couldn't do anything to protect his boy. No heal available. Used the exhaust, but it wasn't quite enough. Ooh, okay.
And now we see the all-in.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? That's gonna allow. That's so much damage coming from Beanie. Is gonna allow him to stay in contest with Kanji in this mid lane here, and not just get absolutely shafted. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Kanji now hitting that level 6. Karthik on his way over, perhaps. Nah. To decided not to.
Yeah, we see, like, again, you see the Acathian Rain being used in the lane with minions. It just minimizes, like, the damage you're taking. It just gives you such that positive all in. Then you can use the taunt on the way out to make sure they can't trade back on you. Exactly what Beanie needs to continue to try to do. Because especially once we get that Acathian Rain upgraded, it is a boatload of damage if it hits you solo.
Yeah, so like around Matt, on that top lane, little trading going out here. Torchy though, waiting to see for that moment if you can make something happen here, but nothing really gonna come out of that. The first dragon is on the rift, and we see both junglers already hovering, both looking for that opportunity to try and find something. Speaking of opportunities, Beanie might have just found something here, trying to go with that all engage. Kanji though getting on top of him. The flash coming up from Beanie, will be able to escape. So he does live to fight another day, and that's the ult out from Kanji, but did have to burn flash in the process.
Yeah, not the best trade in the world, but, you know, 1 Amtone versus the 2 long swords. A little bit of an item difference in terms of raw damage in the mid lane. But, you know, we're seeing the Jinx pay off here. We have the priority for the early dragon. The vision game is looking just a little bit better on the bot side of the map, at least. Map's a little dark overall. So that's a huge change between game 1 and 2. And they've been able to keep it together very well here in the early game, not giving up too much to the side of the Wizards, who we've seen. They don't fumble the bag when they have the lead, especially, at least in game 1, they don't fumble the bag. But now in a bit more even of a game state, what can the Nocturnals do with it? You know, we do have the Herald coming up here in the next 20 seconds. Have to see if any of the supports rotate to try to make this early play and try to get some points on the board.
Yep, Kanji on his way into that mid lane. Can't quite find the grab, though, so won't get anything out of that. With that Rift Herald being up in 6 seconds, though, maybe we see Camaro, Matt, and Karthik try to take it. Synaptic will be close by, though, so we'll have to wait and see if they do end up butting heads. And actually, it's looked like Camaro, Matt, might just going to drop that vision down. And already, that's exactly what we're talking about. That's what we want to see, right? That deep offensive vision coming out is going to allow them to track Synaptic a lot better and know when to make plays and when not to.
Ooh. Using that supercharge just to get out of the E quick enough.
Yeah, I like
It's such a mind game from Dog.
Yeah, yeah. The lantern being dropped to make it look like there's a third member there. We did see a lot of pings coming out about that, especially. That's some big brain mind kind of stuff, but nothing quite coming out of it. The hook finally connects. He's been hitting a lot of those max range hooks, doing a lot of damage to Dog Hugger. The Ignite comes out as well, trying to find that kill. There we go. Will find it finally. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, Synaptic is in the death realm. A very nice dash to try and get away. There's a shield, but it won't quite be enough. And in this bot lane, Spencer, come on, man. That was exactly what we were talking about. You shouldn't be doing. Joker goes down, and Spencer, he's like, I'ma send it. Goes under turret. And instead, Amistan comes out victorious. He pulled the Dog Hugger this time around.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's just the Nautilus, but I have to say, like, RIP to Dog Hugger. He gave his heart and soul to the cause to get the double kill for the Jinx. Now he's going to get some tower playing as well. And this seems like a rerun from last game, because I was just talking about the Jinx being 2-0, backing with, 1,400 gold, sitting on the Noon Quiver and Pickaxe. So, same ADC, different player. And now we see, like, this Jinx is going to have to be highly contested. You can't be giving it up on blue side, or I'm sorry, on red side. You have to either ban it or, pick it. So it's kind of wild that Nocturnals were allowed to pick this up on R1. And we're just seeing how much of a difference, number one, Dog Hugger's Thresh makes, but as well as Amistan on the side of the pick.
Yep, Synaptic decides to join the fight, but Beanie is too damn a tanky. Kanji getting pretty low. Karthik trying to find something, but a very nice killer instinct will allow Kanji to escape. Just barely, but the super mega death rocket doesn't quite connect. Gonna miss. Beanie trying to dash and find something. Won't quite find anything though, and now Riftdale is going to be crashing into that turret. Ooh, she is tempting fate tonight. Needs to be careful. Is gonna have to back. Can't do much to defend his turret. Oh, Joker looking to go into a very nice stun, condemned as well, and there is no universe where Amstan escapes alive. Just like that, they managed to find something to take him out. Meanwhile, this top lane, Camaro Matt to get hit by the ultimate. A whole lot of damage coming out. Won't quite be enough to take him down, though. Meanwhile, Dog Hugger trying his best to do some damage, but won't quite find anything. But that's exactly what Wizards needed to do. They had to make Amstan disappear. He was a bit too far ahead, but they're able to get him out with a very nice little two-man all-in.
Instead of like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, they pulled the Amistad off of the rift.
Yeah,
Oh,
they made him disappear, dude. They put him in the hat.
Yeah, exactly. But that was, hey, they acquired the bag there, got the shutdown, really well executed, you know, dive from the side of the Wizards, who for the most part now are kind of getting shut down at most of the turns. There is 3 kills on this Vayne, but that's the whole sale. There's the whole kit and caboodle here. We saw Neurosynapsis try to get involved in the mid lane and instead found himself going to the gray screen instead. So they've done a great job kind of ironing out the early game, the woes they had this last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Neurosynaptic, we do see him moving into this ball lane here. They're going to try and collapse on Joker. Beanie already in position, waiting. Joker and Spencer know something is up, and they're about to be in a very bad time. The Lantern just get dropped, looking to find Joker here. Flash coming out with the Ignite, though, but Amstan just does too much damage, and they're going to find that first kill. Dogger flashing over the wall, actually dodges the Q, but it doesn't matter because you can't dodge the turret shot, but will be executed, so that gold won't go into anyone's hands, and overall, that's a net positive in our book.
Yeah. Somehow that's like one of those plays when the player dies, somebody's like, none of us hit him? None of us touched him?
Really, guys?
Ow.
No one?
But really well executed dive. 1 too many tower shots. 2 the Thresh ends up being his own death sentence along the way. But you saw like how hard it forced Joker to have to flash actually back towards the lane into the waiting arms of Amistad.
Yep. Speaking of waiting arms, Camaro Matt has got Kanji exactly where he wants him in the Death Realm. Use the cleanse, but it won't get you out of there. And will go down. Spencer was there waiting to try and make something happen, but couldn't quite find anything. Now he's going to go down next, and that's going to be another kill going into Camaro Matt's arms.
And every time somebody wants to say, you know, Nocturnes maybe in over their head, we again find them in this state where they are just finding all of the plays that they need. Now up 2 dragons, 3k gold. They are doing the damn thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a bit of a replay going here. Okay. Look at that going down. Yeah, it's just nothing Kanji can do. Hits the exhaust as well, but won't get him out of there. Nowhere for him to run. Goes down, and Spencer with that hook, trying his best just to find anything to try and get Kanji out of there, but pays the ultimate price at the end of the day.
And this is like we were talking about, is that when you try to play Kai'Sa mid, there's just so many picks out there that can really nullify what she wants to do, as well as, you know, she needs very certain game states where she can kind of execute members. Even though she has this sped up sort of scaling from the mid lane, already level 10, where Vice Joker's sitting there at level 8. So you see that difference. Should have the Acathian range evolved at this point, but still, it's so hard to play into this quadruple CC setup.
Yeah, speaking of CC, so much coming out here. Spencer just barely got able to get out of there alive. The cage was dropped, but it didn't matter. The hook did land, so Spencer gets out of that one. Close call, to say the least.
And look at the damage difference when you get to have the Kraken Slayer. I think it's such an interesting divergence. We used to have, you know, the LDR enjoyers versus the collector enthusiasts. And now it's all about the Gale First versus the Kraken Slayer. But we do see the TP come in from Torchy.
Yep, indeed. And we also see Dogger about to be down for the count. Will go down into the hands of Joker. Very nice little TP coming up from Torchy to try and cut off the way. Amstan will be able to escape, though.
That Dog Hugger in his final breath lands the death sentence to make sure that Amistad can get away. It's just, you can't write these things. It's a love story.
True indeed. And that means that the Neurosynaptic about to be in for a bad time. It's going to flash, use the blast cone, but it blasted him straight up. So he does need to dip, but Spencer will be there to protect him. So nothing quite going to come out of that. Once again, I feel like this is just, that's kind of become the motto this time around. Half the time it's just nothing quite coming out of it, unfortunately.
It's just an absolute win from the side of Nocturnals. They get a blast cone, victory. Flashes, yes. Mega victory. And this is exactly what you need. You need this sort of game for the players, one, to keep this positive mentality. Nobody wants to walk into game 3 being 0-2. but they've done a great job clearing up. Again, look at the vision difference now. It's such a quiet vision game as opposed to game 1, where the map was just littered with, not to be littered with Dog Hugger.
Yeah, but as time goes on, they keep finding Dog Hugger in these bad spots and keep taking him out. Kanji does get hit by Beanie. Beanie needs to be careful with that turret. Gonna go ahead and dip, though, like it was nothing. Kanji, he's a little too cocky. Keeps staying in these spots where he shouldn't be, and he keeps getting punished accordingly.
We see some just like danger pings coming down for this Alawi who's pushing on the tier 2 on the top side of the map. But Karthik and Chimera Matt are there to take some vision away, and vision being color.
Absolutely. But there it is. Didn't wait for the ultimate to get popped from Torchy before taking him to the death realm, but it might not even matter. Smite comes out, Super Mega Death Rocket follows, and you can do all the healing in the world. It won't matter. And they will pick up that kill. Chimera Matt securing himself his 3rd kill of the match. Now 3-0-2. So far, it's really looking like we were saying before. It's going to be the Joker show. Everything's going to come down to Joker and how well he can pilot in these team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And these champions aren't like Nautilus, for instance. What gold does he need? He can always hit Q. You know, he can always do that thing with the Aftershock rune. But Alawi needs gold, needs kills, needs the ability to play the game. Vi needs gold, needs money, needs ability to play the game, actually function inside the game League of Legends. So when all of these surrounding pieces around Joker are, malnourished children akin to game 1, it doesn't work nearly as effectively. Now you look, Dog Hugger's just walking, like begging somebody to come over this wall and just challenge him.
Yep, and they're gonna find Neural Synaptic. Does get pulled in, and that was the worst time of all because Dragon is on the map now, so that should be a free smited Drake for the side of Nocturnals. Expertly played, beautifully timed, and they will be rewarded accordingly.
Absolutely. Now this feels like I've been watching a lot of Attack on Titan, so Neural Synaptic was kind of like a member of the Survey Corps there, but sadly was not a protagonist, was not a main character.
No
so
plot armor for him. Yeah, we'll go
Same
down.
could be said for Spencer here.
Yep, he has no plot armor to say the least, and neither does this turret as they are going to crash into it and should be able to take this down. Maybe even get a hit on the tier 3 as well. Gonna have to wait and see. Got to clear out the minions. And unless Neurosynaptic can say anything, it's looking like they won't quite get it. The smite comes out, and yeah, okay, Kanji gonna go ahead and stop it. But Neurosynaptic is gonna pay with his life. But at the very least, your turret will not.
Actually, that turret is not surviving.
That turret is not surviving because Avastan gets that reset. It does so much damage. So much for that. So much for that sacrifice will be for naught as they lose the tier 3 regardless.
Yeah, this is Game 1 was the Wizards show. Game 2 is Nocturnals turning out the lights here. Again, only 5 kills, and they are all on this vein. All on this vein that has 1.5 items to their name. Much different. Now sitting on Soul Point at 18 minutes into the game. There's not even a Baron for them to take yet, but they already have an open inhibitor mid. Now, the trick is that you cannot just take... It feels so juicy to want to take a mid inhibitor, but it's just so much gold you're funneling into the side of the Wizards, and when you take away the mid lane, you don't have the ability to play on the 2 lanes that you would want to when you have that sort of priority and that tempo advantage. So whether it be just because of death timers, or maybe it's because they're smart, they leave the mid inhibitor up, and now they can really start pressuring, hopefully, the bottom side of the map that has so much standing gold. Tier 1 still there.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a lot of gold they'd be able to cash in if they do decide to go for it. Baron is up in 30 seconds as well, so I would imagine that if we get to see a pick coming out from the Nocturnals, that they decide to channel that into a Baron, but we're gonna have to wait and see if they can cash someone out. Neural Synaptic, for example, look at the level difference. He's in the worst state of pretty much anyone in his team, still at level 9, same level as Dog Hugger at the moment. Bit of a jungle diffy right now, honestly. Your Karthik 4-0-7, level 11, looking good, looking hot, and looking ready to go, but are gonna have to wait and see. The tides always could be turned.
Yeah, and at least the saving grace right now is this push that Alawi's been able to keep on the top side of the map. Torchic, is actually up 1k gold on the Mordekaiser, but just the difference in the kill line is just allowed because, gosh, Karthik's been all over the map here, involved and nearly 11 out of the 14 kills. If they just start up the Baron without a care in the world.
Yeah, they're just going to let Torchy live, do their thing. They're not even going to bother him. Yeah, you get those Krugs while we get this Baron right here. Absolutely just shutting it down. Nothing really to do. And there should be a free Baron for him indeed as they go ahead and just smite it. Yeah, Torchy's like, wait a minute. I thought for sure there'd be like a 5-man coming up to kill me, but Nocturnals are like, nah, dude, you take those. You go ahead and take those Krugs. See what happens.
Trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map.
Huge ultimate coming out, but it should not matter. Torchy actually so much healing. This might be what they need. They do grab one. Heroic Entrance coming in as well. Spencer in that death realm can't really move. Joker running for his life, but it won't matter. Will go down. So they will lose one member at the end of the day, but Nocturnals do still come out ahead. Karthik, a valiant sacrifice.
Karthik on the Udyr, playing the game, if you will, of being the Kim tank engaged. But they do have a small wave here pushing in the mid lane. They now do have the Baron buff to push in and crack open the base. Death timers, not that long though, so they may get one tower, but if they overstay, this could be the opening that the Wizards need to get back in.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, it also just shows we were talking about how this Alawi needs money to get into the game, come online, and we saw it there, right? That still so much damage did, because despite being, 1-in-1, so much damage was still coming out from Torchy there with that ultimate, allowing that fight to almost go into the Wizards' favor, but at the end of the day, just wasn't quite enough, and they still end up going down. Oh, perfect. We get to just see it right in person.
Yeah, now we get to see the replay.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that, right? It goes in, so much healing coming out. A whole lot of damage when you look at those red health bars, right? And that allows him to take out Karthik. But then just the healing just a bit too much. You see Spencer has to run off. Joker is in a terrible position, and Neural Synaptic was just way too late to the party. And they don't even have Kanji there. So it's like, at the end of the day, they do end up falling short.
But now we see a fight over Soul Point here.
Indeed. Neural Synaptic gonna have to flash to get out of that one alive. A close call to say the least, but there's just nothing they can do at the moment. Super Mega Death Rocket doing a lot of damage. They know that they don't want to give up this dragon. This is Soul, but they kind of have to. There's really not much that they can do at the moment. Torchy being incredibly low. They are going to get a little bit of poke damage off here, though, onto Beanie. That might just be what they need, as the dragon has been started up, looking to try and grab it here. It's going to be a bit of a smite fight. Karthik is going to grab it, though, because there was just nowhere that Neural Synaptic could go. And look at all those health bars. Dog Hugger will actually go down. They'll go 1 for 1, and this might just be the fight they need. Joker piloting beautifully around that fight, grabbing himself a kill. Can he get another one here? So close, but he will go down. Karthik hits him with a bear slap, hits him with a 1-2 across the cheek, takes him out, and they grab Kanji as well. That's the ace. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the base. And with that,
the double TP.
The double TP, indeed, just to make sure that they finish things off. Game 2 will be going into the hands of Nocturnals. And Spencer, run Spencer, no! Spencer will go down, the last man. And that should be it, right, guys? Come on, don't go dying to the minions now.
Oh, this is getting rough.
Oh,
this is getting rough.
This is getting rough indeed. They might actually not get it. Oh, if Neural Synaptic had his ultimate up right now, Camaro Man would be in so much trouble. They won't actually, dude. No, if Wizards manage to turn this thing around and come back, I'm just gonna leave.
Do I need to change my shirt again? I'm already feeling a little dirty right now. The two big boys didn't have the gas in the paint.
I just did this whole big call and everything. It was supposed to be that big moment, and now they're just, not doing it. Yeah, but we do get to see the replay of the dragon right here. Look at that. They do end up getting Dog Hugger, but it's just everyone is so separate at the moment. And then you see those health bars slowly but surely going out. Joker trying his best to do as much damage as he can, right? He's tumbling, he's rolling, he's dashing and dodging. But at the end of the day, it's just not enough, and they find all the members. The double TP comes out, and now we get to actually see what's going down there. Oh, no, never mind. Replay man was like, no, you do not get to see that. And you know what? I'm fine with that, honestly. It was a little embarrassing for the side of Nocturnals.
And now this is the point where Kongi is really starting to get into his own, has the Muramana as well as the Luden's Tempest. So the W spam is online, maybe a Keck W, depending on which way you like to look at it. Still 0-3, though. Hasn't been able to find themselves involved in any completions, any first downs, whatever sports reference you would like. It is all still kind of on the back of Joker. Has him in the backpack, has the Alawi. is a little beefy. Has got some things going their way, but that's still only 8 to 23 kills with an open Nexus on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking to go ahead and grab themselves this turret here, just in case they can't get the Nexus a second time around. At least they're going to do some damage to some of the structures around here. No minion wave, though, at the moment, so they can't really do anything. It just shows, right, the Nexus is exposed, but still, you're not at that position yet where you could just send it head on and 100% come out on top. And Nocturnals realize that, and that's also good to see, right, that they're not about to throw away their entire lead. Gonna wait for that minion wave. Gonna try to do some damage. Hook does connect on Torchy. They're sending everything they got to take him out, and they will indeed. Torchy is down. That's a huge amount of AoE damage being taken off the board. That might just spell the end for the Wizards in this game.
And they could just vibe here. I mean, they didn't even need to send Camaro Matt towards the mid lane. That wave's going to continue to push in, and they can spend all the time they want. As long as Doghugger does not continue to get hit by Void Seekers, they can just vibe it out and just continue to put pressure on this, catch anybody who steps up.
Yeah,
but it does look like there is a skirmish on the top side as the engage comes in on the bottom side.
Oh, Lord, Kanji getting low as well. Once again, the box was dropped. Doghugger is going to be able to escape, though. It's ignited incredibly low, but it won't go down. Joker was the only man standing, trying his best, but he just doesn't do enough damage. Gets slapped by Karthik, gets shot by Amstan. Will go down. Kanji, last man standing. He's stuck in the river. Oh, Amstan with a flash to escape the Void Seeker. That was cool to say the least, but a flash coming out. Very nice enough from Torchy. Will get himself that one kill. Can he find something else? Sees Doghugger, but won't quite be able to get. And once again, they're defending the base. Like, they're still holding. They're losing all their structures at the moment. Karthik might have bit on more than he can do. Trying to get that inhibitor. Needs to be careful. Should be able to run off. But overall, they're still holding on.
That was the worst timing on a on an inhib respawn possible.
Yeah.
Saves the base for the side of Wizards. They live to fight another day, and the next fight has to be around this Baron that's currently up. Still a minute 30 on the Elder, and this is the time you got to make a hero play. You got to either choose to win the game in the most amazing, flashy fashion if you're a Demon Slayer fan, or you got to go the opposite way and just go out in a blaze of glory and call it real and just not like slowly lose the game, but quickly lose it.
Yeah, so they're really just, I mean, I'd say they're holding on by a thread, but it's something smaller, more minuscule than that, because somehow they are still alive at the moment. I'm surprised, actually, that, no, it is a full team there, actually, never mind. I'm surprised that Torchy is still going ahead and backing right now. They knew that they were moving into that Baron here. No wards are being dropped at the moment, so they won't have a TP ability. Oh, there we go. It has been dropped, but it doesn't matter. It's a bit too late. Neural Synaptic already down, so there's no smite opportunity. And that is going to be the Baron going into the hands of Nocturnals, and that's also a kill going into the hands of Joker down. Kanji gets terribly low. Torchy in the Death Dimension, so they might have to leave him for dead, and they will indeed. Now Kanji using the Blast Cone to get over the wall, but Karthik is hot on this trail. He's running, but it doesn't even matter because the Super Mega Death Market finds him. And now Spencer is the only man standing. He's just chilling in the river. He's just going to take a little break here as they go ahead and recuperate and get ready for game one. This time around, they should be able to finish.
Kanji has left the game as the Nexus leaves the rift.
Well, indeed, finally, third time's the charm. They managed to get the inhibitor this time around and grab themselves game number 2. And just like that, we're in for a long one, to say the absolutes. But let's get Redacted in here and get his thoughts on it.
I lost 4,000 points.
Yo, I'm up money. Give me that payout.
Yeah, I lost 4K, but it's all good, you know?
It's all good.
It's all good. And, you know, that's why I don't give predictions, you know, because I am not a good predictor. That's why you will never see me in a casino either. I got one more round in me. All in.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, man.
But let's talk about the game and not about my channel points that I just lost. So this is now officially a series. We have ourselves a series on our hand, you know. Both teams have taken a game. Both games have been somewhat of a stomp. I think we can say that, right? Can we say that for this game?
Yeah.
It wasn't like a complete shellacking like game 1, but I think that's fair to say, though, right?
Yeah. No, I
Convincing.
Yeah.
It's like, there we go. Yeah.
We'll take that one.
It was a very convincing win. We can say that for sure. So with that being said, like, what do we think now? Going into game three, yo. How do we feel?
Uh, I I'm gonna say I think the comp was probably the main issue here coming out from Wizards. I think it was a little BM what they took this time around.
Hmm.
So I think they're real because I feel like they thought to themselves, oh, like we got this in the bag. We can do some crazy comp and it'll still work out. I think now they're realizing why Nocturnals managed to get where they are at the moment. And now that they realize, okay, we can't be playing around, we gotta start, taking this very seriously.
Hmm.
Things are going to look a whole lot different in game three. I think game three is kind of going to be like, we had a stomp for the Wizards in game one. We had a stomp for the Nocturnals in game two. Game three is going to really be where they butt heads, and it's going to be a close call.
Okay. What about you, Richter?
Okay, number one, Kaisa mid, get it out, get it out. We're done.
Yeah.
It had its chance.
At its moment.
That's
Didn't
just
work
not how you do it. But number two is Jinx. I don't know. Again, like if you watch VAS as well, we've been saying this and we've been saying it on the VRD. Why is Jinx getting picked R1? Like number one, if you're blue side, why are you not taking it? Number two, if you're on red side, why are you not banning it? The champion has done well in these two games. It's done well in the past weeks in every series. Kaisa is kind of a pick or ban champion. And we're seeing that both Joker and Amistan have the ability to go ahead and
Jinx,
use
do you
it
mean?
to the, yeah, Jinx. What did I say? I don't know.
You
I
said
blacked
Kaisa. You
out.
said,
Hey,
yeah, it's all
Kaisa's
good.
great too. Kaisa's great too. Not mid though. But Jinx is this pick or ban champion that both of these ADCs can pilot well, and whoever has kind of the lane advantage. We saw what Spencer can do on the Lulu to enhance that capability. We saw what Doghugger does on the signature Thresh. In both times, the winning bot lane, I'm going to say the winning bot lane, has won the game. So it's really centered around that. And you saw Karthik getting involved early, just like Neural did in game one, and getting these advantages to where you're backing on your mythic item early on in the game before, I think, pre 14 minutes. And that's a great spot to be in because then, especially in what we've been calling the protect Amistan comps, Amistan's doing what Amistan does best. And as like my closing piece here, hashtag get beaned. Beanie's 5-0-11 in the game.
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah, absolutely. I screenshotted it and sent it to my mom. I'm gonna get it printed off and put on my fridge. Let
Put
me
on the
tell
wall
you.
behind you, dude, so you can have
My
it.
Yeah.
client crashed after we got out that game. It must have been that must have been how crazy it was. I'm rebooted now though, like the client obviously. So I didn't see those stats. That's why I was like so shocked. Like, wait, did he really? That's awesome. Wow, Beanie Diff indeed. But I do have to wonder now, Regner. You made a very great point that I want to harp on, is that both of these teams have played like their bot lane has carried them to victory. Do we think we're gonna see more attention, more bans? Do we think we're gonna see more focus on the bot lane in terms of like trying to shrink the pool a little bit here? Or do you think we might still get the standard picks and bans that we've been seeing so far?
I think it still depends on side select. If anybody will change anything up, I think
Mhm.
the solo lanes are being held at bay to the greatest extent, if you will,
Mhm.
with the early rotation bans of Akali and Yone. I think you have to keep those in place. Maybe that
Mhm.
third ban, if you decide Nocturnals, could change up. Maybe you let go of that Diana if you're on red side and instead throw in the Jinx. Or if you think that you really want to call Wizards bluff and see if they leave it open on R1 again, maybe you do that. But again, I think the red side team should just be banning away the Jinx, call it real, and then see what these ADCs fall back on, what the teams think is the second biggest priority. Because I don't think it's Kaisa. Maybe it is Vayne in a game where Joker isn't the only one with the ability to play.
Alrighty, indeed. And that's a great analysis for sure. But we'll have to find out what both of these teams plan on doing in game three. But we're going to take a short break here as we'll be back for that. Stay tuned.
It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Don't bury your demons and tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your
Welcome back, everyone, as we are preparing ourselves for Game 3 of the Nocturnals versus the Wizards. And once again, we have the Wizards on the red side and Nocturnals on the blue side. So, as Regner has harped time and time and again, will we see that Jinx banned on the blue? Or, Regner, I believe you said you wanted it banned on red side and picked blue B1. And if not, then it needs to be out of here, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you need to. If you're on red side, if you are Nocturnals, you need to ban Jinx
Or Wizards.
unless you're. Who's
Wizards
red side?
aren't red.
Wizards. So
Wizards
if
aren't
I
red
was
yet.
Wizards, I would maybe call their bluff. Maybe if you think you can handle it, but if you are Nocturnals and Jinx is up, you just need to pick it B1. Like forget the Diana, forget whatever else. Just keep your bans the same. And flip around and pick up the Jinx on B1. If they take the Jinx, or if they ban Jinx from red side, then you can go to the secondary priorities, whether it be the Diana that they had a B1 in game 1, or if you think something else is out there in the jungle that you just want to be able to pick away. That's kind of the name of the game.
Echo, any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like you said, man. Also, I feel like Amstan was putting up a much better performance on the Jinx as well in comparison to the Kai'Sa this time around. So it's like he's really shown us that if he has kind of that comp that allows him to play a little bit more safe, then he's incredibly consistent on picking up those resets and picking up those kills. And honestly, when it comes to the Wizards, I would love to see something like the Lulu coming out again, because I feel like that was so huge. It was so crucial to, like we were saying before, just stopping a lot of those engages that were coming out and also protecting Joker and allowing him to do pretty much whatever the hell it is he wanted to do. So I would love to see a pick, something like that coming out from Wizards. But hey, I ain't the coach and only time will tell.
All right. And, now that we are at the midway point of this series, I do have to ask my analysts, my casters, do you want to change your prediction?
Nah, I'm saying 3-2 Nocturnals. I think Kongi now hates me. I think he's upset with me. So, but I'm ride or die with the beanie diff. I'm ride or die.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. I think
Echo, you're still 3-1, I believe.
I'm
Wizards?
still 3-1. Yeah, I think now that Wizards got a bit of a rude awakening on that last game, they got whooped, to say the least. There, now they're real. I'm just saying how it is, bro. It is how it is. Now that they realize that they can't be playing no games with the Nocturnals, they're like, okay, let's sit down, let's focus, let's not do any of that goofy stuff we just did, and let's just bring the bag home.
Alrighty. Well, we have heard it here first from our casters here and they're sticking to their guns. So, we're going to go ahead and transition into draft as we prepare ourselves for game 3 of the Wizards versus the Nocturnals. Let's get it.
All right. Thank you so much, Redacted. Let's just get right into this thing. Yeah. Yeah, you already see you shaking your head. Like, this can go either way at this point. Like, you never know with these two teams.
Flip a coin. That could be the game.
Oh, that being said, though, already Yone ban coming out, I would be very surprised if Akali isn't soon to follow suit right after this red side ban. Gonna have to wait and see, though.
Probably Twitch. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see him changing up too much. Like I said, the Jinx is the only thing. And if you ban the Jinx from the side of Wizards, then that leaves open Diana or whatever it may be if you're blue side from Nocturnals, kind of dealer's choice. But instead, they do go ahead and ban the Diana, which leaves up Wizards to make the decision. Instead, they choose the Galio. So this should be a B1 Jinx.
Yeah.
It seems like an easy day, easy decision. Just slam it.
They're taking their time for that easy. Okay. Whew. I was getting a little worried. They were taking the time a little bit for that decision, but they do make the right one, and they will grab the Jinx. The Tristana actually being locked. And there's that Lulu, baby. That's what I wanted to see. I don't know why I got so hyped about that, but the Lulu does come out right. That's exactly what we were just talking about before. It was such a huge tool when it came to denying some of those engages coming out. And the Tristana, that's just going to make his life even way more easier.
Yeah, but generally I love seeing Tristana with the hard engage when you have something like a Leona or a Nautilus where you can have that level 2 all in, especially when Jinx doesn't have the capability to really fight back.
Yeah.
So the thresh coming through is fine, I think. But I would have loved to see him maybe match the Enchanter, maybe something like a Karma, which could be a flex we have seen in the solo lane more than once over the past year. But instead, we do see a Soraka being hovered, which means that we could have a solo lane Enchanter. We have seen went to market on the Soraka before, played it in Game 4 versus the Hornets, the 3-1 series that got them here. So you never know.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to wait and see. They're waiting until that last second, and yeah, okay. Nah, they ain't trolling that time around. That's good to see. Gonna grab that, gonna grab that J4. Have me a little worried, but already I'm seeing potential avenues for Lulu, right? Once again, Udyr, he's trying to run straight at you. You just polymorph him. How much he can do during that time. And if you already have a Tristana that's already gotten a bit of that lead, it's gonna be super easy for him to just blow Udyr up.
Yeah, and Tristana is like one of those slept-on ADCs. Scales incredibly well, has self-peel, has the repositioning with the rocket jump, has so many tools in the kit, and just does so well in these comps where she has the time to just sit there and auto-attack as that range extends with each level that she gains.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting how Joker kind of navigates his way through. He has shown that he is not afraid to be aggressive and get in there, but has also had kind of that nice edge play style, with knowing when to use the Flash Gale Force to get out and kind of bait the enemy team into a bad fight.
Yeah, definitely. And already Nocturnals sniffing out these returning champs are going to go ahead and get rid of the Vladimir, rightfully so. Was definitely quite the large thorn in their side, to say the least. The Malphite about to be taken away here by the Wizards. Still hovering it though, but overall, right, no real surprise there. It's like I feel like both of these top laners, being these kind of weak side warriors, they're pretty evenly matched in skill wise. I'd say we've been seeing in Game 1 and Game 2 not really too much going down ever in this top lane, unless the jungler just kind of decided to show their face up there, make an opportunity happen.
Yeah, remind them that is a lane they have seen before. What's really going to be interesting is what we get to see Beanie put on. The Galio taken out. We saw what all the Wizards can do with the counter pick, or just having a good lane state for Kongi. So that's really going to be the question of what's next. Maybe we see a set come out. His Lissandra wasn't the worst thing in the world either. And that's really like all he played last series. We know the Seraphine was kind of a dirty pick that maybe he can bring out again and try to redeem himself with. But that looks like just a simple Yasuo out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, definitely a dangerous play to make. But if the Nocturnals wanted to kind of, do as they preach, you think that maybe they'd leave the Yone open and then allow Beanie to grab the set, because like you were saying, right, it's such a good counter into the Yone, and it worked out incredibly well for him last week. Of course, he is going up against Kanji this time around, so that's definitely, it's not going to be the same, but I mean, you never know, right? He was talking about how good it felt. Maybe that's something that they try to do, but I mean, hey, maybe it works just as well into the yacht. So we're going to have to wait and see, as the Mordekaiser is being picked up here for the Nocturnals. And yeah, there it is. There's that set.
Yeah, now it is important to note that the Yone ban is more towards Torchy, who played it 2 games in the last series. But that Gwen does sneak through. That Gwen that has been banned for the past 5 games at least for the side of Wizards now makes it showing into the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see why it was banned so much, to say the very least. But now that we're looking at the team comps and the casino is open, I'm sure there's a lot of people trying to win their points back. Regdor be their saving grace, please. Who do they bet on, man, if they want to make some money back?
I'm gonna be honest with you that you
Mm.
don't like. I got 1K now. I'm putting my whole 1K on the Nocturnals. Looks like
Whoa.
84% of chat agrees with me. We believe in the bean. But no, generally this is, while it's different, this is very similar to the draft that we saw last game, at least for the side of Nocturnals. You've got a little bit more damage now mixed in with that set. But nonetheless, it's still this hard front to back, hard CC lineup, giving Amistan just kind of the full firing line effect. But on the opposite side, Tristana does have a bigger kill pressure earlier on and has that ability to get those resets of the rocket jump with the wild growth and the cataclysm from the side of the Jarvan and Lulu. Like, that equals a pretty good team fight. It's going to be a question, again, really centered around these weak side warriors on the top side, on these bruisers and carries, this Gwen into Mordekaiser. Once Gwen gets on 2 items, can she just control the side lane and just kind of force? Because we saw even with no kills, even with just, an item and a half, that Torchy did have a 1K, gold advantage, was pushing down a tier 2 on the top side of the map, while it seemed like Nocturnals were winning everywhere else. Now you do that on a Gwen, well, that's even scarier than that Alawi ultimate that we saw ups on the top side outside of Baron Pit.
And do you feel like this time around, because we're kind of seeing from the Nocturnes once again, it is in essence a protect Amstan kind of comp coming out once again, right? Do you feel like because of the way that this comp is constructed that maybe Karthik can kind of take a step back and not focus on bot lane as much, especially with the Tristana Lulu there, rather than like some really hard hitting kind of tank? Or is this definitely the time when you do want to see this Udyr in this bot lane trying to make opportunities happen?
No, I think they rinse, wash, and repeat because Lulu can only polymorph one of them. So, and Tristana can rocket jump away. Great. But now Lulu's stuck there. Maybe she, if she isn't getting hit by the death sentence, she's getting hit by a bear slap because not both of them can be put down. And that's like the downside of enchanters. If you're ever caught out, you don't have a lot of self peel. So Joker may make it out alive, but they may be Spencer who has to pay for those sins. And you get Amistan that lead, and you just rinse, wash, repeat it. Have them have that priority in lane, start stacking those drags early, and hopefully Camaro Matt continues to do what Camaro Matt does best, and that's not give up the everything on the top side of the map. So I think it is the same thing. Shut down Joker, get some money into the pocket of Amistan, and continue to just make Dragon soul your win con.
All right. Well, already seen a couple of hashtag beanie believers in the chat. And so your faith will be tested as we throw it to just a slight break. And then when we are back, we'll be on the Rift for game number 3. Things are only just heating up, so don't go anywhere.
fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든. My crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we're coming right back. This time they're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we're coming right back. This time they're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 is underway. This is the, it's the halfway point, really. Things are only going to go up or down in here for either team. Gonna have to wait and see. And already, there's a bit of aggression coming out from Wizards this time around. They're looking to give Nocturnus the same treatment they received in game number 2.
Yeah, these defensive level ones are always interesting because you're banking, on the enemy team walking into you. In this case, turns out the Nocturnals choose just to do the standard 5-point, just kind of vibe it out and not give up anything here in the early game, which is what we love to see. We saw what happens when the Wizards get an advantage, but this time they'll find none at the start of this. But we do have a Yasuo in the set.
Yeah,
will be interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. Here's how that is going to work out. We did talk to Beanie before last week saying how he really liked it going into the Young. Gonna have to see if it's the same way around with the Yasuo, but only time really can tell. That being said, though, to have a double top start. So, like we were saying before, right, we want to see Karthik kind of path into that bot lane, get Amistan ahead immediately, as quickly as possible, and maybe we get to see a little bit of top left this time around. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Yeah, that passive shield on Yasuo, able to absorb a lot of the brunt here, will be one of the mainstay differences as opposed to, with Yone doing it on that Spirit Cleave. What I think is most interesting, you already see the positioning for it. Jarvan looking for that early level 2, that flag and drag.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge to see if he finds it. Gonna hit him with the face breakers. Okay, I mean, hey, you know what? That's Flash already out 2 minutes in for the mid laner, and that is gonna be huge.
Yeah, that is not what you would call ideal circumstances. Additionally, Joker able to get this push alongside Spencer in the bot lane. They are running the exhaust and cleanse lane.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see how that works out. And already Torchy doing a whole lot of damage, but we've seen Camaro Matt come back from a worse, to say the least. But all that true damage hits like a truck, to say the least. But this man is not considered a weak side warrior for nothing, so I'm fairly certain he's going to be all right holding his own in that top lane for now. That mid lane, a little bit of trading coming up, but that passive shield from Kanji just allowing him to tank so much. But Beanie does still do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Beanie does not choose to use the face breaker in that instance, interestingly enough. So a huge piece of him had a lot of grit built up, but didn't let it go. So that is one of the differences, is that Yasuo does have so much ability with that Q to be able to dash through the wave, trade onto the set, and then dash right back with some good precise clicking that it looks like Kanji has the ability to do.
Yeah, indeed. So definitely gonna make things a whole lot easier for him. Dash from minion to minion, escaping any of that true damage that could come out. But have to wait and see here as Neurosynaptic is looking for some kind of an opportunity. But right now, everyone they suffering from success right now. Every single lane right now is just shoved into the turret. They're doing good, and so Neurosynaptic has to pretty much go back to farming.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we expected, at least on the bottom side of the map, was for mid and bot to kind of get pushed in. Luckily, not giving up too much. Avastan himself having just, keeping it even on the CS, not really allowing any of this to crash, which is what's going to stop them from, having really good back timers. We do see Joker taking this early back now, pick up another long sword and boots.
Flag and drag is huge, and he doesn't pop the face breaker once again, and the ignite comes out, and he goes down, and that'll be first blood going into the hands of Kanji. Speaking of that, in this top lane, it's looking like a kill about to go into the hands of Torchy as well. Camaro Matt with the flash to escape will be able to get out, and now Karthik is here to maybe finish the job. One more hit, and he will get it indeed.
Flash bear slap for the boys, able to get the kill and save Camaro Matt from his demise. About to get chopped up to size, but instead the bear will rise. I just made a rhyme.
Okay. He's dropping some heat. He's dropping some bars today. Damn.
Guys, you can catch me on SoundCloud? No. That's not happening.
Lil
Not
Regdor,
happening.
dude. Lil Regdor. When the first album dropping?
Call me Lil Reggie.
Yo.
Yo.
Oh my god. Yeah, that'd be.
Oh, man. Unlike TSM, we've got some of the best teams in League of Legends at the VAS here on display. No CLGs, no TSMs. But we do see what can happen. Kanji able to get a nice little lead here, coming back with the Berserker boots as well. Already got some crit under his belt. The question will be whether we get to see Beanie from the last series with this staple pick of the set, be able to be that bruiser, that engage that just soak up so much damage and help create that bubble of safety for Avastan.
Yeah, already so much damage coming up from Kanji here with the ultimate as well, but not quite going to be enough. The grit shield is going to protect Beanie, and so nothing quite going to come out of that one. Gotta say, though, it is incredibly nice to see how much really of an impact that the vision difference had onto Nocturnals here in that game one, because ever since then they've been doing a much better job of warding, and we can see here as well. Obviously one of those wards being taken down just right now, but they still have this deep vision into the jungle of the Wizards here, and they're realizing just how important it is to have.
We did see like that invade there from the support in mid lane, as well as Neurosynaptic from the side of Wizards, able to steal away the Raptors. It looks like from the side of Nocturnal, so it just shows like that that priority that Kongi is making in the mid lane is already paying off dividends to be able to go in, and even if they don't have vision, be just have that multi-man threat to set up. But it does look like they have some vision around that blue buff on the top side. Was pinging out as the blue buff is coming back up.
Yeah, Torchy engaged in a bit of a 1v1 here with Camaro Matt. Nothing quite coming out of it, though. Meanwhile, though, in this bot lane, gotta say, normally when you have it just on it, it's never really going to be a quiet bot lane, but this time around, really not too much going down there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with just the Lulu. There's no hard engage to make sure that you can get the satchel charge down and be able to get those procs off to get the rocket jump reset. So a lot of the kill pressure just isn't there. And with Dog Hugger, like we were talking about, surprising they did not ban away the Thresh, was the champion that Dog Hugger loves to play and has not been able to for the last series and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see that deep vision paying off once again. This Karthik has been spotted out farming, and so now Torchy does know that definitely he's going to have to be a whole lot more careful than he's expecting something. But Dog Hugger wasn't expected to be taking that much damage, but now that was Joker because the Ignite comes out, so does the Exhaust, the rocket jump to get away. We'll be able to escape this one. Amstan, if only he had level 6, he could send off the super mega death rocket. Still gonna have to wait a little bit, but Kanji is on his way down into the bot. Let's see if he can make something happen. Dashing away from the hook, the flash coming out. Meanwhile, on the top lane in the death room, Torchy with the 1v1 going up against Camaro Matt. Can he find something? I don't think he can. You can heal as much as you want, but it does not matter as Camaro Matt grabs himself that kill.
And now, because of the roam, Kanji's not able to get anything off of it, and this set is punching the tower. The man is going full Kyle mode and able to make up for some of that deficiency of nearly a 20 CS difference.
Yep.
We do have
a huge play, though. Joker hopping in. They still get that kill, but the turret shot will seal the deal, though. But that flate from Dog Hugger was huge, stopping the flag and drag from Neural Synaptic going through. And just like that, they are going to go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, right? So at the end of the day, you're not losing all that much. Obviously, you know, you definitely would want to come out of that one alive, but at the very least, you're not just being absolutely 3-0.
Man, I just had to count on my hands all the ones for ones there. A great job. I mean, Dog Hugger may have seemed like something little, but staying in the pocket there with the TP coming through and continuing to basically just face check a Neural there to make sure Camaro Mac could pick up the kill was just like these little microcosms that you're seeing from these support players that are making a difference. But now, as they come back to lane, Jinx, the Amistan, has level 6. So does Dog Hugger too. Spencer's still sitting at level 5. Will tick over, hopefully in the next wave or two. Probably in this next mini wave, we'll hit 6. We'll have access to the Wild Growth to keep Joker in the fight just a little bit longer.
Yeah, because I mean, we did see a lot of damage was coming out from them as well. Unfortunate that ended up taking that turret shot in the bot lane there because of that flay coming out from Dog Hugger, and then Neural Synaptic wasn't able to get that first hit on in order to tank the turret. But overall, regardless, Joker does a whole lot of damage. And now with Spencer hitting level 6, like you were saying, right, it's going to be able to keep Joker in the fight a whole lot longer, going to make Joker a way bigger threat to say the absolute least. But you know what else is a threat right now? Camaro Matt, who is 2-0 at the moment. Things not looking too good for Torchy right now. It's looking to me like maybe, just maybe he's going to need some help up in this top.
He actually ended up getting that call. Now puts out the Hollowed Miss. Oh, going for another 1v1.
Yep, going for a bit of a trade here. A lot of healing coming out, but it doesn't matter because Nightfall does way more damage than you can heal and will go down. Not sidestepping those Qs can prove fatal as it just did. That isolation damage just hurts too much, and you have to respect it. Neural Synaptic trying to find something here, but nothing quite to grab. Oh my god, that was huge.
That is rough, and that does exactly what the side of Nocturnals want. They don't have to worry about top now. The boy is set, and instead they can drop this Herald on the bottom side, giving more gold to Amistan, who once again has the Noon Quiver, has the pickaxe, has some damage in his pocket, and a little bit more gold to add along with it.
Yep. Not quite able to dodge out of that true damage. There's Kanji not quite going to come out victorious in the fight, and already we're seeing just the amount of armor and sustain that's coming out from Beanie, as we saw when he went up against the Yone with the set. It's working out against the Yasuo too.
Yeah, has found sort of the rhythm now in the trading pattern to be able to get down the face breaker. And just because of the natural damage, true damage that it does, has opted just to continue building and stacking this armor against the Yasuo early. As long as he can nullify this, now up, to level 9, as long as he can nullify and keep this Yasuo kind of stuck in lane, then he's sitting pretty, and that allows the rest of the team to kind of play their style.
Spencer, though, not going to be sitting pretty much longer. He's going to go down. A whole lot of damage coming out from Joker, but not enough, and he jumps right into the chomper. So unfortunate. Will go down. It was a good attempt, but will go down regardless. That is so unfortunate. That's like one of those, like, as soon as he jumps, he's like, well, this is the end.
Yeah, it's the pause moment where it's saying, well, you probably wonder how I got here.
And speaking of where'd you get there, Neurosynaptic gonna go ahead and just use the Cataclysm to confirm the kill on Amistan. Gonna take him out. Nothing that Dog Hugger could do there, unfortunately. Has to watch his teammate die.
Yeah, feels bad moment, but the good news is that they've continued to put plating into the pocket of Amistan. Now has the Gale Force at the 12-minute mark. Once again, this early. Oof.
Yeah, a little bit of training coming out there from Kanji and Beanie, though. Kanji finding his rhythm once again. As long as he can dodge away from that true damage, he should be coming out on top on most of these trades. Speaking of coming out on top, Torchy, I don't know if you come out on top once again. There are times to try. I'm looking to send it this time around. Chimera Matt just gonna pop the shield, just gonna pop the ignite, and now all your healing is useless. You can do as much damage as you want, but it does not matter. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? It's gonna take him down for the 4th time in a row, and Chimera Matt is sitting better than ever.
Not much has changed in terms of itemization. The only thing that's happening is the gap is growing a bit larger between Camaro, Matt, and Torchy. And like we talked about in the draft, if Gwen is behind, if Gwen is sitting on a cull with 36 stacks left on it, 13 minutes, it is not going to be ideal to have any side lane pressure to be able to find any flanks and fights, as now Kongi is going to try to come up here and take a bite.
Yep, Neurosynaptic there as well, but so much damage comes out. This man truly is unstoppable, just like it would say. Thank you, Miss Announcer, the woman. And that being said, Neurosynaptic about to go down as well. There's the Flash Bear Slap for the boys once again, the 2-timer, and Torchy gonna go down as well. Camaro Matt is unstoppable. You know who is unstoppable as well, though? Joker, who picks up that first kill, looking to get Amistan as well. One more attack will do it, and gonna ulti as well just to finish the job. And just like that, Nocturnals are looking incredibly dangerous this time around, but Joker once again trying to be that saving grace.
Joker once again, I think has a little bit more agency in the game on the Tristana than they had on the Vayne. Has this ability to kind of push down towers unlike any other ADC, unless you're a Ziggs connoisseur, with that explosive charge. So a much different game state in that regard, but still facing down the barrel of a 3K gold deficiency, a 6-0, again, a 6-0 Mordekaiser in the top lane, as well as the 4-0 Karthik on the Udyr, which makes a big difference. But they should be able to pick up this Infernal Drake for pretty free of charge.
Yeah, unless Doggo has something to say about it. Ooh, the Super Mega Death Rocket did come by, but too little, too late, and does get blocked by Spencer. But yeah, overall, I'm getting the same kind of vibes this game too right now. Joker, once again, looking like the only man who's going to be able to play this game, honestly. Torchy, once again, terrible position right now. Really, I mean, I feel like Torchy's like, his pride got a bit too much of him, and he's like, no, I don't need help. Like, stay out of my lane. I don't need you. And then he's like, no, you need help. Like, let me help you. Meanwhile, it's looking at me like Kanji's gonna need some help as well. Amistan with a very nice kill for it to get away. Will pick up that first kill. Gonna pick up the second one on Spencer. Gonna pick up that third here. And just like that, they'll get that as well. The kill actually going into the hands of Camaro Matt. But overall, very nice performance by Amistan once again.
Any alcove gamers? Because Amistan just was living there.
The CEO of Alcove, bro.
Yeah, it was like, wait, it was Amistan in the last game. In the last series, we were talking about playing over that wall right there by Grub, where we see Dog Hugger at right now. Just playing these max range auto attack distances, hitting Inferno triggers over walls, seeing the rocket range here. Just continuing to know the max limit of his champions and staying in the pocket like a quarterback, not allowing pressure to get the best of him, and just clutching out a double kill there and continuing to cement themselves as the reason why they're in the finals, the reason why they took game 2 and now have this now 5-6K gold lead at the 16-minute mark. again, no Baron even in sight yet, but you feel like they have the tempo advantage to be able to maneuver around the map to set up for it. And that's a huge piece.
Yeah,
and now you can see Udyr just purchased a Frozen Heart.
Oh, Lord. Oh, he's really going to be flying bear slap for the boys this time around. But yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just protected by plot armor or something. Like, this is ridiculous. This is like last series as well. At least Redacted and I were very confident when we called that it was going to be an easy kind of 3-0 sweep for the Hornets. Yeah, that didn't happen. The Nocturnals came out. They came out not to play. They came out to dominate. And this time around, they're looking to do the same thing. They're looking incredibly strong against a team that is considered the best in the league.
Yeah, that's why I've been putting all my money on Nocturnals, because I lost it all to Nocturnals last week. I'm done betting against the Beanie. I'm done betting against the Amistan. And they're just showing how well they are. Camaro Matt does not care who you are.
You can all die the same to him. He will not discriminate as he takes out Neural Synaptic. Even puts him, you didn't have to put him in the dimension, bro. That's just overkill, but does it regardless. Gonna drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane. Gonna look to use that to drop this tier 2 as well. Really nothing that Joker and Spencer can do. And I can already smell why 1.7k points going down the drain here as they continue to push up. And they're gonna go ahead and most likely grab this tier 3. Torchy's in that top lane because he has to farm. He has no other choice. I mean, even though he has more farm than Camaro Matt, he doesn't have as many kills. He doesn't have a single kill at the moment, actually. And now he's not going to get a chance to get one either because they're throwing everything they got at him. Doghugger actually missing the hook. Torchy incredibly tanky because of the miss, but it does not matter. Will go down. Amistan utilizing that reset to just shred this turret. And things are not looking good for Wizards right about now.
Yeah, it is. If you're a Wizards fan, you might need to go back to Hogwarts right now because it is not at Disney. It's not a magical place. It is not whatever reference I was going for. It is all Nocturnals right now. So an interesting choice. I'm gonna throw this out there. You tell me, like, fact or cap, right?
Okay.
One of my favorite items to build on Jinx in this current iteration as your third item is Storm Razor. You remember that item?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So just imagine you get the rapid, you get the mini rocket extended range plus the rapid fire into a slow. So then it just confirms your W. It's great single source damage. I think especially when you're ahead, it's a super gold efficient item. Gives more crit chance. You can still go to the IE, Lord Doms, whatever you may please there. But just continues to allow you to close that gap and get your first reset, and then everybody's just kind of screwed at that point.
Yeah,
so
that's just 5 facts.
Yeah, just a little tech, not that I made up, as Kongi goes into the Shadow Realm.
Oh my god, bro. Factor cap is Kanji about to die here. I can tell you right now, you don't have to guess. He's going down, tries his best with the last breath, but to no avail. They're going to try and find something in the Cataclysm going on, but once again, just too much damage, the face breaker, and it's just, I mean, they're not going to recognize Neurosynaptic after that one. He gets thrown into the ground, slammed by a mace, shot in the face, and he's just, I mean, yeah. You're done.
Bars.
Yeah, right? Thank you. I gotta show up too, bro.
Listen. We're the dream team right here. Now, that is the interesting fact of this game is that, Neural Synapsis was the one breaking backs in game 1, but now it may seem that the only back that is available is this Tristana, the Joker, sitting on 1.5 items at the moment. Their only hope at level 11 keeps on gets that extending attack range with each level, so becomes more of a threat as time goes on. But the question is a little too late from the side of the Wizards.
Kanji is mauling right now. Doghugger, the sneaky snake. He was waiting around that wall, waiting for something like that to happen. Throws the hook out, and there's nothing Kanji can do to escape. Takes him out, and with that member off the board, that allows them to push into this turret, do a little bit of damage, poke Joker out a little bit. But yeah, overall, like we were saying, right, Joker, once again, just like we saw him on that vein, he's really just the saving grace right now. And it doesn't really, not that it doesn't matter, but it's just, it's hard to be the saving grace when you're going up against a 10-0 Mordekaiser, a 4-0 Udyr, who's just going to run at you, slap you in the face, and Amstan as well, who's 4-3, has those 2 items, has the Berserker Greaves, and you can see right now how quickly he's already shredding.
Yeah, and you can see the whole time all this is going on, what is Joker doing? He is grabbing super minions in the mid lane. He is trying to beef up quick as they try to make the escape. Kongi tries to go for the tornado, misses it. Maybe that's a good thing. There is a thing called Yasuo syndrome where if you hit Q, you must press R.
You must press R. The Lee Sin syndrome too. You have to. You hit the Q, you have to take it, man. The law of the universe.
Oh my
Joker.
God, Joker.
Oh, that was so close. The flash. But we'll be able to run off regardless. Instead, Spencer about to pay the price for Joker. Instead, gonna pop that ultimate, and the flash and actually will survive. I think they just weren't expecting Spencer to be there, but the showstopper looking to stop the show indeed. First kill going down into Amistad's hand. Neurosynaptic soon to follow. Torchy's gonna be taken out as well. That's a 3-man. Looking for the 4-man. It says the Penta. The rocket follows, and Spencer's the last man standing. Super Mega Death Rocket, he goes gold, but now you're not gonna go anywhere for sure. And boom, baby, that's gonna be the Penta kill.
Oh my gosh. Amistad, 2-time player of the series, makes a statement now with the attack speed of a god, taking down the Nexus to put them on match point in the finals versus the #1 seed.
Oh,
Amistad, man, he's the man.
oh my God.
Wow.
What a game. I was about to say series. It's not over yet, but I was about to say series. Like, what a series. But no, what a game, right? Like, holy crap. I'm speechless. Regner, you're speechless. Echo, you look very sad.
I've got plenty of words. Don't get me wrong. I'm waiting my time.
It's more. Is it appropriate for the stream to say? That's the question. There's a lot of angry words.
Listen.
Well, let's hear him. Go ahead. Unleash the words.
Oh my god.
This is why you have to ban Jinx. I keep on wanting to say Kai'Sa. This is why you have to ban Jinx. Like we've said it again and again. You see it at the pro level on down. If you're on red side, you are forced to ban the Jinx. It's just as simple as that. You can't play around with this. You can't try to skill check them. It doesn't work. The Amistad and Joker, regardless of which one, shown that they've had the capability on this champion that is the mainstay ADC, the mainstay scaling pick that has so many different iterations for the game states, is just too good to be left up. And on top of that, Camaro Matt, I think it's a little BM to say like, hey, Torchy was probably maybe tilted. Maybe he just thought he took the trade wrong and he could, get it back. But whatever it may be is now you have this Mordekaiser who's turbo ahead in the game that nobody matters to him. He can face check whoever he wants, take him to the Shadow Realm, send him to gray screen, and then follow on to the rest of the team. That is just absolutely wild. And this is something they'll have to get together depending on what their pick is for side selection going into this match point. That can make a huge difference for the side of Wizards. If they choose to stay on red side, ban away the Jinx, maybe get use their counter pick towards the top side. And actually, I want to say, before I get too far ahead of myself, I feel like they had counter pick top side. Yeah, they counter picked the Gwen. So maybe play the matchup better. That's the only thing I could think of. I hate to say it like that, but yeah, you got the counter pick, and you put it on a champion that was hard winning early trades, but then you just kind of YOLO yeeted yourself into them 2 more times than you should have, and that kind of sealed the deal to where you don't have side lane threat. You're so anemic in your carry roles that they're trying to catch waves while you're taking the bot side turret. So I mean, wonderfully held tempo, wonderfully played out game from the side of Nocturnals, but Wizards just they have just these little things that are keeping them away from the dominance they had in game 1.
Yeah, it almost felt like Torchy's kind of like his ego or his pride was a little hurt there when he the first 2 times he died, and then he's like, okay, this time I'm gonna get him. Like, it's like he's like, dude, I'm
after you go 0-2 in lane.
Yeah, no, for real. And he's like, I'm gonna get him. And it's like, no, you're not, bro. He's got the nullifying orb. He's got the ignite. It's not going to work out, and it doesn't work out, and then you end the game with a 10-0 Mordekaiser and a 0-6 Torchy. It was a little unfortunate to see, and the same with Joker, right? It's like, even though we were goofing on Joker at the start, he has been consistently showing up. He's been playing his heart out. He's like, listen, boys, get in the backpack. Let's do this thing. but there's just not that much you can do when you got to go face first into something like a Mordekaiser, for example, who is like 10-0. And so it's just a little sad to see. He's really trying his best, giving it his all, but it's just he can't quite find it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
quite.
you know,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry to jump in on you, Redacted. I just wanted to say, like, you know, the last thing was if you just had a different bot lane pick, I'm sorry, if you had a different support pick, if you didn't pick the Lulu, if you picked the Nautilus instead, or even an Alistar, any of these staple engage champs that pair so well with the Tristana, levels 1 through 3 is the exact time where Jinx doesn't want to fight and trade. Is when she doesn't have the AD or attack speed needed. Instead, you had an Enchanter, and Jinx is fine with farming it out. Tristana shouldn't be. Tristana wants to snowball. So it was really wild to me from the side of Wizards that we opt into the Enchanter matchup instead of one of these staple engage champions that I know Spencer can play, and try to use this Jinx early.
Tristana,
yeah. No, Tristana abused Jinx. Yeah, I said what I said. Yeah.
I thought you said use Jinx earlier. I was sorry. You said abuse. My fault. My fault. My fault.
Hey, it's okay, Redacted. We won't hold it against you. First one's free.
Oh, definitely free for me, but not for the Wizards, who are on now match point here, or the Nocturnals are on match point, and the Wizards are fighting for their lives. But we will have to find out. Oh yeah, definitely mine too. But we're not going to talk about that. You know, I'm sure chat has heard enough of us whining about our channel points. So we will find out here shortly if the Wizards can force a game 5, or if their season ends with them as the second best team in the VRD. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here for Game 4 of the Nocturnals versus the Wizards in the VRD Grand Finals. This right here is match point for the Nocturnals. They take this, they take they win the league, that cash prize pool, and of course, the most important thing, bragging rights. So, the Wizards showing us a very, what's the word we want to use, like without being too BM Echo, you know?
Yeah,
What do you want to say?
they're fumbling it right now. They're
Yeah.
fumbling it right now. This is not the Wizards that we're used to. This is not the Wizards that we've been seeing these
Mhm.
multitude of weeks up until this moment. Right now, they're kind of throwing the bag, and it's another one of those weeks, right, where I feel like Nocturnals, they got some kind of they pay someone, or they got some kind of plot armor, because this is literally a rerun of last series where we were certain that the Hornets, they were gonna take it. Regdor was like, I wouldn't be so sure about that, don't count the Nocturnals out yet. And then they ended up coming back, and it's the same thing today. I was like, yeah, there's no way that the Wizards are gonna lose this. Regdor's like, hey, don't count them out. And I'm paying the price for counting them out right now, because now they're on
We
match
both
point.
are.
Yeah.
We both are. Regdor, you look like you got some stuff you want to say.
Hashtag beanie diff. Hashtag beanie diff, baby. Listen, it has been atypical, I think, from the Wizards. They've tried some different things that I don't think exactly worked. I think game one was obviously where they looked their best and their one win. With that vision difference being a huge piece of it, as well as just the engage style that you have from Poppy in the jungle and a top lane that was going neutral to better. But a lot of it was in the bot lane, in the Jinx pick, in what it was able to do, and that we're seeing now on the opposite side so often. So it looks like they're electing to be on red side again. So that, to me, again, I've said it, so many analyst desks in the world. Get rid of Jinx. Ban out the Jinx. Force them on to something else and play out the bot lane with something aggressive, or play it out to you have an equal style champion that can sustain long enough to reach that point without the rest of the map falling down around you. I think that if game two had gone any longer, Vayne would have started hitting that territory where she could just 1v9. But it didn't hit that point, even after the double TP scuffle moment from the side of Nocturnals, where they kind of fumbled the bag for a second, but they got it back together. So really put pressure on Amistan, utilize what is a premier support in Spencer and Joker as the ADC, and make something happen down there early, and set your tempo up to support that. Because the side that bot lane wins tends to win the game in general in this series. Now, Camaro Matt being an absolute monster on the Mordekaiser didn't hurt at all. But that's not something I think you should count on when you're playing towards the weak side, not giving them that many resources. Just put your eggs in the basket of the bot lane, make something happen early, get the Jinx out, and take us to a game 5.
Indeed. And, I have to ask before we jump into draft here, do we want to change our minds one last time, or are we sticking with it?
I mean, it's too late at this point, really. I feel like to change anything up. I gotta stick with. I gotta ride or die. I gotta hope that Wizards, that they find that secret sauce that they had in that first game, because things are looking dire right now. I mean, it's like we're saying, they lose this next game, they're done. This whole spiel that they had, the facade they had of we're the best team in the league, is about to get thrown out the window if they don't wake up.
Alrighty, well, you know what? I think we are ready for draft, actually, and I'm just gonna go ahead and let Echo and Regdor take it away here as we get ready for Game 4, which is potentially match point for the Nocturnals. Take it away, y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. God damn, someone dropping the big bag in the betting spirit. If you were trying to get some points, now's the time. You better start DMing the Wizards. Y'all need to win, please. I know I'm going to do that. My 104 points on the line. But that being said, we are in the draft. So let's take a quick look here. The usual once again coming out, right? We do finally see Wizards grabbing that first ban on the Jinx there. They're wising up. They're learning that if they don't get to pick it, they got to ban it because they ain't going to get to play it.
Yeah, that is okay. Step number 1 in the master plan to get a 5-game series has been completed. After 2 weeks, we finally got the Jinx banned from red side, so we'll take it. But now the question is what is the B1 from Nocturnes? It is going to be the Thresh Dog Hugger Special.
Yep.
He has put the death sentence on so many, so we're gonna have to see if this spells defeat for the Wizards. At least being hovered.
Ooh, okay.
I haven't seen that champion in a while.
Gonna reserve my judgment before anything though, because yeah, we know how the Wizards like to play. So we're gonna have to see if that is truly the pick that they're looking to make. Hovering up to that last second, they might just do it. Yeah, okay. See, that I know them. At this point, you can't trust them. You just can't trust them anymore. They've lost my trust.
Soraka's a good champ. We've seen her in the solo lanes recently, over the years. She is a strong bot lane pick as well. Tends to keep people alive pretty well. But if you see that and you see it down again, when an enchanter into Thresh, the question is if Soraka can do what's necessary to either keep that ADC even or get them ahead, depending on what Nocturnals considers the next priority. It's hard to say in this day and age if it's going to be something like a Kaisa, maybe an Aphelios, or if they're going to do something a little bit asymmetrical. Never know. Maybe pull out the Varus. Varus Thresh is a disgusting lane. Ooh. But instead, the Twitch, the rat has been unlocked.
The rat has come out of the cage, and maybe we'll get to see why Wizards were so hell-bent on constantly banning it. These last 3 games, we've always seen that as one of the first 3 bans. So maybe we get to see exactly why that is, but only time will tell as we wait for the 3rd pick coming out from the Nocturnals here. I assume most likely their jungler. What are you hoping to see here?
You know what? Now that Udyr's gone, yeah. I mean, easy pickup on the Galio. Yeah. Grab the jungle in the next rotation here because you already got the answer to it. But the Vladimir, Kongi made things happen in game 1. He had the secret tech with the Ghost Ignite. But we're going through a lot of decisions right now.
Yeah,
a lot of things. So a
lot of nerves, a lot of pressure on them right now as they're realizing that it's every single step they've taken, every draft they've performed has all culminated up to this. This is match point right now for Nocturnals. They do luck in the Vladimir. Is that going to fare well into the Galio though?
I mean, I think the better statement is that 25 minutes, which one fares better? And I have to say, I think that's the Vladimir plus Soraka. Like, how do you die at that point? And we saw this man was popping fools left and right, using the pool to reset the tower aggro on dives and just mostly getting ahead. But Galio is a safer choice than the Malzahar we saw in game 1. So overall, I don't think it's a bad idea. Now we're going to start seeing some bans, I think, towards the bottom side with the Vayne coming out. You got to think of what's still high priority in their book. Maybe something like a Samira. Samira into Twitch isn't the worst matchup in the world, but generally, again, that's with an engage style champion where you can use the passive of Samira to get the dash knockup, extend that CC out, and then combo through to take out the Twitch. But instead, not too sure with the Soraka how that will see. Never know. Maybe this is a Soraka top. Maybe we're going to go back to Grasp of the Undying, be just the Chad top laner. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm going to have to indeed wait and see. And yeah, honestly, Samira wouldn't even be that bad into the Thresh as well, being able to just deny those hooks. But we will have to wait and see. The last man coming out going to be the Aphelios, actually. So now Wizards will have to make up their mind here as they have to choose very carefully here. I feel like... Actually, I don't even know where they're going to pick at this point. It's like they've been trying a whole lot. Nothing's really been working out for them these last 2 games. So things are looking rather dire now.
Yeah, just play Ashe. With
that would have been huge.
I would have loved it.
That would have been awesome. But I'm going to opt for the Varus, actually.
Wait, why am I Garen now? We don't need Garen. Keep the Garen out of here.
We don't want him here.
Yeah, this is match point. We don't need any Garens. But Varus, also another champion that's seen multiple iterations. I think the attack speed, like general build, is great. I would not like to see a shield bow wits end Varus. I think it's the biggest bait in history. Don't do it to me, Mr. Wizards. But Viego picked up, a lot of great champions for Viego to possess. A very strong champion that does synergize well in that mid jungle duo. Maybe get this Vladimir behind, one misstep, and then you're just going to get CC chained into oblivion. Would be nice to see. But hovering that Trundle counter pick.
Ooh, yeah, that's definitely going to make Vehicles life a whole lot harder if they do opt to lock this in. And also, Camaro Matt definitely feeling himself on that Mordekaiser after game 2. But if Torchy managed, he's gonna go the Gwen again.
Run it back, run it back.
Oh, he's gotta run it back.
Run it back.
Let's go,
There
run
we
it back,
go.
baby. Gotta say this. So this time around, Camaro Matt definitely feeling himself from that last game. But if Torchy did get that mental reset that he hopefully needed, maybe we'll see that the outcome be a little different this time around.
Yeah, I think Torchy's gonna flame it up. I think, not in a bad way. He ain't running it down, but he's running to victory here. He's looking for life outside of the walls of the top lane. But interesting, like now we saw like the ADC pool kind of get hammered a little bit. 3 bans getting thrown that way. Get the staple pick from Amistan. But Varus, has a lot of different build paths. I'm not personally a fan of just going lethality, just the poke style. I think he can just actually go on hit and be just fine with that attack speed. He has some supportive friends in the terms of Soraka and Zhao that give him time to work, as well as if he just gets down the ultimate, that's an easy peasy cleanup with the Hail of Blades proc. But that's kind of my opinion there. It's really going to be kind of round Kongi. We know when Kongi gets the lead, he tends to bring it all over the place. But gosh, has Beanie just continued to be able to play this neutralizing ability and scale into the game and match him so well in games 2 and 3. So I think we'll be able to tell a lot in the first 5 minutes of the game of which way we're going there in the mid lane.
I also feel like just in this later stages of the game, it's going to really be huge on whether or not here Amistan and Karthik can find an avenue to get into that backline and grab the Soraka early off. Because like you're saying, right, Soraka and Vladimir, in what universe do you ever die as that? And same with Soraka and Gwen as well. That's going to be so much healing coming out. So it's going to be absolutely essential that unless Nocturnals are managed to find a very early lead on, that they're going to need to find a way to get into that backline, grab Soraka, take her off the board immediately, follow it up with Varus, etc.
No, exactly. I think the Viego Mordekaiser is really geared towards that concept, because either get Vladimir out of the fight, but I don't think Mordekaiser's going to beat Vladimir in the death realm once they're both on an item. But if you can just cancel the hashtag cancel Soraka, do it on Twitter and do it on the Rift, and just get her out of there, that is going to be the mainstay. Or if Viego's able to get that flank and get in the Spectral Maul, take down the Heartbreaker and break the hearts of Wizards on this match point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, biggest question of them all, what do you think, Reg? This is it? Is Nocturnals taking the bag home today, or do you think that Wizards are still going to show something tonight?
I am skeptically going to throw my hat to Nocturnals once again. But the concession is Kongi has to be shut down. The man has to be a gray screen gamer. He has to be cosplaying the man Torchy from last game. And if they don't do that, then it's probably going to give you a game 5.
Yo, the VM, bro, they are not going to be happy to. But that being said, the hit is out. There's money on this man's head. Regdor has called it. And with that being said, we're going to have to wait and see if they follow Regdor's plan. Here they are. They did step 1, right? They got Jinx off the board. So Wizards got to find something else now if they want to win this thing. That being said, we'll throw it to a quick break. And when we're back, we'll be on the Rift for what is potentially the final game. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the rift for what is, as we stated before, potentially the final game of tonight, the final game of VRD in its entirety. Victorious rival draft might just come to a close here tonight. The Nocturnals need one more game, specifically this very game, actually, to grab themselves the win over the series, grab themselves the cash prize, and more importantly, the bragging rights. But looking at the summoners, looking at the runes, Greg, anything you want to talk about in particular, or is this all pretty par for the course?
You know, pretty par for the course. I do like Joker has taken the lethal tempo on Varus, like we were talking about, between lethality, on hit, even some AP variations. I think that this is the superior choice. Also taking the rune cut down. Little thing, you know, dealing more 5-15% more damage based off of them having more max health than you have. Varus has less HP base than Amistan and Dog Hugger, so that's a huge little damage buff here in the early game, as we may see them kicking off this action.
Flash hook does connect, and already a bit of action going down. The taunt goes through, and oh lord, is this the foreshadowing that we needed? Already things are starting off great for the Nocturnals. Gonna go ahead and grab themselves this blue buff as well real quick, and then just retreat on back.
Yeah, that's you know, there's a lot of things you can do in life. Dodging the flash hook was not one of them in this game. And again, Karthik has just taken the whole bot side of the map, setting up that split map situation again, where he can actually spend more time on the bot side and get Amistan even more ahead than he already is with the first blood in his pocket.
Yeah, no Synaptic realizing that that's what's probably going down, so he's gonna opt to head on into the blue side of Karthik himself and grab himself that blue buff, try and stay equal with him in farm and XP. Maybe we'll even see him try to go for a gank later on. We'll have to wait and see. Torchy this time around, though, not wasting any time to start winning these trades. He does not want to get the same treatment he received in that last game.
No, absolutely not. Nobody wants that for their life. But, you know, that simple, like, getting level 2 and having that priority, be able to get off the full 4 snips on the Mordekaiser does a bit of difference. But this is exactly how the lane started last time, with this big advantage to Torchy, able to win out on these trades.
Yep, Kanji was able to step in front. However, flash onto Kanji there. Beanie running for his life. He's so low, but the dash coming out. North Synaptic gonna grab that kill. Karthik, you gotta let it go, man. You're not gonna win those. And he is gonna go down into the hands of Kanji. Already, just like that, Wizards looking to stay in this game. It was not looking good for them at the start there. However, they're able to come out on top and go 2-0.
Yeah, this is signs of life from the Wizards, able to get something done here. Beanie got beamed.
Yep, really did indeed. And it was unfortunate to see as well, because Karthik with a very nice little flash over that wall there as well, trying his best to kind of protect his mate, but going in for a fight there that he... Maybe it's just hindsight, right? When you're in the moment, you don't notice it, but we could see at least that he, odds are, wasn't going to win that one. Probably should have waited for one of his teammates to pull on up, but unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. It happened. It does go down, and now Neurosynaptic and Kanji both with the 1 kill under the belt. Probably feeling pretty good. Oh, no. Might just get 2 here, actually, as they do come in with the gank here. Flash coming out from Chimera Matt, but he got knocked up mid-flash, and he's going to go down. Torture going to grab that kill. Me on the bot line. Bot lane, not bot line. I don't know what that is. We do see the heal coming out. Ignite going on top of him. Joker, though, looking to run down Amistan, who has basically no mana. There's nothing really going to come out of that fight there.
Yeah, talk about bot lions. That has been the name of the game here, with these ADCs trying to go tit for tat with one another. And when you're playing against the Soraka, it's more like a game of DDR. You have to dodge the Qs. You have to dodge the Starfall to be able to get any kind of advantage down, because she will just heal up left and right. Also taking that Guardian, just providing as much support as possible to Joker, who also has the exhaust as well, which I'm a huge fan of. As an ADC player, I like having the exhaust in my hand because I get to choose when somebody doesn't get to play the game for a few seconds by my support choosing for me.
Gotta have all the power in your hands, indeed. And we also, I feel like we saw in that fight as well that the Ignite came out just a bit too late there. However, the jungler could show up now. Spectral Mod does connect on Joker, but it's not quite going to be enough damage because Dog Hugger's hood did end up missing. So Nothing quite going to come out of that one, and just a lot of damage going to be dealt. But like I was saying back in that first fight, we kind of saw that Dog Hugger's Ignite came out a bit late there, which allowed Spencer to actually get that heal off prior and let Joker stay kind of in that like full health, very healthy kind of range, and allowed him to end up winning those trades.
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is going to gotta be the name of the game when you have Viego and Thresh, is actually let Viego hit the stun first, so you don't miss. If you miss a hook on a stun target, well, that's a whole nother story. But at least makes the combo easier where you can layer the CC correctly, get the most amount of uptime for Amistan to get the Contaminate down, get that huge chunk damage out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see here now. As no Synaptic did make his way down to that bot lane. Nothing quite going to come out of it, though. I probably doesn't know that Karthik is backing, but it doesn't matter because he's going to go ahead and start actually that first dragon here. He's got that Prio now in the bot lane now that Nocturnals has decided to back, so they should be able to get this dragon relatively free.
Yeah, and that's a healthy first back from Amistan. Going to be coming back to lane with the double long swords as well as the pickaxe. So the Hail of Blades Twitch is something that's become bigger and bigger each time. It seems to be the mainstay for him now, vice the old rune of Lethal Tempo. I've seen a lot of Twitch. Twitch is a champion I kind of hate. Just because I can never win on him, but when I play him, I do like 0 damage. So call that just, the sad noises of a silver ADC player, but nonetheless, very malleable champ with a lot of different build paths and diversities. But all eyes have to be on Beanie once again. Kongi on this Vladimir, so huge. He's at least able to keep up in CS, but he does have that 1 kill under his belt with the Blasting Wand. So we're gonna have to see here as we have this first Herald coming up in just under a minute, if that Blasting Wand will allow him to pop off and help take control of what is the last and final game that we could see from the Wizards.
Yeah, absolutely. This time around, Camaro Matt definitely playing things a lot safer, and Torchy as well. Now that he does have the Leeching Lyre, definitely going to make things a whole lot easier for him when it comes to healing wise, as we saw in comparison to last game where Torchy didn't have that for quite a while and was going down respectively. And Camaro Matt doesn't have Ignite this time around as well, so until he gets that Nullifying Orb, not going to be able to reduce any healing out from the Gwen.
Yeah, this has been the quietest of the early games so far. Only 4 total kills in the game.
Trading just going on here and there. Not much going to come out of it, though. Karthik was looking to see if he could maybe find some kind of a long con gank, but nothing really going to come out of it. Torchy falling back to the turret. So overall, yeah, like really just a pretty big lull phase at the moment. There was no real fight for the dragon, and overall, just a couple of scuffles here and there. See Amstan maybe prepping for something big here. Okay, the little bait out lantern actually over the wall, but nothing quite going to come out of it. We do see, however, though, Karthik and Camaro Matt opting to grab themselves that rip tail. That could be huge if they end up placing it. Hook does connect onto Joker. The Corrupting Chains are dropped down. That root is huge. So much damage coming out. And a quick fillet to push Spencer and Joker back, but they will get the flash exhaust out from Amstan.
Yeah, and now like there's a quick moment. You can see that Wizards are getting their vision game reset, looking more akin to game 1. Like another trade happened.
Indeed, so much damage coming on to being the Crescent Strike, and there's just nothing they can do there. Going for that turret dive, and so much damage coming out from Kanji. They are not looking to lose this game. They are looking to stay in the fight, and they're looking good at it.
Yeah, and once again, the staple Vladimir coming in big. Now 2-0. Got a bounty on him. And Neural Synaptic has got some pep in his step. He's looking more like that Poppy from game 1. Anywhere and everywhere, making the plays happen, vice reacting to the plays happening on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. You do love to see it there. A lot more movement coming out from him, and his team is being rewarded accordingly as they're picking up a lot more on this map this time around. Top lane still nothing too much really going down other than that one fight. The solo lane warriors, right? The weak side warriors, they're used to it. They do their little dance. Not a lot really comes out of it until they really go for that all-in fight. Gonna have to wait and see. Camaro Matt has picked up that Nullifying Orb, so maybe he'll look for some kind of an engage here onto Torchy now that he's TP'd back to the lane, but we'll have to wait and see.
We saw some of the potential out of Joker on this Varus with the change of corruption. Gives the automatic 3 stacks of the blighted quiver, so it's a pretty easy, quick combo to get down the R into the E, get your 3 auto attacks off from Hail of Blades, and then pop the W empowered Q. And it's a huge chunk. It's a really quick TTK if you can get the whole thing off. Exhaust did come out the last time that he tried it, so not as much damage went through. But that is kind of the staple rotation for Varus in lane to be able to just execute somebody quickly. And we saw how effective it is against Twitch, who's kind of working at a small range disadvantage. So he's not even able to allow to trade while he's rooted.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to wait and see, though. Come here, Matt. Still getting poked out here by Torchy with that true damage. Over and over, taking them lower and lower here. Maybe they're looking for something here into the death realm, and this is it. Now they're looking to find that fight. Matt gonna pop that shield, but just too much damage coming out the flat to dash away from the ulti. That might be exactly what he needs, but the Soraka ult will save Torchy. He will live to fight another day, but already we're seeing the effects of that nullifying orb. You're also seeing the effector of the flash ultimate coming out because Amstan has fallen. Dog Hugger is gonna have to back off. Too many CCs coming out. Couldn't quite take that lantern.
That was the staple Varus combo in effect, and effective it was on setting Amstan behind in this lane. Now has the CS advantage, has the kills even out, and now that is a dragon to their name, 2 in the game. And this is signs of life from the Wizards, who are playing the map extremely well. Beanie has been stuck underneath this tower what feels like the past 12 minutes of the game, and that's the last thing you want from a support, or from a supportive champion like Galio with that heroic entrance.
Yeah, absolutely. And same in the top lane. And really, other than that fight just now, which ended up not quite going in his way because of Spencer's ultimate, nothing really going down here in this top lane just yet. Torchy is able to hold his own, and now that Matt doesn't have that flash available, won't be able to pull off one of those crazy plays if they do go in for another full in engage. We see Neurosynaptic finally opting to head into the jungle, and maybe we'll find some kind of a dive here in this top lane as Torchy is slowly pushing in. Meanwhile, now bot lane, yep, there it is though. Send it. Camera can't quite decide what they want to see, and so instead, now we get to see Riptail crash on into the turret, and that's just going to be a little bit of gold being funneled into the members of Nocturnals.
And something interesting here is I wonder if, maybe the better choice was for Amstan to take the cleanse and allow Dog Hugger to run exhaust if he chose to. I know a lot of people love having the ignite in lane, especially when you're facing down a Vladimir as well as a Soraka. But you got to think that it would just kind of interrupt Joker's whole pattern. As again, we see the change
coming out though from both sides, and they will trade accordingly. Dog Hugger dropped the box, but it wasn't quite enough. Both champions not being able to play League of Legends for a couple of seconds, and ultimately it will go down. Spencer did pop that heal, and which allowed Joker to stay alive just a tiny bit longer, so that they could trade it out.
Yeah, sadly though, Thresh getting the kill there. A dead player on the enemy team is exactly what you go for. But overall, it's all right. It's all right. It'll work out. But this is not what we've seen in the past 2 games. This is Wizards up, 3.4k gold at the 13-minute mark. 3 minutes out from the next Drake, another 40 seconds for the next Herald. At least the first Herald taken by the side of Nocturnals, keeping their cash flow somewhat steady. But gonna have to see if Matt can actually get anything done up here in the top lane, as this Rock ultimate is up and available.
Yeah, and now that we do have the Unleashed teleports and objective bounties are available, we're gonna have to see how they end up utilizing that. However, Torchy and Matt both no TP to utilize at the moment, so it's gonna be a minute before they can get the full effect of that. Matt still kind of stuck under his turret at the moment, now that Torchy has picked up a mythic item in comparison to Matt, who doesn't have it just yet. And so overall, we're gonna enter somewhat of a lull phase again. We do see that the Rifter has come up now, so that is going to be an objective that they might want to take here. But at the moment, no real prio coming up from either side just yet. Looking for that engage opening, looking for something here, and maybe Kanji found something. Gonna pop the ghost, gonna pop the ignite, running him down, but can he find it? Gonna go ahead and pool, and oh my god, so much damage coming up from the ultimate. And that is going to be another kill going into Kanji's belt.
Man, how do you stop the Vladimir? What is the answer? You've got some CC on your team, but Neural Synapses has found Karthik.
Yeah, gonna have to use that defensive flash. He's burning and will go down. Neural Synaptic now does get hit by the hook, and that might just be the end. You can wish upon a star, and it will actually save you. The healing from Spencer is huge, and he's gonna get the triple kill. Oh my god, Neural Synaptic actually stayed alive from that. The shield from Eclipse and the healing coming out from it and Spencer were huge.
My brain is broken. I think we might get a replay of that and see just how much that the knockup just interrupts the combo perfectly. I mean, Neural Synaptic has just the damage down to be able to just put down Karthik before he's allowed to counterplay. But you watch right here after this hook, he gets the heal, and then that knockup just stops Amistad from being able to actually get the contaminate and get the kill, and then now he's just back to full health. Absolutely wild. It's like being at a rock concert, like Camaro Matt backing there. It's just mind-blowing from play to play, and this is why the Wizards said, we're not going to go quietly into the night. You know, these Wizards fight, these Wizards rage, they don't buckle underneath the weight of the world. They're out here trying to take first place in the VRD.
Yeah, absolutely. These Wizards, they've had a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and they've waited until now to start pulling them out, giving us that false hope for the side of Nocturnals here. But it's not over till it is over. So that's the way to see. But Dragon is on the map now, as Rift Herald is looking like going to be a bit of an objective trade here. And honestly, I think if you're the side of Wizards, you take that. You're now at Soul Point once you grab this.
Yeah, they are at on track for Soul at 22 minutes into the game, and that's phenomenal because then they can make the choice if Karthik may not be able to have any choices here in a second.
Gonna have to see here, Torchy and Karthik, Torchy and Kanji, I should say, both here. So much damage coming out onto Beanie. Karthik wants to help, but just can't do anything. Can't step up close, as he just saw, as they get absolutely blown to bits. But Camaro Matt is here now, trying to get Karthik. Won't quite find it, though. Kanji is in the death realm, running for his life. A nice sidestep with the Ignite. Might just survive. He's gonna pull. One Q will seal the deal, and he'll still get it, but will ultimately go down in return. Kanji able to buy enough time for his teammates to pull up and secure the kill after his demise. Yeah,
and the only thing I can say at this point is it might just be a GG go next. This looks very similar to Game 3, but now played out on the opposite side. Tongi is a literal beast right now, sitting on the rocket belt in two needlessly large rods. They're not needless this time. They are very much needed to keep their hopes alive in this series. But as somebody in chat said, you have Ocean Soul on the horizon, you have a Soraka, you have a Vladimir. What kills that? And the answer is I don't think you do. Very frankly, I think that is the win con here, is get your soul and then get the game. But they also have the decision at 20 minutes. We're going to have Baron up. They could elect to just allow one Drake away and say, we're going to take the Baron instead. Maybe force a fight around that objective and then just get both in return. But we've got a few minutes to find that one out.
Yeah, definitely got to get to planning right about now because you're running out of time to do so. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, the Trains of Corruption did come out. Beanie going to try and find something new. A very nicely placed Everfrost, but it does not matter because a very nice placed arrow will find its way into his chest and it's going to take Beanie out. Joker with the 1v1 Joker diff, some might just say, but we're going to have to wait and see. Torchy trying to find something here on the Camaro Mat to pull as well. A lot of true damage coming out, going to pop the ulti, but Camaro Mat does hit like a truck, trying to so does Torchy, actually. Never mind.
Yeah,
it's going to find that
truck
kill.
Just got pulled over on the highway.
License revoked. Like, just absolutely taken out. A very nice one becomes lightning dash onto him, but the Vigo is here. Karthik trying his best to help with the Heartbreaker. They are going to get that reset, just barely staying alive, but it doesn't matter because Kanji is here. Can he find something? Looking to blow up the Twitch, but is indeed going to find just all the members, really. And Amstan will just barely survive and be able to tell the tale.
And no matter what the situation is, there's always a member of Wizards waiting in the wins. And they are just always on the offensive to find the angles to turn these fights around where it looks like, the Nocturnals finally have found their footing in the match. Instead, it's Kongi or it's Synaptic showing up to put that down and say, you are not allowed. You're not tall enough to ride this ride. And at 20 minutes into the game, we have nearly an 8K gold deficit for the side of the Nocturnals. Dragon up in a minute 30. Baron on the map. Vision is Baron from the side of Nocturnals.
Ah. I see,
I made an echo pun.
Dude, I'm proud. I'm a proud father, despite probably being the younger of the two. But whatever, it's beside the point. Point being is that they're definitely the deficit in gold is definitely quite large at the moment, and Nocturnals running out of opportunities to find a way to get back into this game if there are still any. Amstan sneaking around looking for something. Actually, Torchy is deep in enemy territory right now. He's grabbing those wolves. He's grabbing that whole jungle for himself. As we do see the dragon up in 1 minute, Nocturnals will be forced to fight this. They cannot give Soul over to the side of Wizards 22 minutes in.
If they have to commit to this, regardless of what Gwen does. She is on the 2 items. This is the point where she gets to do what she wants, as Kongi just walks up to Matt, no problems.
Yeah, they're really trying to run him down, find something, though. The Flash Corrupting Chains will connect. Camaro Matt running for his life, gonna pull him in. It doesn't matter because it's gonna go down. Taken out for the count. Torchy trying to find something here on Dog Hugger. Did manage to connect the ultimate, so he's gonna keep on going. The locket does get popped, and Torchy now in a bad spot. Might just go down here. Will still get one, and then ultimately falls, but does at least finish the job and picks up the kill onto Dog Hugger. Now Beanie getting the Beanie treatment, gets taken out of Amstan once again. Will be actually Amstan and Karthik surviving. Karthik will use that time to grab the dragon. However, in response, the Wizards are just gonna grab this free Baron.
There it is. They played it out well, you know, getting them annexed towards the top side of the map, able to get the kills and be able to turn around and pick up the giant purple worm. They do get the dragon as a consolation, but that only offsets what is eventually going to be this Ocean Soul by another 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, it feels like these tier 2s will fall.
Yeah, a whole lot of siege potential coming out from the Baron pickup. We're going to have to wait and see, though, what the side of Wizards can actually do with it. But yeah, like you're saying, right, they're really just delaying the inevitable for another 5 minutes here. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's exactly what they need. I mean, it will buy Nocturnal some time to try and think of a strategy to come back into this game. But yeah, those 4 minutes are slowly running down.
It feels like 5 minutes until you meet your maker. The Gwen is online, 2 items and a half in her book. And she is really uncontested in side lane. There's not a whole lot. Either one, Beanie nor Camaro Matt, can do at this point. This is what happens when you don't give up 3 kills in lane.
Oh, Joker, though, did end up giving up his life and his shutdown over into the hands of, unfortunately, Dog Hugger, though. Not quite going to pass that gold on to Amstan. So, hey, ADC Thresh, did we get that?
Hey, you know, full crit Thresh, just sell it all now. Does have the Negatron cloak. He's 1 step closer to Wit's End right there.
Yeah, that would be a move too. Torchy. Torchy's just everywhere at this point. Like, everywhere he's not supposed to be, popping out of the jungle here behind the turret. We'll take out that tier 2, though, like you were saying, and they're just going to pivot that down into the bot lane, looking to take that one out as well. Need to get some value out of this Baron, as right now, haven't been pushing that much, haven't been finding much with it. But they are going to move on to the bot lane. They're going to need to clear it this way, but no, so I'm actually going to opt for the Krugs instead, knowing that the majority of the side of Nocturnals are on their way, so nothing quite going to come out of it. Honestly, overall, Nocturnals doing a decent job of slowing down the push potential coming out from this Baron so far.
Yeah, they are slowing the bleeding as best as possible.
Oh my. They might just find a whole lot more. You're actually going to take out North Synaptic, who is incredibly low, is going to go down. Is this the turnaround that we were waiting for? Spencer gonna go, but where do you go when it's done? Into the ground, because the Heartbreaker comes out, and that's a double kill, and they'll just back off from that.
He actually hits the possession at the perfect time to avoid the corrupting chains, although it doesn't matter.
Oh my god, Kanji will finally pick up that kill there and do another heads, and Joker.
This is not a TP you wanted.
Yeah, that was not a TP you wanted at all. Camaro Matt in a terrible spot in the death run with Joker, but Joker with the on hit, the lethal tempo, and they have the tempo of this game, and they're sending it.
Yeah, this looks like the beginning of the end. The tier 2s will fall, have a little bit time, no time left on the Baron buff, but nonetheless they have the pushing wave in all 3 lanes. Just 2 minutes out from Ocean Soul, and every sign of life seems to be met with that. Kongi just half healthing Amistan with just a singular Q, it looked like, plus the rocket belt.
Yeah, the overall things not looking too great for the sides of Nocturnals here. Showing off something.
Echo is gone internal. The man is down bad right now. Did you put your channel points on the Nocturnals? Is that what happened?
Luckily I didn't this time around, but it's just
Oh,
my god.
it feels good and feels bad. It feels good if you are a League of Legends fan, because we're continuing to see these teams play their hearts out in these finals, but kind of feels bad to see after what was a convincing Game 2 and Game 3 for Game 4 to really flip the narrative as we set up for this objective. You can see the vision has been laid down. We've got some shallow vision on the backside of the pit. We're clearing out the vision in the river, and it looks like at the moment this is Wizards' ground to hold.
Yeah, I mean Wizards, they found their flow once again, and they also just found Karthik, blow him up. Camaro Matt follows suit, Dog Hugger soon to follow as well. That's a triple kill. Amstan, not long for this world, actually getting a whole lot of damage out, but it's not quite going to be enough. At the end of the day, Joker doing so much damage. He is no joke, to say the least, and now they're going to look to push into the base with that 3K. Should be able to get this tier 3, and yeah, this game ain't lasting for much longer.
No, the rat-a-tat-tat did not make it happen. It was the rat-a-tat wrong, as we look at these. Just 3 minions left, but able to take these towers so quickly. Torchy is a monster.
My god, and just
Kongi is a monster. Joker is a monster.
They're absolute beasts, and with that, game number 4 goes into the hands of the Wizards, and they stay alive just a little while longer.
Oh, gotta sit up.
Oh my god, what a game, right?
Jesus. I mean, Regdor said it right. He's cursed to have to cast 5 games every single time, so it's looking like we're going to that.
Damn it, Regdor, you did say that. Oh my god, what the heck, bro?
Hey, man, I just like the way Silver Scrapes sound. I don't have it downloaded as an MP3, so like this is where I get my fix.
Oh my goodness, but man, kudos to the Wizards for pulling out that critical win for sure in this match point for the side of Nocturnals here. Like, it honestly, I think we all could have really said we would have been disappointed depending on how this game went if the Wizards had lost. And I think we would have been disappointed in general, given that our first place team, or first seeded team, and our first place team, correct? If they just went out in a whimper, basically, instead of a blaze of glory or whatnot. But they pull out the win, and now we're heading to Silver Scrapes, and oh man, this is gonna be nuts, because now I don't know, like, okay, they banned the Jinx. What next? What's next on the table here? What does both sides do? Do the Nocturnals go more for a protect the Amistan comp once again? Do the Wizards, do they play for comfort? Like, talk to me.
Yeah, Echo, talk to us.
I don't know, man. At this point, it's really it's a coin flip. At this, it almost feels like it's a hat toss. It's like they finally find kind of their secret sauce, right? It feels like they kind of had a bit of a disconnect to the Wizards in these last 2 games. And then this time around, you've got Kanji just 1v9 and everything, right? You've got Joker just playing his heart out. And Spencer, I think this time around, right, that Enchanter pick this time, not with the Lulu, but instead with the Soraka, was absolutely huge. We saw that healing coming out, with saving the day countless times, even saved Torchy up in that top lane from from being tilted once again, right? When he was in that 1v1 with Camaro Matt. And so overall, the draft was solid. The team play was solid. The vision was was solid, and they were just able to get the win out. So I don't know what you're gonna do over when you're on the side of Nocturnals. Things are not looking good right now. They're finding their mojo, and that's a bit scary.
Yeah, I have to say, don't let Vladimir through draft, which
That's
sounds like
fair.
there's results-based
That's fair.
analysis, but it popped off in game 1. It pops off in game 4. Who would have thunk it? Kongi is kind of good. And there's not a whole lot of nullifying picks, at least we've seen in Beanie's champ pool, that can deal with it. Additionally, I think Twitch could be kind of a bait. I know it is comfort for Amistan, and we did see it start to pop off towards the end. But the Soraka did so much to allow Varus the room to work with in the early game, to whereby the second time he cast the Change of Corruption, it was a trade. Then the third time it was a straight up kill, and then from there it just snowballed more and more. People were like, play poke Varus. Nope. Joker is a real connoisseur. He goes with the lethal tempo. He goes the on hit, and he gets the dub with it. So really, maybe find a better ADC pick for the side of Nocturnals. Ban away the Vladimir, and then if on the side of Wizards, keep what's working. If you can get a good matchup for the Gwen, if you can continue to have Kongi on these power picks, then that could seal out the game. This is, in my opinion, now like a 50-50. I got no idea where it's going. I, of course, stick with my 3-2 Nocturnals, #Beanie Diff, but it's anybody's game.
Anybody's game indeed, and we will have to find out here shortly where both teams are on, like, whether they're red or blue, after we take a short break here as we prepare for Game 5. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for what is not just the potential final game, but the final game of the Victorious rival draft. It all ends here. We're going to go home with one of these teams, obviously, being the winner and taking that prize pool, and of course, the most important thing, bragging rights. Will it be the Nocturnals who have chosen the blue side, or will it be the Wizards on the red side? Gentlemen, what are our thoughts here on what do we think we're going to see coming out from both of these teams in the final draft of the season?
If I was gonna say, I'm assuming we're gonna see the Thresh band coming out finally, right? Get it off of Dog Hugger's hands. But then this time around, like in that last game, Thresh wasn't looking like too much of an issue, to be honest. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these kind of staple picks are being kind of invalidated in a sense. I'd assume we're going to see the Jinx ban once again coming out from the Wizards, right? Since they opted to go back on that red side, it would be kind of troll if they didn't, right? That's like it's like Rector said, was step one to win this game was to get rid of the Jinx. They did that. They end up coming out victorious. I would very much like to see the Soraka come out once again from Wizards, but I have a sneaking suspicion that's going to be banned this time around.
Rector, you disagree. It looks like you disagree.
I don't like you only get so much budget of things you can ban away.
That's true.
And I think the Vladimir is a much bigger issue than the Soraka. And if I recall correctly, Doghugger, although we haven't seen him on it, can and has played some enchanters in the past. So if it's in his wheelhouse, then maybe it's a better pick away than it is to ban away. I don't know if it's be oneable, but I don't think Beanie plays Vlad, so you got to get one. That's the only way you get two of them out of the book. I think, like you said, the bans stay the same. If I'm the side of Wizards, you ain't got to break what isn't, or you ain't got to fix what ain't broken. Things are going well in that regard. The onus is really going to be on Nocturnals to find that. Stay away from the Twitch. If you can play the Aphelios, maybe play the Aphelios in the team setting. We know Amistan can scale well into the game. It's not a bad pick. Do not let solo queue deceive you. It's just not something that works well in non-coordinated play. Or find another scaling pick along those lines. Maybe pick up the Tristana. Maybe bring out the Zeri. I know she's a little bit weaker now, but nonetheless, find something that gives you agency and gives you the ability to synergize with this Thresh and find those early kills. And get rid of, the Vlad Soraka in whatever manner that may be. I think those are kind of the tools to get you the game state that you want. And finally, find a safe pick for Camaro Matt. It's going to be another blind pick because they are on blue side. So find something that isn't going to be a skill matchup or could be coin flippy. Find something for the weak side king to, rule his kingdom on from the edge of his tower.
Is this a game where Garen is going to be made as an exception that you won't mind seeing it? That's my question.
Oh boy.
I only got 262 channel points. I would not like to spend those on Garen. But you know what? If it brings home the dub, if it makes for a good game, I'll take it.
Alrighty. Well, you have heard it here first. Oh, I'm sorry. We have heard it here first from our casters and their thoughts on how this draft and how the matchup should go. And we are going to take it. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't think we're ready for draft. Oh boy.
Oh Lord.
All right. It looks like we're having some draft link issues. Okay. Alrighty. All right. I think we're good now. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh,
we're having the time of our
boy.
life here. Listen, if there wasn't any technical issues along the way, what would it be other than a Victoris?
Would it be a
what I
game
mean?
5 if it wasn't any type of issues? All right, but it looks, and I was building that all up and everything. All right, now I'm gonna do it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game 5 of the Nocturnals versus the Wizards. It all ends here. Thank you, and get ready for this hell of a draft.
All right, thank you so much, Redacted, for building us up to the ultimate climax. Dare I say, it really has all come down to this. Every single kill, every single assist, every single death, every turret dropped has all led up to this single moment, ladies and gentlemen. If you were here, you're here. Obviously, you get what I'm trying to say. You can say, where were you when the VRD was won? You were right here, baby. That being said, though, did you just call it that we're going to see this Zeri? Okay. Reg,
Wait, what? Oh, I zoned out for a second. I just blacked out, came back. We got a B1 Zeri from the Nocturnals.
Oh my god, what? Okay, well, go ahead and pick some bands, right? So already we're seeing the Jinx coming out V1. No surprise, right? If you're on the sides of Wizards here, that's what you got to be doing. And like you were saying, Nocturnal is deciding to take the Vladimir off the page. No surprise there, right? Kanji was a bit of a menace, to say the least, with him. I'm sure that Beanie was not having a fun time against him. He's like, guys, please, just get him out of here, please. And he's like, okay, we get rid of him. That being said, though, opting to pick the MF. Okay.
I'm a fan of Misfortune. I'm more of a crit Misfortune lover, but I see the room for lethality as well. Has an excellent trading pattern. Gets to build all the damage with none of the attack speed, just to go ahead and hit hard with those W's. With the love taps, it's a pretty great choice. And then when you lay down the Moonfall on top of it from the Diana, you've got a wombo combo in the making. But we do see the Zen Zhao picked up. I think the biggest piece is going to be Zeri and his ability with Amistan to scale into that game and get on the Triforce, get on the Ravenous Hydra, have that damage there. Because, honestly, she tickles in the early game. And it takes a lot, even with that E, with that piercing Q damage, to really get the kills out. So we do see the Galio come through, which is just kind of staple. It feels like this is what BD plays, Galio or Set. That's the only choices in Game 5. It's going to be the Galio coming out.
Yeah, no, obviously, and we do see the Yasuo coming out as well with the Diana being picked. So that's a pretty obvious kind of combo that is coming out there, and especially going into the Galio here, should have a much easier time this time around in comparison to going up against the Set. But we'll have to wait and see. The Mordekaiser ban coming out here from the Wizards are going to try and force Chimera Matt onto a different pick, try and force him out of his comfort zone, what he's been feeling good with right now. So I'm curious if maybe he's going to revert to his old ways and actually end up picking the Garen.
Let's chill out with talk like that. There's 150 something champions in the game. Garen's only one of them. I haven't seen Becky pipe up in chat yet, so maybe he's got some insider information about Demacian Justice inbound. But we're gonna have to see now. Finally, the Malphite taken away, another one of those staple picks in the top lane for our main man Camaro Matt. But this is the last ban of VRD unless I get banned from chat afterwards.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Really waiting, really draining the clock there. 3 seconds left, and it's gonna be the Alawi. That's fair, that's fair. Alawi, rather annoying when she was on the Rift and the Bard hover.
Oh, now I did say this was something that went to market, has played multiple times. The stun plus the ultimate are pretty great setups for that bullet time. 0 reaction as you come out of the stasis. So we'll have to see in Game 5. Yeah, we do get the Caretaker.
Oh my. Yep, indeed is going to be deployed onto the Rift here with the MF. Already, this is going to be a bit of a volatile matchup to say the least. Now with Nocturnals picking as well. The final picks coming out for the Nocturnals here of this season. Definitely need to consider it carefully, to say the absolute least. Anything we would like to see here?
Not Garen. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Oh, it's a set.
Oh,
it's a set.
Okay,
that could be Galio support.
Yeah, could indeed. You have to wait for this last pick here to be to have a conclusive idea what's going down here. Once again, really taking their time here, trying to think things over one more time, confronting the moves, confronting the plays, confronting the plans, and they are gonna go for it.
3, 2, 1. Ah! I just almost got myself banned IRL. Oh my lord. It is Demacian Justice. It is the Garen. It is the Camaro Matt special. Would you like a stride breaker with the side of the one and only Mortal Reminder. Well, that's what's on the menu today, boys. With 5 seconds left, the final pick in the VRD is going to be the Cho'Gath. Okay.
Wow. Well, not what I was expecting, to say the very least. So the set being brought out once again as well by, I assume, will be Beanie here. Interesting pick. Did end up working out against the Yasuo, so I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about that. Who knows? Maybe the Galio support was actually a bait to make it seem like they were going to put Beanie onto Galio once again. And if that is the case, it certainly did work out. It fooled me.
Yeah, it definitely fooled me as well, and I think it fooled the side of Wizards because at the end of the day, you know, we did see it in the last series. We had a game of Galio support, game 2, versus the Hornets, and it was the same thing where you get to have this, you know, split pick or this easy rotate into the second phase where you get the set into the Yasuo, which nullified Kongi so well. Even when he did get to roam that one-time bot side, he wasn't able to get anything off of it. Yeah. And where Set was behind in the matchup, just got turbo ahead off of tower plating and then was able to contest. So now we're a few games past that. We're a little bit more weathered and worse for wear. The question will be is who has the hands in the game. I'm really excited about this Zeri pick into the Bard Misfortune. Bard is a champion that can make this a 5v5 or make it a 6v4. So has to be very careful on how he plays this game, or he can just be turbo useless, for a lack of a better term.
Yeah, no, that's fair, and also a lot of abilities going to be synergizing with the last breath coming up from Yasuo. You've got the Cho'Gath knockup, you've got the Diana knockup, and that can just beautifully be also channeled into with the bullet time coming out from the Misfortune. So overall, I would say pretty easy to execute draft coming out actually from the Wizards here, but at the same time, the Nocturnal draft's looking just as strong.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting game 5. It's going to be a question of really, like, Cho'Gath's the only beef and the only front line from the Wizards. And if he's held up with Garen and side lane, I have to say the 4v4 favors Nocturnals in their ability with the set and Galio just to nullify this Diana Yasuo, because you might be able to dash in, but if you're getting knocked up, stunned, and face breakered, it's going to be really hard to execute that combination. So we'll be definitely interested to see how they navigate this early to mid game around objectives, because whoever's been stacking drags has been able to keep a firm grasp on the game.
That's fair, that's fair. And I mean, overall, I think the most important question I'm going to ask you, Rektor, who's taking it all home tonight?
I can't believe that I'm voting for Garen. Can't believe that Demacian Justice is reigning supreme.
Slow.
I just want to cry. Yeah, it's been a rough time. But yeah, we're going all in on Demacian Justice. Nocturnals take it 3-2, just like I said at the top of the cast.
Damn, yeah. I mean, so far, it's looking like everything is falling into place and that everything's... I'm starting to think maybe you wrote the script or something like that, because it's kind of scary how accurate you've been so far. But yeah, that being said, I still got to put my money on the Wizards. I said they were going to win this thing, and if they keep their mojo like they did in game 4, there we go, game 4, it's so many games at this point, my brain's just scrambled, they might just have a shot at this thing, but only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the final break of VRD, unless we throw it to a break for an interview, which we probably will, so maybe before a final break, but you get what I'm trying to say. Point being is that when we're back, we'll be on the Rift for the final game of VRD, where we decide the champions. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the final introduction for the VRD. Let's make it a memorable one. This is the last game of the night. Both teams 2-2, and this is it. In this best of 5 series, this last game will decide it all. It decides who gets the prize money, who gets the bragging rights, and who is the ultimate champion of the VRD. And rightfully so, both teams here don't want to hint anything early on, so we're going to see the usual 5-point kind of lineup here.
Yeah, in this all-important game number 5, nothing too out of the ordinary. Looking through runes and setups, one small note is that we've got Nimbus Cloak and Absolute Focus as the secondary on Misfortune. A lot of people go into the inspiration route, getting up those Cosmic Biscuits and Magical Footwear. But still a viable route altogether. Nothing too wild. We'll have to see how that affects Joker's ability to sustain in the early game. Misfortune is a bit mana hungry from the outset. Likes to spam the strut, the double up, getting that damage down with the use of PTA, plus the passive in the love tap. So it'll be interesting to for sure. But does have a Bard. Bard likes to put down the shrines. I'm a fan of the Snow Day Bard because it's little cups of cocoa.
Yeah, it's cute indeed. I will ask though, how do you feel like Galio Zeri is gonna fare into MF and the Bard here? Who do you think is gonna come out on top?
I think a lot of it's gonna be dictated by if Bard can get anything done with Cosmic Bindings early on. He is known as a champion that likes to kind of AFK from lane, but Karthik's coming in early here.
Yep, already going to force the flash out from Joker, trying to find something, but nothing quite going to come out of it. Instead, Karthik, there's that Cosmic Binding you just talked about. They find it indeed, and the first blood falls. 2 minutes in, Amstan running for his life will be able to escape, but already it's looking like it's not going to be a 6v4 this time around.
Yeah, at least at the outset, that was, I mean, just a little too much from Karthik there, going a little too far.
Yeah, indeed. A damage coming out here. The flash. You what? No, my God. Dude, the Bard is insane. Spencer, man. He went to the market. He picked up a few kills while he was at it. A few Cosmic Bindings. And already, it's 2-0 for this bot lane. 1-0 and 1-0 Amistan. Lone Survivor is going to have to defend this turret. Overall, I feel like they should have just taken the fact that they got the flash out from Joker. Karthik should have just backed off, but they were hungry, they were greedy, they were looking for more, and they paid the price.
Yeah, kind of rough. Altogether, not where you want to be at. And there's that early vision coming down from Torchy. It's spotted out from Karthik, but he has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, really nothing can quite come out of there. And that's so toxic, the knockup. It's gonna things are already not looking good for the side. Nocturnals are getting bullied all around right now. So
you know what?
It's not over till it's over.
Yeah. But the real question is gonna be is how Spencer on this Bard utilizes those windows to pick up the chimes, the passive, get more meeps to toss at the enemy in tandem with those Cosmic Bindings. And in those times when Joker is alone in the lane, what he is going to do to stay alive in those times. So it's something like, especially in solo queue, you have trouble with champions like Bard, where ADCs don't know how to play kind of on the weak side and kind of play back. I have to give up some farm in exchange for the safety in that lane. So it's going to be very important to watch early, as we do see the Diana kind of setting up for a play here.
Yeah, indeed. Kanji don't know something's up, dashing away, or maybe not looking to dash in here, just dashing all circles around Beanie. You got the knockup, dashing away from the true damage. You know, Synaptic is here as well, gonna try and find the skill on Beanie. Can they quite get it? The double ignite coming out, Beanie solo. They're gonna find it. Karthik, can he hit the tornado? He will! He hits him with the level 7 flex as he gets himself a nice double kill there. Or gets himself one, and there's a Synaptic one as well. And already 4 minutes in, we're getting a kill a minute. And things are already going in the Wizards' favor.
Yeah, this is going pretty well if you are a Wizards fan. 4 kills, 4 minutes, as you said. Cosmic Binding, the first one missed in the game, but does get tapped with that nice little love tap of the double up. You know, I'm not going to say that this is completely unexpected. especially in the bot lane, Amistan is not exactly a champion at the moment. Has a long way to go until they become the Zeri of legends, the Zeri that you see in solo queue that proceeds to run around the map and absolutely destroy you.
Yep, absolutely. Wow. Nothing quite going to come out there from Dogcugger as they are going to use that tunnel to get on out of there. Honestly, maybe Amstand is, maybe he's just not in his element right now. Maybe he's just got to go to the alcove, you know, do a little alcove gaming like we saw in that, I think it was game 3.
Yeah, no, maybe that is the piece, but right now all things are coming up Wizards. It is a magical land like Tahiti as Torchy is taking this big trade with Chimera.
Yep. And the level 6 gets hit, and Torchy is eating good tonight. Popping the feast the moment it comes up and grabbing the kill. Hits him with the Lux thumbs up just to rub it in.
Oof. Yeah, and in this all-important Game 5, it is important to keep a positive mental outlook. That PMA, positive mental attitude, not outlook. We'll go with what we feel here, though. As it is 0-5, you know, if you're a Nocturnals fan, feels a little rough. But we've got some time. We've got some things to work with. None of these champions have really hit that point yet where you're starting to feel really comfortable. But it has to be said, Karthik needs to take some time away from his laners. He needs some alone time in the jungle to catch up on what is, you know, a small flame horizon of CS difference between him and this Diana right now.
Yeah. And I mean, overall, right, at the very least, the kills are completely spread out right now, right? You don't have just one absolutely fed member and they're looking to get some kills with own. A very nice song coming out onto Spencer. And not much he can do when it becomes lightning will do so much damage to Amstand. Gonna pick up that first kill. Neurosynaptic coming in from the backline, though. Joker hoping to see if he can find something here. We should see a Moon Crash come down any second now. He doesn't even need it, though, picking up that kill. Now we'll see it come down. A nice little double, and there's the final breath. Amstand gonna dash over that wall. Super Shock Laser. The slow coming out. Kanji looking to fast him down. Can he get it, though? No. There is no universe where this man just survived that. I refuse to believe that he just came out of that one on top. Oh, my God. Yeah, give me the replay, please, because I'm just... okay, let's break this down. All right, so we see Doghugger trying to go in here as just looking for that opening, can't quite find it, and then there's that Moon Crash, beautifully timed, right? Dashing over the wall here. Amstein running for his life. The slow doesn't actually connect onto Kanji, so he's able to dash up, drops the wind wall, which I think blocked like 1 or 2 of those auto attacks from the triple shot, and allows him to get out on top. That is ridiculously close. Very nicely played.
You know, and some people are gonna say, hey, you know, that's just luck. Kongi will tell you that was all skill, absolutely planned. And this man is now 2-0, rocking the double longsword and Berserker Greaves in the mid lane. And yeah, huge CS differential, makes that play on the bot side, still gets back to lane, and has nearly that 30 CS lead over Beanie on the set. Only has a Bramble Vest to his name with an extra little cloth armor. We'll have to see if that's going to do anything to stop this man they call Kongi.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also real big to point out just how much of a skill move it was really from Neurosynaptic to hold on to that ultimate, right? The Moon Crash. He could have used it, the Moonfall. Could have used it the moment that he ended up engaging onto Karthik, but decided, you know what, hey, I know Kanji's on his way. I'm going to save it instead, but you know it's not saving the ultimate. Beanie, who's looking to send in and go all in, and will find himself a kill. The true damage, the Ignite, all coming out. Won't quite have the damage to finish off Spencer, but he'll take that shutdown any day of the week.
And did you see just how clutch that was? The last second flash to get the face breaker down. My goodness. Beanie said, I will not go silently into the night. Gets the kill. And once again, feels very similar to the last Yasuo set matchup we watched. Went down here in the early game, is able to find this kill once he stacked a little bit of armor and be able to deal with some of the mobility of Kongi here.
Yeah,
but in the top lane, that's a whole nother story. This dinosaur maybe, you know, biting off as much as he wants here. Not too much to chew, but enough to fill the palate.
A lot of metal to get through first here on that armor. He's got to chew through before he can get to the chewy parts there of Chimera Mat. But he's grabbing this farm, and he's absolutely in control of this wave. Might be looking for an all-in. Not quite gonna get it since he didn't get that knockup, but he's just a menace, dude. He's following him across the ends of the earth, dude. Just trying to put as much intimidation into him as he can. Torchy is not gonna let himself get tilted this time around. He's gonna be doing the tilt.
He does have the feast available, so he has to watch out. He could just be in lethal range. Yeah.
Yep. Yes. he was. Will go down without much of a fight. Stride spinning like a Beyblade, but yeah, Torchy just put his finger in the ring and was like, no, stop that.
Karthik is hiding in this lane. He did sweep it out. They have no vision, waiting for the perfect opportunity to set up.
Oh, I think he found it. Flash coming out from Joker, running for his life wins after connecting. Can he get it though? A very nice taunt, and that is going to be the shutdown. Going into the hands of Dog Hugger. Couldn't quite give it into the hands of Amistan, but regardless, you take those. Spencer, lone man, survivor right now. Neurosynaptic though, and Kongi, not quite sure if they want to go for it. Gonna opt instead, grab themselves a free dragon.
Yeah, they were able to, in the midst of that play, put down the Rift Herald in the mid lane, get the first tower for the game, for this game 5. To the side of Wizards, and now they've got the first dragon in their pocket as well. So, all in all, tempo still to the side of Wizards, up nearly 5k gold, just 11 minutes into the game. But we're seeing the signs of life in the Nocturnal, starting to make these plays, find some kills, have the Triforce now on the Zeri. No boots, no nothing. All she needs is that to start getting this ball hopefully rolling. And mid lane's kind of started to equalize out, but this is 4 champions all down on the bottom side of the map.
And that tempered fate only gonna hit Neurosynaptic. That was one of those barred 6v4 moments. Gonna deny any type of engage, but it will spook Amistan and Doghugger away from the turret and allow Joker Neuro to pick up plenty of platings and do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, and Joker does so much damage with that simple WQ auto combination. Does so much off of the love tap in his passive. And it's only going to get worse. Has the Kraken Slayer already under his belt, sitting on the boots with the dagger. So, we're going to have to see, again, 4 people on the bottom side of the map looking for Mr. Doghugger, looking for Amistan.
Yep, indeed. Neurosynaptic might have just found a heroic entrance coming in with the lightning crack, doing a whole lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to taunt. Does come through, but Doghugger getting lower and lower. Kanji with the flat to try and chase. Now Kanji needs to get out of there, though. Amstan overall is hitting pretty hard. Not a force to be messed with. Ultra Shock Laser connecting, dash over the wall, but it's not quite going to be enough. The heal comes through, and Kanji is back there to finish the deal. The Demacian Justice comes down, but Justice might not reign supreme for much longer. Karthik in the 1v2, gonna pop the Crescent Guard. He's gonna get the kill. He will indeed. He is gonna come out of that fight victorious, and overall, that's gonna be a 4-3 for the side of Nocturnals. Just like that, they're back in this thing.
Mr. Torchy's doing so much on the top side of the map, but I think we're going to get a spicy replay of what was a bloody fight. And like you said, Amistan was able to stay just at max effective range, continuing to get auto attacks off, but just doesn't have enough base AD yet to be able to finish off that kill. So Kongi is able to finish up. But Galio with the 3-man taunt, allowing Camaro Matt and Karthik to pick up the kills. And of course that Crescent Guard there at the end, turning it into a quick 1v1 to finish it off. And there is signs of life in the sides of Nocturnals. I mean, Zeri just has a pickaxe and Triforce now. Not completely set up ideally for success just yet. Hasn't hit that beautiful state, the critical mass, if you will. But 5-2, triple kill coming out from Joker. Has the double longsword, has the Berserker Greaves. Got to think, what is the next item? I think it's going to be a collector. I'm not a fan of it. No need. You do not need a collector. But if you want to waste the gold on it, feel free to.
You're not gonna complain. But that being said, also Karthik with that double kill, allowing him to pick up that chain, the Iron Spike Whip, not the chain whip, my bad. The Iron Spike Whip, so that's already gonna allow a whole lot more AoE damage when he's in the middle of these fights, as we saw there as well. Well, he was able to get into the middle of it just because of that triple taunt coming out from Doghugger with that clutch dash in as well, coming in from the back lines, securing that first kill onto Spencer as well. So overall, definitely still showing signs of life, and overall they are coming back ever so slowly. Still have a little bit of gold they need to catch up on though. still around a 6k gold lead, but shouldn't be the hardest thing in the world for them to catch up on.
And biggest thing's going to be, right, we're seeing right now from Camaro Matt, is getting this vision out of here. Akin to game 1, where the whole map was lit up with red side wards, you got to go ahead and start securing defensive vision to be able to walk forward for this Drake that's coming up in 50 seconds. They are on the top side of the map, on the Herald. No vision to be had. Nothing seeing that.
Yeah, and that is just going to go right into the hands of the Wizards here. As they grab that, all gonna go ahead, hit the back, and Neurosynaptic is gonna hold on to that for a rainy day when they maybe need to apply some pressure with that dragon coming up in 33 seconds. Now might just be the time to use it. Maybe push the wave and then drop it down, or save it for later. You never know. Gonna have to wait and see, as Kanji is going to go ahead and clear some vision. Synaptic as well, and already we are seeing, it is nice to see, right, this vision coming out. We're seeing so many pings on the map just because of all of this available vision, which is allowing Nocturnals to kind of, decide if they want to take this fight, or do they maybe want to just give it over.
And that is the rough part right now. It's like how their ability to walk in, they have zero information. They only see one person on the map right now because of this vision that's been set up from the side of Wizards as they're looking at this second Drake. And objective bounties are up. You are down that much gold. 5k still at 16 minutes. You've got to find something to start getting yourself back into the game.
Yeah, they said they are going to go ahead, opt to give that dragon over to the side of Wizards. Instead, shove some of these lanes in, invade the jungle. We see that in that top lane, Camaro Matt looking to push that turret, looking to try and take it down if possible. But Torchy, not too happy about that, is going to make his way up to the top to try and stop the push, while Neural, Spencer, and Joker all push this mid tier 2. They might even be able to drop it, actually, with the help of Shelly here on the rift, looking to crash into the turret. Boom, pow, that is going to go down. Let's see if they can get a second hit onto this turret as well. Kanji here to join the fight. Karthik in the backline, though. Can they maybe find something? Heroic entrance is coming in. Ultimate coming out, though. Can't quite be disabled, though. Will become lightning, but a very nice bullet time. Doing quite a bit of damage. Karthik gonna go down. Followed up by Dog Hugger if he's not careful. He's going out as well. And just like that, Joker with the amazing ulti over the wall of Facebreaker into the masses, but it's too little, too late for Beanie. Actually will still get that 1 kill with the true damage from the Haymaker, though, and now Amstan, last one surviving from that initial fight, gets knocked up, is gonna have to dash away. And already we're 17 minutes in, and the base has been broken into. The inhibitor is exposed, and the rest of the gang is just gonna go ahead and run off.
Yeah, and as we can see, Amstan could do so much, can just kite away for years, but just doesn't have the damage yet to bring anybody down. You saw Torchy kind of walked forward unabated by the damage that Amstan was putting out. And you got to think, is it too little too late if the rest of the team is dying before Amstan reaches this critical mass? Has 146 CS on 1.5 items, only 1,300 gold in the pocket right now as they collect this wave. And you got to think it's all on him at this point. The rest of them are at this kind of quote-unquote online point, but Amstan's still kind of lagging behind because of the scaling nature of the pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's crazy also to see just Joker, who was in a prime position there right behind the wall, pops the bullet time, couldn't be seen, couldn't be traced back to because it was such a concealed position, and it just goes over the wall, dealing so much damage. Ultimately does fall to Beanie's Haymaker, just kind of accidentally runs into the middle of it. Kind of sad to see, but overall just some great plays right there, great communication coming out, and they were rewarded for it, really.
Yeah, no, they have a open inhib at 18 minutes into the game now. This is not the time to die. This is not where you want to die, Summoner, as the Tempered Fate gets them both locked up, but nothing will come from it.
Yeah, not quite close enough to follow up, and as they don't have as much vision on some of the other members of Nocturnal, don't quite want to int any shutdowns over to them yet, don't want to give them any extra gold, don't want to give them an inch.
Camaro Matt, the man is gaming, has the Stride Breaker, has Executioner's Calling, waiting to pick up the fabled Mortal Reminder, the staple. Your win rate goes up by 10 to 12% in solo queue once you have those 2 items. So we'll have to see how they choose to play this, as Kongi is already dashing forward.
Yep, looking to find something here. A huge triple ult coming out here. Look at those blue health bars just slowly falling. Beanie trying his best to buy his team some time. The bullet time does come through. They will find Kanji at the very least, but it is going to be a 2-for-1, and we already see the pings coming out. They want the spare, and that's up in 10 seconds. They have the vision for it. They have the numbers for it, and it leaves you to wonder, is there anything that Nocturnal can do right now?
No, they can get this mid-tier 1, but that's about as far as they can do, is have this wave pushed out. Luckily, top is not in the best position, at least for Wizards to push off of initially, but instead it looks like they're going to walk up and get Tempered Faded.
Oh, that is toxic there. Spencer hitting him with the 1-2, and then Joker finishing things off, put the bullet in the brain. Gonna take out a Karthik. Dude, that is so toxic. Karthik trying to pull up for the smite seal. Spencer's just like, no, we don't do that around here. Just hits him with a Tempered Fate.
I'm like kind of Pepe handing right now. Like I said, it seems like, and again, hey, I'm a caster, I get it. Maybe it's just because I'm a silver ADC, who knows? But you should just turbo shove mid there and take the tier 1. At least get some of this bounty gold into your pocket, because you're not contesting that any way, shape, or form. There is the Tempered Fate, there is the bullet time, there is the Wombo combo, and there is, as chat put it, the Mucho Grande Cho'Gath, who can all stop you from doing that. And you can't outsmite the Void Beast named Cho'Gath with the bite.
Yeah, already looking at it, he already does 1.3k true damage to minions and jungle monsters. So there is no way that you are going to outsmite that. Like you're saying, just push down that mid. We see it's so incredibly low as well. That would have been some juicy gold to go into their pockets. And right now, they're at like a 8k gold deficit. So they really need all the gold they can get. And the deficit's only going to get larger and larger as time goes on.
Yeah, and you're not going to have the tempo or timing now to even do it. You're in full defensive mode. Keep the waves kind of pushed out. Try to find these plays. I mean, it's just a sad deal here to see. And right now, Zeri's sitting on what is the proverbial yard sale of items. Nothing really big has come through yet. Still on that Tiamat, has the recurve bow as well. But again, has not reached critical mass, has not reached the team fighting strength she needs to be at in order to contest the Wizards as they push towards this tier 3.
Yeah, that empowered cannon minion going to be raining hell on that turret for as long as it's alive. The side of Wizards trying to keep it alive as long as they can, but not quite going to be able to protect it long enough. But a new minion wave has joined the fight. This might just be what they need. Not going to get that knockup from Torchy just yet, so might not go in here. Nerfsynaptic probably looking for that opportunity to get that full man ulti, but actually Beanie gonna go ahead and start off the fight. The heroic entrance coming in, but a huge Tempered Fate keeps 2 members off the fight. Look at so much damage coming out from Choker, and this might just be it. Lady Donna Kanji staying alive just barely. Did get ignited, but still ultimately go down. Amistan and Dogger, last one. And Amistan, he smells the blood in the water. He's looking for these kills, but he got stunned, and he might just be taken out. He does get taken out, and now Doghugger, the last man standing, he goes down, and that's the ace. I don't know if they're gonna be able to finish. They don't have the damn. Oh, well, okay. Down goes that, sir.
Sir.
Calm down now. Calm down.
Demolish does a lot. He said that's for game 3. As he takes down the inhib.
Oh my god, yeah. Death timers are not quite high enough just yet, but we'll get that inhibitor and that turret and that mid inhibitor starting to get lower and lower, as well as the Winions continue to push. And overall, that's a great fight going in their favor.
Absolutely. That was almost a hero moment from Amistan, but the Cosmic Binding connected. And you know what? I would have done the same thing. What more can you do at that point? Yeah. In the words of like the LPL and the LCK, sometimes you just have to go for these plays that may seem grief, but what else is there to do? We're down 10k gold. It's 24 minutes into the game. You either can sit there and be super passive, or you can try to make something happen. And I don't know about you, but I would rather win the game by being an active player than lose the game by being, a bystander, a watcher on the wall.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I cannot fault Amstan for trying to seize that opportunity that he saw. He sees those two low members, dashes over the wall with that cosmic binding Spencer. He's got those fingers, man. He's hitting those stuns when he needs to. We saw it at the start of the game. We're seeing it now towards the end as well. This man is not to be trifled with. Speaking of that, Karthik might have just picked the wrong fight this time around. The Temper Fate not going to hit anything though, but Karthik and Beanie in a terrible spot. The bullet time coming out. Karthik just barely surviving, but will go down. Now Beanie next up flashing over the wall, trying to do some damage with the Haymaker, but it's not going to be enough. That's 2 members down. Torchy is huge to say the very least. The Amstan Doghugger need to hold this base as long as they can. They don't even put a dent into Torchy. Doesn't matter what you throw at him. He's too damn big. The flash coming in. They're throwing everything they got at him, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, they've got him stuck behind the turret. The flash is coming out. Torchy is still sending it, dude. They're going to get 2, and they're going to get the ace. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at your new VRD champions. They fought their way to the top, almost stumbled, but picked the crown back up and put it on their head respectfully. And with that, Wizards are your VRD champions.
GG to the Wizards. Echo, they did it. They didn't let us down.
I was getting worried. I had faith, but I was getting worried, not gonna lie.
I was too. But you know what? They came together. They, threw away their tilt hats and put on their untilt hats, and they got it done. And honestly, that was a very nice game from both sides. Kudos to the Nocturnal. Shout outs to them for really trying their hardest and not just sitting down and not putting up a fight, basically. So well played from them too. But the Wizards are our VRD winners. First place, first seed, first in everything. They did it. And I believe they're also repeat champions, though not the same team, not the same lineup, but like in terms of team name, Wizards of last split won, the Wizards of this split also won once again. Damn. So, something about that name, Wizards, man, I don't know.
Yeah, they conjured up a win somehow. Things were not looking good for them in game 2 and 3. I'm not even gonna lie. We're starting to have some doubts. And then these last couple of games come around, and then they got that mojo back. So it's nice to see, and a well-deserved victory. But I mean, also Nocturnals putting up a great fight regardless. Up onto that 5th game, they were playing their hearts out, and they were doing a splendid job.
Regdor, how are you feeling? You committed there, and your boys couldn't bring it home for you.
Absolutely. You know what? I believed in the Beanie diff. It did not come through, but another day, another $1, 370 points left to my name. I lost it all. I betted it all. But it is better to be Icarus and have felt the sun's embrace than to sit on the ground your whole life. But wonderfully played from the side of Wizards. Like we talked about, once you get rid of that jinx, what comes next? And you saw as everything started falling apart from the seams, and really an overzealousness from the side of Nocturnals trying to set Joker behind. We saw it, right there at the beginning. Level 1 play doesn't work out. Level 2 play kind of works out. But then on the top side of the map, it's kind of falling apart as Torchy finds the resolve in his heart with the grasp of the Undying and proceeds to solo Bolo Camaro Matt, and just wonderfully played from the side of Wizards. They showed that they are indeed the number 1 seed. They proved throughout a 5-game series they are the best of the best. And man, I can't wait to talk about MVPs, baby.
Oh yeah, that will be definitely a very interesting conversation, because I mean, if you've been with us throughout the entire series, you have seen the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of our Wizards games here. So I think, you know what, let's just get into it now. So who are you feeling so far? Who are you thinking maybe early trepidation, because we don't have the vote up just yet, but let's just think about it real quick.
gonna let Rector go first on this one. I'm still a
Oh,
little divided right now. I gotta get some more opinions on this.
oh, I mean, to me, it's Kongi. Like, he hates me, but Kongi absolutely smurfed it on the Vladimir. I mean, his Yasuo games weren't bad at all. I think Beanie got just based off some tempo from a roam, was able to catch back up and get that kill and then kind of be able to nullify. But as we saw in the second Yasuo game, absolutely able to make it happen again. And even the Kaisa game, like no flame, like it was a great idea. It was just it just unfortunately wasn't the best matchup, and wasn't able to get online to where it was at. But you saw constantly how well he was playing the matchups, how big of a factor he was in team fights. And that's not to say that Joker also wasn't amazing, but I think that Kongi, there was a bigger disparity and was able to do a lot for the team as a whole, all around the map. And that's kind of why I go that direction.
Even more so than Neurosynaptic, like I don't want to discard the jungler here. I'm not saying that he had a phenomenal series, but he did enable Kongi to become that carry that we saw for the most part throughout the series and whatnot. So just want to throw some doves at the jungle's direction as well.
No, I mean that's the thing is like when you break it down, I could make a case for any of these guys. Well, 4 out of 5. To be the MVP. It's just when I look back at it, like that's kind of what I see. I think Synaptic did amazing as well, especially in game 1. The Poppy pop off performance was huge. I think just now, like especially recency biased off of game 5, like Kongi knew the assignment. That was wombo combo with the Starfall and find where Amistan lived, get his address, and dox that man off the rift.
And I just want to interrupt you real quick to let everyone in the chat know that the vote for the poll is up. So go ahead and vote right now for who you think the MVP of the series is. So that way, we can get that person crowned and see what the people have to say. But yeah, go ahead, Rector. You can continue with your point there. I just wanted to let chat know. Oh,
That's all
are
I
you
got
getting your
left.
votes?
That's all I got left
You
for this take.
getting your votes in for Kongi right now? You throwing in all his points.
I'm spamming all these channel points. I got to take out a loan real quick.
What about you, Echo? Who do you think was the player of the series?
It's
Because we did
hard,
talk
man.
about it prior to the game, right? We
Yeah.
were like, oh, do you think whoever wins this series will probably also win player of the game, depending on the team, because of how the entire series has went? Like it wasn't really clear precisely.
Yeah, no, I feel. I mean, the thing is, like, it's like Rick could say, you can really make a case for everyone, right? They were all played amazingly, but it's hard. I almost want to give it to Joker just because this was the guy that, like, at the start, we're all kind of like, is this guy gonna be is he gonna be any good, really? Is he gonna be the saving grace for the team? All right, is he gonna perform or do anything that we expect of him? And he came to play today, right? He was doing great on pretty much any champ you put him on. Almost every game, he was performing incredibly well, right? But at the same time, obviously, like you said, you got to give some respect to Kanji. As Rector said, you got to give some respect to Neural as well, because, I mean, all of them were playing incredibly well. Torchy, as much as I want to include him in that ring, I just feel like the games where they won, he was doing great. But the games where they lost, he was getting stomped, bro. Like, I keep it real. I keep it real on the desk. Game 3, I think that was game 3, the Gwen game. What the hell happened? Like, you can't be doing that. Like, that's not MVP behavior right there.
Yeah,
Like,
that is.
you got to go to the timeout corner for that one, because like running it
Kongi
down like
kinda-
that, like
Kongi kind of ran it down that game too, though. They both
That's
did.
Yeah, I was
We
gonna
saw
say,
that.
you
We
gotta
saw-
erase
they-
game 3 from your mind.
Yeah.
Game 3 was like GG go next at some point. Like,
oh my god, yeah, no, but I mean, they're all, I think all of them are very deserving, not deserving, very deserving. But I think at the end of the day, it comes down between Kanji and Neurosynaptic, just because of how they did end up playing, like when everything was on the line, and just that I feel like out of all of them, they were consistently playing the best in comparison to the rest of the team. So at the end of the day, I think I would probably have to give it to Neural just for being a bit more of an enabler, while Kanji was definitely great on his own, right, in the solo lanes and even in the team fights, Neural was just kind of always there at like all these different lanes trying to kind of make these openings happen so that his team could actually get ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad someone agrees with me. And this time, if it's a tie, I hope it goes in my favor. Regdord. But we do have an interview that we are prepping with the winners, our Wizards lineup, and it's actually going to be the entire team. But we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for that interview. Don't go anywhere and get those votes in. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It's your host, Redacted, with Echo and Regdor, and we have the entire Wizards lineup here for this post-game interview. And we also have crowned our MVP of the series, Kongi. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I was like, so let's just get right into this post-game interview then. So how are y'all feeling? You know, y'all won the league. Who wants to go first?
let's start from top to bottom. Yeah. So Torchy should go
Torchy's
first.
first.
Yeah, how am I feeling?
Yeah.
I mean, shit, that was a really close game, and the mental was kind of degrading in the middle there, but I'm glad we brought it all back, you know. I'm feeling, I'm feeling good about it. It was a lot of fun. So,
Alrighty. Nero, you said we're going top to bottom. Let's get everyone's thoughts and feelings real quick before we get into other questions.
Actually, like I watched the games last week, and
Mhm.
at first I thought we were gonna have easy games, but after watching the games last week, I knew we were in for some harder games.
Mhm.
Especially with their comp that they play. Like it's a very protect their ADC, big front line, and we play very
Yep.
like aggressive style champions. So
Yep.
if we get behind, it's hard. So I don't know. Overall, the games were great. As Torchy said there, we had a little bit of a breakdown in the middle. But then we brought it back, when we played our game where we were very aggressive early and just brought it to them.
All right. Kongi.
Alright, well I just wanna say like I don't know why Vinny wanted to ban Yone, but he wanted to play against scripting Jareth with it, so I'm a little mad about that. I wanna play against that shit, but it's whatever.
I
And
think the Yone ban was more directed at Torchy,
yeah,
but
maybe.
I
He's been
I
switching
don't
on that
know.
champ, yeah. I mean, it's a good flex. I
Mhm.
mean, throughout the series, we just found out what we're good at. Game 1, we just hard smurfed early, and then the game 4, game 5, we just found out like, oh, we just stomped him early, and then we just tried like that later into our game. So yeah, that's just how we won.
All right. Joker,
What am I saying?
how you feel? You just won.
I mean, I felt great. I mean, winning is great. I honestly just want to thank the I know this is BM and toxic, but hey, thank you enemy jungler for coming back, camping me, and then dying and giving me free gold. That's it.
Oh no, you can say that. That's fine.
Hey, he was like a big part of our win. That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
Take that
Oh my
PayPal.
god.
I
And
respect it.
lastly,
I respect the
Spencer,
BM.
aka went to the market.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty nerve-wracking in the middle, but I mean, there was something in the water today. I don't know what it was, but support champions and hooks just didn't go together today. Like we couldn't do it. Neither of us. We were both struggling, you know.
Okay. All right. And now, let's get into questions. So, Regdor, do you have any questions you want to ask him? Or ask a specific person? Or just for the team in general?
Yeah, sure. So just for the team in general, or whoever wants to talk about comps, draft, that sort of thing. I guess what was kind of your perceived priority picks? Like we talked about it a lot on cast of how the Jinx kind of got waffled back and forth, and then as soon as you guys started banning it, it felt like a completely different Wizards coming out here. So it was Jinx something that you felt was a high priority, or were there other champions that you felt were better than it? Kind of going into it because it felt like a battle of the ADCs a lot here. No offense to Kongi because you absolutely smurfed, but there was a lot of emphasis around the bot lane.
I mean, I guess I'll talk. I to be honest, didn't really like our Twitch ban, right? I get it, he's like a big Twitch player, but he gets absolutely destroyed, in my honest opinion. Like, Twitch and solo queue is different, but Twitch and team play is just so bad. And I've been saying we can drop Twitch ban and change it, but we didn't figure it out. And then after our draft 4, where we were oh, we're about to lose or whatever, we kind of stepped it up. And then we talked about our drafts and swapped the bans and stuff. And we're like, if he does this, it's fine. We'll just beat him. We're better. Yeah.
What about the
also on
Kaisa mid? Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Synapses.
also
Sorry.
on top of that, I think that we just weren't giving Jinx the respect the champion deserves right now, especially this patch we're on. Like, the champion is just busted. So I think that was
Hey,
part of it too.
no, there's counters to Jinx. Jinx is not a great champion.
Hmm.
It's just the easiest champion to play. Ashes first though.
Yeah, you guys hovered the Ash, and I was saying it on cast, so I almost felt like soothsayer there for a second. But I also gotta
Rector and I
ask.
are disagreeing about that.
Yeah. Well, wait. I gotta say, like the Kaisa mid, like
game 2, right?
Yeah. So what was the thought there? Because I mean, you definitely like smoke screened everybody in regards to, is it going to be a solo lane Vayne? Is it going to be the Kaisa mid? I know it didn't go exactly the way you wanted to, but was that intentionally like put out there as a flex pick, or did you hard say like, hey, we're just going to take it mid no matter what?
He wanted it as a flex pick, but I kind of said you can just pick me Vayne here because it kind of looking pretty free. But we picked Kaisa, and then it was we're just trying to prove to them that Kaisa is not a good mid laner. You guys don't pick Kaisa mid. It's only solo queue doable. All right.
Or Faker.
Yeah, or the greatest League of Legends player ever. One of the two.
Yeah, what I want to say about that, originally I wanted Vayne mid, but Joker just wanted it bot because he thought he could do better than me. So
That's cap. That is cap.
Unlucky.
He's capping. Don't listen to him. He's lying.
You heard
man.
it here first.
On top of that, we also talked about like before the games even started, flexing Yone, Soraka, and Kai'Sa mid, top, and support. So like we kind of had those 3 picks kind of like thought out. So
Okay. I wanted to ask, let's talk about, I think what for most people who watch the series, game 3. We got to talk about it, right? We have to talk about game 3. So let's get into it. And you know what? We'll just start from the top. Torchy, what happened in that game?
All right. Let me be straight with you here.
Yeah, PG.
So, my bad. Yeah. So this jungler was, he was present for the first few minutes of the game, and my warding was a bit off. And usually Gwen wins, and actually I was beating the Mordekaiser, then he flashed away. So because of that 1-2 kill lead that jungler created for that top laner in the beginning, my idea of the matchup got all, out of control because I played that matchup a ton of times, and Gwen wins at almost any point in the game. So, for me to suddenly not be winning these short trades or burst trades or, all ins, it kind of surprised me. And once it kind of got out of control where I wasn't able to contest him anymore. But it was a battle for my mental health in that one, really. But it is what it
I don't
was.
want to. Yeah, definitely. It is what it was for sure. But I'm gonna be a little bit hard pressing here. I'm gonna be a little bit of the hard ass host, right? Why did you keep fighting him after you went like 0-2?
Like I said, like I'm used to Gwen winning that matchup at all points of the game, and I'm hardly ever on the losing side of a Gwen versus Mordekaiser matchup. So it got out of control, and by the time I realized that I don't win these trades, it was already too late.
Okay,
and I already felt like 4 deaths or something.
5.
Okay, 4 Mordekaiser.
Man said, I'm gonna be the hard host, aka I'm just gonna put, man, give Torchy a break. He already got put on blast. Like,
no, we're not done. We're not done with game 3. We're going to the rest of the team because Kongi too. Kongi is not innocent. So I need to ask, when Torchy was playing bad that game, because he didn't play bad the series, we're just call that a bad game. So Torchy was playing bad that game. That did translate to the rest of y'all. And what were the comms like? What was the mental like? what was y'all's team atmosphere like in that game?
Uh,
Because
I'll go next. So as we kind of said already, game 3 was a little bit of a mental breakdown for us. And it kind of just got away from us, like Torchy said, and we were kind of like making plays but not really communicating the plays. So like either one person was ahead or somebody was behind on the plays. And so it wasn't just like, going in like game 5 there where everybody's on the same page and doing the plays at the same time. So I think it just really came down to communication, as we kind of already said.
okay. I have a question from production here. They want to know what you think about Garen.
He should only be played jungle with with the dash item, whatever the thing's called. It's the only way to play him.
The
Of
dash
course.
Prowler's Call?
No,
Gale
the
Force.
Gale Force. That's the only way to
Oh,
play him.
okay. Oh, gotcha.
I'm sleeping because we're talking about Garen again. Get me out of here.
Echo, any questions on your end?
Dude, I was gonna do your job for you and be like the hard ass host with the questions for game 3, but you took them right away, bro. That's what I was wanting to focus on too. So honestly, no, I'm good. You asked everything I wanted to ask.
All right. Let's see. I'm just looking at draft here. Rector, you got any other questions or?
Oh, I got one last question.
Go ahead. While I'm looking at draft.
Spencer went to market. The Bard, man.
Oh,
absolute Chad moment. You only had one
Perfect.
6v4. Only one 6v4 moment that tempered fade onto the Diana felt kind of bad.
Yeah.
But other than that, like just because you don't see that many Bard players or that many good Bard players, I know it was banned against you a few times. You got to play it a little bit in the last series, but why do you like that champion? Why was that like? What was the thing that made you go, I want that game 5?
I don't know. I don't know why. We were just like, what should we play? And I was like, Bard. I don't know. Like, I played. That's like my one trick kind of. I play a lot of Bard, so I always feel comfortable on it. And we had, been not having the greatest time. So I feel like that champion, you can go like 0-3. You don't want to go 0-3, but you can go 0-3 and like still do something.
No, absolutely. Ruined Amistan's whole hero moment there in that bot lane play where it looked like he was going to get to pick up you and Joker, but instead he just got told the nope button real quick. So definitely well played all around in that game 5. That's all I got left, or else we're going to start talking about Garen again and I'm going to lose my mind.
Actually, I have one last question, and this is actually about game 4 with the Vladimir and the Varus pick here. And of course, the Raka and whatnot. What you guys first picked Raka on the red side. I have to know, like, did you know going in you wanted to go for like a healer type composition, or what was the thought process on that?
Our process is non-existent every single time. It's just like we start the draft and we're like, okay, what do you guys want? And usually we go based on what they picked. And since we're first pick, we just were like, I was like, you just give me the rock, it's fine. Yeah.
Well, I'll elaborate a little bit more on that.
Okay.
I feel like all season, like, we had the game 2 and 3 before that, and every single game we played all season with Raka, we just absolutely destroyed. So I think it was kind of like a comfort thing too. At least from my end, that's how I felt.
Yeah, and all everyone, my mid, ADC, top, jungle, they're all like kind of insane. So like, if I can just let them be insane, it's pretty winning.
Yeah, and insane it was. I mean, we saw Joker flash ulting like more than a few times that game. It was actually nuts. Kongi was diving the backline using that pool, and yeah, you guys just tore them up. Actually, yeah, y'all all tore them up that game. And then the fact that you had an Ocean Soul too, and then the Moonstone, it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts.
They try to kill me with flash, so I had to respawn back. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh goodness.
Reefer, bro.
And Joker, My last question is why did you go on hit versus poke for that?
I mean, from how we were talking, how they were
Mhm.
usually drafting, it's
Mhm.
like full tank, PO Garen, and lethality versus really just, I think bad into full tanks. So if I like went full tank and they just built or like if I went full lethality, I don't think I had enough pressure, and I also think just on hit was just better to trade with Twitch. It just felt more nice because lethality, you want to stack your Q, stack your
Mhm.
R, but on hit I can just like go aggro and pop off.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's good to know. And I think that's it for me. If my casters have any other last questions before we let you all go celebrate and I'm sure rest up for the night as well too. Echo?
Thanks for casting,
Regdor?
guys.
Alrighty.
Happy
Thank
to
you.
be here.
Yeah.
Say something
This was
quick. Shout out to my boy Xavier.
Shout out to
Cross country,
Dorado!
man.
Shout out Dorado. Also, I got a
Dorado
question for
Gaming
you
winning.
casters. I got a question for Echo. Are you sitting on something or are you standing the whole time?
I was standing the whole time, bro.
What?
Damn,
We thought
man.
you
Hour
were
straight?
Yeah, I was sitting for the very beginning. I was sitting. I was like, dude, this is not gonna do. So I just stood up, bro. I've been standing the whole time, man. I gotta stay hyped.
we thought
Man,
you
what
were
the hell,
sitting on a
man?
stool and like spinning around or
Yeah,
something.
no cap, bro.
Making jokes about how you like
nah.
ascended,
We
bro.
thought you were just 8
Just
feet
floating
tall in a
there.
chair or something, man.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm 9 foot tall, bro. I'm just
God
B.
damn, bro. God damn.
Shit.
Alrighty. Well, this was a hell of a series, and I'm glad the outcome turned out the way me and Echo predicted it. And I just want to say once again, congratulations to you all, the Wizards, for winning the VRD, winning that prize pool of $350, and just being champions and having bragging rights for the spring split. Hopefully, we'll see you all next split, and maybe you guys can run it back again.
I love you, Rivers, man. I love you, Ben.
Easy dubs.
It's for you, Ben. Please watch VOD.
Alrighty, and with that being said, though, everyone, we're gonna sign off for the night for the last time as our season has now concluded. We thank you all for being here with us, and we thank you all for enjoying the show. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time.